It's day 3, 2024 here in Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. So much chess ahead. Will we see our first decisive result in Classical in the men's division? And will the youngest player still be the clear leader at the end of the day for the women? Likely it's an Armageddon battle and party no matter what, so you're going to want to stick around to the end. Buckle up. Let's go.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and the legendary Pia Cramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
This is Norway Chess. That is beautiful Stavanger. We're headed into day 3. Who will emerge victorious? So many great questions from our amazing show opener there. I want to visit every single corner of Stavanger every time I see it. It's beautiful, it's amazing, and we're going to jump into some beautiful, amazing chess here in just a minute. Live shots downstairs of the playing hall with no players there just yet. Arbiters getting set. Make sure that all things are dialed in there with our digital transmission chessboards. We are here getting dialed in the studio live from the site. International Master Danny Wrench with you alongside International Master Anna Rudolph and Grandmaster David Howell. We're just getting going. This is the 3rd day, but we have a clear leader in both sections. They got there in different ways. David, let's start. I guess I can't say more surprised, but maybe I can. Magnus or Vaishali? Magnus struggled last year. Who are you more surprised is leading right now?
I'll say Vaishali. Not just surprised, but how impressed we were with how she handled herself yesterday in a difficult spot against her countrywoman, Humpi Kuneru, and yeah, boy, did she kind of jump on the opportunity. So great to see from the young star.
I agree with you, David. Much deserved for her fighting spirit. The game was shaky, but she proved that she had the better nerves against a very experienced opponent. While Magnus Carlsen is the king of the Armageddon, seems like he's unstoppable in this format. Who will stop him?
Seems like a silly question from me in hindsight. I guess it's obvious we're more surprised about Vaishali, but the way we got there yesterday was surprising. I didn't know that Magnus was going to get it done. He ultimately did in Armageddon. Still has not won a game in classical chess here in Norway in quite some time. It's been a minute. But all right, we keep talking about classical and Armageddon. What is it about this format that is so amazing and keeps people on the edge of their seats until the end of the day? If you've been missing it, here's a breakdown.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
So many things to be excited about every time you watch that video. The format itself, the equal prize funds in a classical elite event for the first time in history, the adorable accent that's guiding you through it. I don't even know what my favorite part is in that video, but I do know as we take a look at this, you get to break it down one more time if you happen to be just tuning in. Most important thing as we move along in this event and we get clear leaders is that you remember the scoring system so that it's not confusing. 3 points for a classical win, 0 for a loss. And the Armageddon split is as you see it, 1.5 for a winner and 1 point for the loser of Armageddon. All right, well, there is so much to continue discussing here. We've now had 2 days in the books. We've seen the format on full display here. David, any major takeaways before we just dive into the results and kind of remind everybody of how we got here?
Big takeaway is the format. The players are still getting used to it. Some of the players just not handling the clock in the optimal way, still a bit too slow, both in the classical and the Armageddon. But yeah, early days, they'll warm up. They'll get used to it soon.
I think they will warm up. They need to warm up, because if not, this event is running away with some players being very comfortable in the Armageddon, like Magnus Carlsen, and others like the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, clearly being not comfortable. And he said that he likes this format. He said that it's one of his favorite, if not absolute favorite. So we shall see with those players struggling to prove why this is a doable format on a professional level. Fabi still needs to prove himself among other players.
He does, and let's jump into the results and see who proved themselves yesterday, who didn't. Ultimately, Magnus did prove that he is the king of Armageddon. We've mentioned it a couple times. You're going to want to see a breakdown of just how dominant this guy has been. Big surprise in yet another format with chess in his career, but the stats might startle you, so stick around for that. Firouzja got it done, even though he was losing for most of that game against Fabiano. Poor Fabi right now, right? Liren gets a match win, even if it took Armageddon. A big story there to continue to break down. Does the world champion find his form here in Norway? Vaishali, the first one to win in classical, as you can see. Lei Ting-Jie and Zhu Wenjun, the top grandmasters from China, did get it done. All right, what about where that puts us in terms of the standings? We should go right to that, because Anna, you made a great point in the car on the way over here that despite everything we've talked about, we're still early, first of all, and as you said, a win in classical has the potential to immediately leapfrog. Just do the math here. If Fabi gets a win in classical at the end of the day, and even if Magnus got an Armageddon win, Fabi could leapfrog him, right?
Exactly. Anyone can win this tournament, and I think that's why this format is exciting as it is, for the spectacle that it brings, but also how it leaves the tournament open until the very end.
Yeah.
A classical is a three-point score, a winning classical, while, as you mentioned, Magnus has been doing well in Armageddon, but that is only giving him 1.5 points per game. So anyone can still win this tournament, and anyone can still be last.
That's a fair way to put it. And speaking of anyone who can win the tournament, we move over to the women's standings, and not just anyone. The youngest player in the field is her name, Vaishali Rameshbabu. You're gonna get to know that name, maybe my nickname, Vaishali the Destroyer, for sure over the coming decades. David, what can you say so far about the young one there at the top? And I'm gonna put you on the spot. Will she still be leading clearly at the end of the day?
Ooh, I'm going to say yes, just because she's one of the informed players in world chess right now. Vaishali, I mean, we see the importance, the priceless nature of those classical wins, right? We see her at the top of the standings, despite having lost an Armageddon game on day one, and Humpy at the bottom on her own, purely because she was defeated yesterday in classical. So, yeah, I'm expecting, as the tournament to go on, for more classical victories, players to take more risks, to really emphasize, really pour their energy into that part of the game.
But that is a bold prediction from you that she'll hold on to the lead, not because she can't, but because if you do the math, even if she wins in Armageddon, there are multiple players that could also win in classical and leapfrog her. Two of them two of the biggest names in the game for the previous decade, Lei Ting-Jie and Zhu Wenjun, one of them the women's world champion. So going to be a lot of fun there. In fact, let's just use that cue to jump in to see who is playing who. What are the pairings as we get into day 3, round 3 is just moments away. Back to the men's section, Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu taking on Magnus Carlsen. Not that many classical games yet between these two guys, but Magnus does have the sole decisive victory. Fabiano taking on Liren. These guys have played a decent amount, not as much as Fabi versus Hikaru, but pretty decent amount of games. Hikaru versus Alireza Firouzja. It's hard to know which one of the games will give us the most exciting chess, but Hikaru does have a pretty good record in classical at this point in their career against Firouzja. Anna Muzychuk and Vaishali. That's a big one right there. The youngest player and tournament leader gets black against Anna, the other Anna, as we'll call her right now. Pia Cramling taking on Zhu Wenjun, and Humpy Canero taking on Lei Ting-Jie. So, all right, the players are getting set. We see them filing in and taking their seats. So, matchup of the day for you, Anna.
Matchup of the day, I think I'm going to need to say Praggnanandhaa against Magnus Carlsen, because these two faced each other in the finals of the World Cup at the end of 2023, where Praggnanandhaa held his ground. The two classical games ended in 2 draws, and Magnus won the title in the faster time control. So I'm wondering if it's going to be today's storyline too, that Magnus will need to go for the Armageddon. At the same time, Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces, I think he's going to go ambitious. I don't think he's going to do what Liren did in the first round against Magnus. What do you think, David, about the strategy of Pragg?
Yeah, Pragg doesn't fear Magnus. That's the one thing. We've seen him actually on the Champions Chess Tour multiple times. One of his big breakthroughs, Pragg, was defeating Magnus Carlsen. It went viral. The Prime Minister of India was tweeting about it. So Pragg doesn't fear Magnus that much. I think it's going to be a fun game, a great game. Hikaru against Alireza always seems to lead to fireworks somehow. There always seems to be a big time scramble. So I'm looking forward to that one as well.
I'm going to take this one right here, the one that we have on screen. Anna Muzychuk versus Vaishali Rameshbabu. We just switched away, Fabiano Caruana and Liren. But I think that game between Anna and Vaishali is going to give us some fire on board. Couple of super aggressive and dynamic players there. So if Anna Muzychuk wants to be the one to kind of slow down the tournament leader, maybe she'll go for the kill here. Although we talked about it coming in, and we might as well dial into that story. Vaishali is now 6.5 out of 7 in her last 7 elite classical games. If you're just tuning in, that included all 5 of the final rounds from the FIDE Candidates Tournament in Toronto. And you wonder, she's obviously on fire, but you wonder if maybe part of that is because she started out slow, Anna. Maybe people started thinking, oh, I can go after this young woman to get a point here, and it's been backfiring. So is maybe part of the reason she's getting these chances she is because some players are maybe taking for granted that they can get a win against her?
I think that's a good point. It oftentimes can be the situation with an underdog or lower-rated player that the rest of the event, in a round robin especially, starts to consider you a potential target for. That's the game where you need to get a full point. But with Vaishali, as soon as she started her winning streak, I think everyone started fearing her. So it's both that she was an underdog, but then she was also the destroyer that you are referring to. And she also scored really well at the candidates against Anna herself. It's 1.5 in favor of Vaishali. So I wonder how much of that is still in Anna. That's a tournament that only finished a month ago. So psychologically, I think Vaishali has the edge, even though she starts with the black pieces.
That's a good point.
Fully agree. And one player who really showed resilience yesterday was Alireza Firouzja. Maybe that will be a turn in luck that he needed to kickstart his tournament. That comeback against Fabiano Caruana was crazy. Here we see Praggnanandhaa against Magnus Carlsen. Ceremonial first move on its way. We're going to get action.
Just moments away. Praggnanandhaa, I'm not sure if he's going to suggest which move he'd like, or if our special guest will just choose a move that she'd like to play. But either way, Magnus comes in, shakes her hand, shakes the hand of Pragg, and we're going to be dialing in soon. There's Hikaru Nakamura settling in for what he hopes is another classical victory against Alireza Firouzja. Again, he is 3-0 in decisive games against Firouzja at this point in their career. It's funny to just observe that they've not played that many classical games, because when you see these two guys face off, you just think, haven't I been seeing this for years at this point? But of course, online chess, online bullet chess, which they've played a lot of, is a little different than classical OTB. And Alireza really became a top player in the world over the last few years when so much chess was being played online. So they just didn't get a chance to play the amount of classical chess that guys like Magnus and Hikaru have against each other, for example. So,
yeah, that's a very good point, Danny. And Alireza, even though he's got the black pieces against Hikaru, he seems very relaxed, very chill. A few minutes ago, he was actually very close to our studio, just chilling on the couch, playing on a gigantic chess set with his second Grandmaster Ivan Cheparinov. I didn't want to call him out while he was listening to the show, but now I can tell the viewers that he was just chilling here. The guy, like 3 minutes ago, was listening to the broadcast.
yeah, it's sometimes I think they actually enjoy listening to the broadcast. I'm not just saying that because we're having a good time, but Vaishali said it's kind of nice to come over and listen in and see whatever it is that we're yapping about. But all right, I don't think these guys are ready to listen to us anymore. They're ready to play. Pragg is getting set to make his first move. Looks like we had English on the board there from our guest.
Yeah, I was excited as an Englishman, but it looks like Pragg has taken back that move, and moment of truth any moment now. What approach do we think he'll go for? Will he take risks? Anna, you mentioned he might be ambitious. Will that be the English? Will that be more mainstream King's Pawn openings? Okay, hands have been shaken.
I'm very curious, and I'm also very curious how much perhaps this opening choice would be potentially still a leftover preparation from the candidates, as Hikaru referred to all the players that competed just a month ago in Toronto and still have so much preparation, so much content in the bag that they didn't manage to use. What do you think, Danny?
Well, it's interesting. He took 31 seconds to maybe decide, and I think sometimes players do come to the board. Obviously, they come to the board with a ton of prep. You mentioned in some cases they come to the board with prep from a big event like the candidates, but I don't know if they always have their mind made up, and maybe Pragg was legitimately deciding what to play there, but he does ultimately kick the e-pawn forward. He chooses best by test, according to Bobby Fischer. You've got e4 and c5 on the board. A Sicilian is ahead. What are the chances it's not a Sveshnikov? That's the question, David.
Maybe bishop b5 just to prevent the Sveshnikov. That tends to be Magnus's main weapon these days, ever since 2018 in the World Championship. Yeah, it tends to be an Indian speciality. Danny, you mentioned that Pragg waited. We saw during the candidates often Vidit would meditate for 2 minutes as soon as the clock has started.
Yep.
Pragg often waiting 30 seconds, 40 seconds before making his first move. Okay, open Sicilian, but not the Sveshnikov between Pragg and Carlsen. We'll wait to see which variation they go for there.
I'm not giving up on a transposition just yet, but yeah.
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
But all right, we do have an open Sicilian. I'm just spying the other boards. We have a Tarrasch over there, and between Nakamura and Firouzja. That's an interesting one. We could get aggressive craziness. We could also get a very quick liquidation into some sort of isolated queen pawn position. But all right, the Khan Sicilian.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say, Danny, on the far right of our screen, so Firouzja Nakamura in green, and then the purple board below it, until the last move.
It was the exact same.
Identical.
Oh.
Hey, it could still transpose, though, by the way.
Yeah.
It's very likely.
Who's copying who?
Who's copying who? Purple Power. How could I miss it? I stayed along the top row there, but then to complete taking a look at the games on the bottom row right now, we've got a Spanish underway, a Archangel. We saw this opening between Hikaru Nakamura Magnus Carlsen on the white side versus Hikaru Nakamura yesterday.
And the boards are identical yet again. Nakamura plays just like Humpy Canaru does and takes on d5. So yeah, there are different options, of course, for black, but looks like a Tarrasch in store. Okay, where to go first? Which of the opening Sicilians, Italians, Queen's Gambits?
I don't know. I mean, I could just chill here for a little bit if you want before we get someone to really call our name with a crazy move, unless you're anxious to jump in and dive into one.
No, I say we do that. It's early days, and all of them looks very theoretical in all of them, Anna.
I'm really intrigued by the identical position, and I'm curious if it's going to be the same line for a long time, or will they deviate soon? Leitingzia is considering whether to capture the pawn on d5, just like Firouzja did. David, would you tell us more about this variation, just so that the viewers and myself understand here the rest of the options? I don't play this opening.
Yeah, actually, maybe we do jump over to the Leitingzia game just to show what. Sorry, this was another one. Just to show what might be going through her mind right now. Black does have two moves. In the other clash, Firouzja against Nakamura, Firouzja with black did take on d5. Just the main line here. This goes into a Tarrasch, as Danny said, where often we'll see a position such as this one, where a few moves down the line, after castling, after getting their pieces developed, pawns will disappear soon in the center, and black will be left with an isolated queen's pawn. So it's not to everyone's taste. It's very committal. Some love isolated pawns. I know you do, Danny. Some really don't enjoy playing with them. She does actually just take on d5. I was going to mention the reason she'd paused in that previous position is because the trendy move these days is c takes d4, and it's a pawn sacrifice. White has two moves. You can take on d4, you can give a check, but for example, if you do take this pawn back, black will develop hitting the white queen. There's a pin on the d file. The white d-pawn can therefore not take the black knight. The queen has to move. Black takes, and often white loses so much time with the white queen that black gets plenty of compensation here. Really active piece play. And Leiting J, I think she just decided they're active, dynamic, or safer, maybe more strategic positions. But she's gone for the Tarrasch, the main line. And interesting to see whether these games continue to copy each other. They do. Okay, mirror image.
And it's not that big of a surprise, not to call it the Tarrasch, but it's typically considered better for white. You don't see it that often more popular in Rapid and Blitz as kind of a surprise weapon, because you can get these tricky isolated queen pawn positions. You called me out for liking them. Part of the reason why is they're very three-result positions, all kinds of attacking chances for the side with the pawn, and then of course the player playing against the pawn just has a big positional edge. And what I'm getting to is the G3 line is pretty much proven to be best by test at this point, and just to, highlight the reason why, you put the bishop on the diagonal where it directly attacks the isolated pawn. And in a fianchettoed structure, for anyone looking for some tips, when you face an isolated queen pawn, it's actually a very safe structure, right, David? When you play a fianchettoed structure and castle kingside, the only type of structure that attacks it well is like a Yugoslav pawn storm. So it's very safe for white. You get rid of the compensation and you get to target the d5 pawn, but no, actually, Humpy Canero has taken, so we're going to get a different line than the variation with g3.
Yeah, very different type of position. So white actually temporarily took a pawn. The d5 pawn was previously attacked. It stepped forward, and now white does have a couple of different moves. The main move, I believe, is to park the knight on the a4 square to defend. There we go. She plays it to defend her c-pawn, and black can actually win that pawn back by taking it immediately, as she does. So we do see some tactics and some simplifications.
Yes, and after the knight capturing the bishop, the queen will give a check on a5, and that picks up the knight on c5. This temporary piece sacrifice is the way to win the pawn back for black. It does give up the pair of bishops.
Yep.
So that's something that white will have on her side, but black has more space and also more development.
It's interesting. I'm curious if we'll see Hikaru go for the same line. Again, the bishop pair, but black has better development and control over the center. Or whether Hikaru will go for the more traditional g3. Not very often we have games paralleling each other like this, so kind of a fun thing to do, to just get an eye or peer into a little bit of top-level preparation these days as far as how the players are thinking about these positions. David, it feels like this happens from time to time, where when an opening becomes trendy, just all of a sudden it's back, and everybody's playing it.
Yeah, it's like that hive mind. Everyone suddenly starts looking in the same direction, studying these same openings. And, I mean, there have been some famous cases throughout chess history. I remember watching, literally a few boards away from me at the Grand Swiss, two boards playing the exact same theoretical line for 20-plus moves.
This was one of the most famous things that ever happened. Yeah. I think you were actually doing commentary with Danny King that year.
Yes.
Yeah, that was crazy, right? That was amazing. I remember, and it was one of those things where you almost thought it was orchestrated, because the game went so long and so deep until who were the four players in that?
I know Shirov was on the black side.
Grishik was one of the players.
I think so, and then they kept looking at each other's board, but no one would know who will deviate. No one would know if they continue copying. And do you want to copy? Do you trust that the other player has a better preparation? They know it better. Yeah,
the arbiters actually stepped in at some point and moved the players. They moved one board into a different room.
I remember this. That was. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, you could probably Google or Reddit your way to those clips if you're a crazy, curious chess fan. It was one of the most fascinating things ever. I actually think I did a random. Back then we were doing videos on our channel. I think like Chess Today was a video or show we were doing, and I think I did a video like just on that topic and moment, because it was so wild. Never seen anything like it. But all right, Hikaru Nakamura, as you can see, everyone still hasn't moved there in the green board above the purple one.
Oh.
And now he has. So
You called him out.
And I was just describing why this is the most popular line before Humpy Canero took us a different direction by taking c5. But back to that point, this is traditionally considered kind of the best by test approach. You put the bishop on that diagonal, is what Hikaru is going to do next with bishop g2. It attacks the isolated pawn on d5, and then when you get castled, your king is very safe. So, curious to see what happens there. These are the most commonly traveled roads when facing the Tarrasch emphasis on the wrong syllable.
We'll call it what you will.
Okay.
It's going to be an interesting game, I think we can guarantee. But the paths have diverged, so the arbiters won't need to step in. They won't need to move the boards, kick some of the players out of the tournament hall. I'm going to say interesting positions all over the place, though.
Yeah.
Caruana against Ding Liren has walked down a really theoretical line. We're already way into that game, into the middle game there. Muzichuk against Vaishali, really tense position, and Muzichuk has stopped for 9 minutes, contemplating whether to go for chaos, whether to start attacking black immediately using some pinning motifs there. Okay, but Anna, it's your choice. A feast. Which to choose, which on the menu?
I mean, you've just called out the other Anna, so I think I'm gonna need to check in for a moment with that very tense position.
Too. Let's do it. Yeah, Muzichuk Vaishali seems like a spicy one, and as you highlighted, David, there's a big decision on the board. So let's bring it up and show some of the tactics. I mean, asking for all my friends watching at home, not because I don't know, but I want to know. I actually know. What is the main line here with e5? If e5 happens, bring the spiciness. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think we have to jump in and have some fun at playing moves on the board, because clearly she's not stopped because she's intending to take back this d pawn, which is, of course, a fine move. But e5, I mean, this is a pin. Is it a win? The bar does say it's slightly in white's favor. Black, I guess, is obliged to kick the white bishop away.
It's the only move, right? I mean, this is... And the king side's getting blown open here.
Yeah, I mean, which way do you want to blow it open? You can take this knight with the bishop. You can take it with your own pawn. Either way, black's king will be ripped apart. But maybe the most tempting is to play bishop h4, mouse slip. g5 is the most logical here. I guess the only move. And I mean, she must be calculating some type of sacrifice here. The bar does slide down slightly, but a very playable position. I guess here she can take on e5. Black is a piece up. The attack will go on, of course. At some point, expect the white bishop to drop back and the white queen to join the party once the knight is kicked out of e5.
But look how crazy this is, right? I mean, this is a position where black is up a piece, but the computer is like, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, that just tells you how complex it is when you have such a big material disparity, but it's as close to unclear as they used to say in Chess Informant, right? When you had the unclear infinity symbol, there were two reasons for that. One, someone was hiding analysis and they didn't want to go all the way in the line and show, which was actually often the case in famous stories. The other time was it was legitimately, no one knows what the bleep is going on here. The position is unclear.
Yeah.
And that's maybe one of, I mean, look at that position. White's down a piece, but it's completely unclear. So
just to put it on the board one more time.
Yeah, we should. And I'm really curious also about if Anna is thinking because all of this is what she's calculating, or is she trying to recall her preparation? Because we are still in the opening phase. Vaishali clearly is in her preparation. She barely used any time on the clock. But is that the same case for Anna, or is she out of her prep and trying to solve this really complex position over the board? Because that makes things a lot harder to go for a piece sacrifice if you know that your opponent is prepared.
I agree. It's usually scarier to go for forcing variations when you might suspect your opponent's deeper in prep. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously we're going to find out soon. What are the other options here, David? Should we continue to analyze? I mean, if you're not going to go for e5, you can play c takes d4. That's kind of the only other, or at least maybe. There's also bishop takes c6 and then e5 to consider as well, by the way. We haven't even talked about that.
So many options.
Just as forcing.
Let's jump in again.
Let's do it.
Bishop takes c6. I do have a feeling there might be some tricks here, actually, after taking back e5. Okay, let's say I kick your bishop. Let's say we try the same thing. And when you sacrifice, I do wonder whether there's some d takes c3. I mean, it's chaotic here. Like, I'm trying to just go hungry hippos here and take on b2, take on
what a weird
make a new
position.
queen. White trying to checkmate.
But I'm just going to go, I mean, okay, queen f3.
Yeah,
I
was going to say.
You take b2, and I'm taking f6, and let's just go. Like, maybe. Bishop takes f6. Okay, so that I was right about that one. That means obviously black had a better move.
Yeah, after queen f3. What could it be, though? A better move? Bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Queen d5? Was that?
Yeah.
Okay, was that what you were going to say? I was going to say the same thing. Oof. Fun line, right? And, okay, so if these are the types of things that Vaishali brought to the table and Anna did, then you know she's calculating to try to get ahead of things. So bishop takes c6 and e5 certainly has to be considered as well.
Mm-hmm. And there's also one more line that the computer is suggesting after e5, actually. So e5, h6, and instead of going for bishop h4 and sacrificing the piece, bishop takes f6 is one of the engine's suggestion, just to weaken the king side of black and then take back on d4. So this could also be something that she considers, because it's forcing, but it's not giving up a piece in a line where she's not prepared.
I love it. And this is maybe the most straightforward way. And if we back up, I just want to show you, even though this is definitely not the best line, and we know, but I think we should show it for the chat, that after e5, h6, we should just show why if you take f6 with the pawn and h takes g5 and then take g7, why this is not great. And these types of positions, I think, immediately in classical chess, you say, well, the black king is also blown open here. But here, you've given up the bishop pair. That a7 bishop now has no rival. And because the dark squares don't have someone to attack them, i.e. the dark square bishop for white is gone, modern chess teaches us these positions are deceptively safe for black. Like, the king is actually very safe despite being kind of open, right? And then the open lines like rook h8 and eventually the development kind of backfires. So just wanted to show that, because we've been sort of blowing past that, but I think it's important to just make that clear. So
very important detail, and white wishes that they had a dark squared bishop on the long diagonal to face that king on g7, but they don't. That's the bishop that's missing. So very good point, Denny.
Yep. Okay, well, I think we've analyzed it enough. I'm having fun. We will probably be diving deep in this one for a while. Now I'm just hoping. Now I'm like, let's go e5. Like, don't do it. Don't do anything else, Anna. Don't play anything safe. Anna, send other Annas some vibes. Can Annas talk to each other like telepathically? Is that
It's true? An Anna thing, yeah.
It's an Anna thing?
It's an Anna thing. I was just talking to Anna Cramling. She's here today and for the next couple of days, and we just talk by looking at each other.
That is so wild.
Yeah.
Wow.
If only names that started with D and A could do that too. David, let's try.
What am I thinking?
Sandwiches.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No
okay.
way.
Wow, it worked. All right, we're gonna. All right, let's back up to the bird's eye view, see where the other games are at. This is going to be a fun one to keep our eye on. I hope I'm right. Remember, I called at the start of the show. I said I thought this one might give us the most fire on board.
You were right.
We'll see. We'll see what kind of lines we get. But you made a great call out. Either way, even if it is fire on board, Anna Muzichuk lost, or 1.5 out of 2 to Vaishali at the FIDE candidates. So maybe not in her favor if it gets super spicy. We'll see. All right, David, you get to choose now. Yeah, we are spoiled for choice here today.
Yeah, and maybe just a very brief update on the other 2 women's games before we launch back to the open section, where Pragg and Carlsen are going at a snail's pace, but the other games are really developing fast. I'll take us very briefly back, actually, to Humpy Canaru against Lei Tingjie, just because there's an uncastled king, and that hints at some potential fireworks long-term. Clearly a battle of preparation as well. This Tarrasch, we talked about it earlier, but just an update on the last few moves. We left it with white kicking this black queen. Black's queen doing a bit of dancing. Don't try it at home, anyone. You don't want to move the queen too many times in the opening. And e3, she does actually get kicked around a lot. I'll just mention that grabbing this pawn is well known to be a mistake. You just lose too much time. The black king in the center will get attacked, especially in this position. I have seen grandmasters even capture this pawn in the past, and if I remember correctly, then yeah, there's some problems here with the black queen. Just to show some moves, and the black queen does get trapped. One tactic that I saw many years ago when I was first learning about the Tarrasch was the black queen now lacking squares, queen a3, bishop c5, and some
that's
nice
beautiful.
Double attacks here.
Love it. Well, got to show all the way now. Show queen takes c5, bishop takes f7. We just got to give everyone the satisfaction of seeing it on the board. Now you win the queen.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. So this shows the players are really well prepared. So not falling for the greedy queen takes b2 and queen b4 check, met by the very ambitious king f1. And bishop e6, blue arrow appears for the first time today, showing by far black's best move is bishop e6. Again, castles would fall into the same trap, same trick. Castling would walk into bishop c5. Whoops. And again, if you take, you lose your queen after bishop takes f7. So, yeah, interesting moments. I'm not sure. Anna, what would you take?
Bishop e6 was played, yep.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask you a move ago about king f1, because to someone who is just so keen on king safety, it wouldn't be the first move that comes to my mind. So can you explain why king f1 here is the main choice for white?
I wish I knew. I think the other kind of clear option here would be to step forward with the queen, and I guess she's just uncertain about how big her advantage would be here. For example, let's say we take with the knight. Yes, white has the bishop pair, but black is relatively active. The knight will come to e5, maybe a bishop to f5. Maybe she just felt that this wasn't enough, not what she wanted today. I would still take white here, risk-free, but I think she's just playing very ambitiously here. Bishop e6, queen e2. She's clearly still in preparation. Both players spent around 10 minutes, but I think that's just choosing.
And I think one other idea with that too, Anna, is that likely not only is it prep, but the light square bishops are going to come off. And so similarly to what we were just talking about in Vaishali's position as black, the king is really in deceptively safe territory on f1, right? g3 can happen, king to g2. And so I think it's unlikely that white gets in trouble there, but I agree that if it wasn't preparation, this would not be my first choice either. The more I look at it, the more I'm liking Humpy Canero's position. Okay, rook to d8 played. Apparently both players are like, look, I know what's going on here, so maybe let's let them continue to get to a position that reveals to us, all right, now they're finally out of prep. I want to complete our round table, as you said, and go to the only other game between the top women players we haven't looked at. That's Pia Cramling's position versus Yu Wenjun. Let's dive over there just to quickly set the table as well. It looks like we're kind of getting a simple position where after the forcing moves, black will recapture on f6, white will recapture on d4, and the only real thing to write home about is the difference in the pawn structure, right?
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out one thing. Actually, here, instead of an eval bar, we do see the percentages of games that have reached this position in the past. And I just want to mention the gray there is overwhelming. That is the drawing margin.
Yes.
So many draws in this position. It's super solid for black. Like you said, Danny, just imbalanced pawn structure, the only thing, but reduced material. I think Pia, her strategy today is to be solid. And
I kind of knew that when going in here, that this was more than likely a game that was about to dwindle out. But guess what? Does that mean we get denied?
No, not at all. We are welcoming the Armageddon.
We're in Norway.
We are in Norway.
The doors are locked until we get a decisive result. It's the best part of Norway. So, yes, this game is still theory, and most of these positions lead to a draw, as the stats show there. But doesn't mean we're any less excited about what's going to happen today between Pia Cramling and Yu Wenjun. Maybe she gets a dub, being Pia, for the arrival of her daughter. Anna Cramling is in the building, streaming somewhere. But okay, let's back up. I love what we did here. We set the stage and described what's at stake for all of the women's games. We're going to take our very first and very quick break of the day. When we come back, we dive in. We see you chat wanting Magnus Carlsen's review. Don't worry, they're only on move 6. Calm down. The Sicilian between Pragg and Magnus is just getting started, and we are just getting started. It's day 3 of the 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women event. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Whatever.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined by the one and only Vaishali. Vaishali, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Did you have a moment when you crossed 2,500 mentally where you were like, I did it, that's it?
You're completely right. That's what I felt.
Okay.
Like after my second round win, I crossed 2,500, which I knew, and I was like, okay, I finally done this, because it become Grandmaster. it has been my childhood dream ever since I started playing chess.
Hopefully the childhood dream was also world champion.
Yes.
Because you kind of have no choice, right? This is the tournament that ultimately will qualify you to play. So what are the emotions like?
Yes, I'm very, very excited for the tournament. I mean, this candidate cycle was not at all in my plan. I won Grand Swiss and I got here. So I'm very excited and looking forward to it. Like, I'll be playing some best women players in the world. So I'm very excited.
What is it like back home? I mean, to be obviously now Grandmaster, 2500, contending for the title. Yeah, just kind of give me a sense of what it's like, because I think it's not like this anywhere in the world and it's nowhere close. So
Yeah, it all started with one man, Anand sir, and he has got what it is today. And he has brought in like a lot of changes. And for example, this Best Bridge Anand Chess Academy, which has helped us I'm also part of it, and which has helped us a lot. Like, there are some top trainers there where we get to train, and this Anand sir is doing also these things, and even otherwise he has been helping. He's been doing many things, like inspiring all of us. And yeah, as you say, like there are so many things. Like, Indian players are playing tournaments here and there, and there are probably right now there is one more grandmaster, one more. I mean, the number is going to increase or something. So yeah, we are also getting a lot of support from the government, a lot of sponsors coming in. We have a lot of tournaments also happening in India, which is also helping us.
you love chess and you're really good at it. What do you love to do that you're really bad at?
Yeah, there are a lot of things.
This May, explore the galaxy, meet new and interesting species, and bring them liberty, freedom, and our way of life, one chess game at a time. Enlist now at chess.com.
Yo no les echo la culpa, ¿no? Pero sí les echo la culpa por hacerlo público, por publicar en redes sociales algo así, ¿no? Porque yo nunca he publicado en redes sociales algo así. Realmente las trampas es un tema súper complicado, ¿no? Para la gente pues que sabe muy bien cómo leer entre líneas, yo creo que ellos sí lo piensan de verdad. Se dieron las cosas y gané 2 veces el Title Tuesday. Claro, y la gente puede ver alguien ver eso y decir, ok, ¿él va a ganar 2 veces un Title Tuesday? No, o sea, es imposible, ¿no? ¡Vamos! Por fin. Yo creo que la gente juzga mucho por lo primero que ve, ¿no? Pero no juzga que pues uno juega 100 Title Tuesday mientras que la mayoría juega 40, 30, 50 porque anda haciendo otras cosas. Descanso. Me llamo José Martínez Alcántara y soy gran maestro de ajedrez.
We are back with round 3 here. 2024 Norway Chess is the event to watch right now. Everything is just getting started really here in Stavanger. I'm sitting alongside Anna Rudolph and David Howell, Danny Wrench here. We're going to have the call on this thing all the way until we have a champion at the end of next week. But right now, we've got so many exciting games happening in this round, and I do want to draw our attention to one thing. There's not a single French on the board.
You jinxed it, Danny.
Oh man, the one day you're wearing something in support of the French defense, and it ruins it all.
Or did I wear it to make sure we wouldn't get a French?
There's still
That's
Armageddon.
right.
There's
That's
still
right.
Armageddon.
Sometimes you got to just jinx the situation to troll. Anna is shocked by that I would do such a thing. She thought I wore this because I had been converted. Twist ending.
I was speechless. We had lunch earlier. I was admiring the t-shirt. Danny said, look, I did this for you.
No. Made sure we wouldn't get a French because no one wants to be associated with clothes that Danny Wrench wears. It's that simple. Winning, hashtag winning, we don't have a French. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see the games we do have because we've got exciting openings. We've got interesting openings. We don't have a French.
Very many interesting openings. Maybe the Armageddon will feature the French. I agree with David. It could be the surprise weapon they need to win a game. But we will go to the game that probably will be our main clash of the day in terms of the derby between Praggnanandhaa and Magnus Carlsen coming from the World Cup finals where the two faced each other. We mentioned already Pragg did really well. Magnus had some very nice complimentary words about the future of the Indian prodigy and that he'll definitely be a World Championship challenger, probably sooner than later. But today he's challenging the former World Champion, David. How is this opening so far?
Yeah, it's still early days, just 9 moves. Pragg has spent quite a lot of time on the clock. I'm going to ask you though, Anna, what's your favorite animal?
You caught me off guard.
What's
the
your
French
favorite animal?
defense favorite animal. Wait, hedgehog?
It's the hedgehog, that's right. Sorry, that was a bit of a trick question.
I was like, dog? That's not an opening.
Magnus Carlsen has gone for a hedgehog setup, and I think we should do a quick recap. We haven't broken down the opening too much in this one, so let's go from the start very quickly. We saw a Sicilian defense, and Magnus looks like he was going for the Khan with a6. Not the Hikaru Khan, the Sicilian Khan. But here, very flexible stuff from Magnus, and Pragg sets up in a flexible way too. You often see a white knight appear on c3, but instead he's gone for a Maroczy bind, which is characterized by these two very strong pawns, e4, c4, holding back any pawn breaks. Black tends to be a bit cramped, and the pure hedgehog would be, for example, setting up with a pawn on b6, a bishop on b7, and we call it thus because these pawns, they're a bit prickly. If you advance too far forward, you might live to regret it. Magnus, however, throws his knight forward instead. And Danny, what do you make of this? He's caught Pragg off guard.
I like it a lot for Magnus, just from a practical perspective. I was enthralled by your breakdown and just kind of taking in all the information. We're seeing the time advantage on the clock for the world champion. Pragg, I don't think is calling on prep here. He's already in original territory. And one of the advantages, David, of these types of Sicilians, the Khan move order, if we back up again, or at least we just highlight, we started with a6, then you put the queen on c7 early. There's all kinds of weird lines you have to watch out for, which is why Pragg took as much time as he did. The bishop on f8 can still pop out in different variations. And so Magnus is purposely getting Pragg in move orders that get time off the clock, because even if Pragg ultimately gets a middle game position that is objectively totally fine, right, which is probably what's going to happen, he's maybe not going to be comfortable with how he got here. Maybe we'll have already spent a bunch of time. And one of the things we know about hedgehog systems is white's going to maintain an edge for a very long time. Look for that eval bar to be just about there for the next 10 plus moves. But at some point, the hedgehog strikes. At some point, a pawn advances, the structure changes, the lines open up. And I think it's a very good practical weapon, often for the more experienced player, to throw against a younger opponent.
Yeah, very good opening choice by Magnus Carlsen. It shows on the time management as well, on the clocks, that Pragg, even though it's not completely new position for him, he's very well aware of the Maroczy bind and he knows the plans. But he's thinking because of the move order that you mentioned. It's so tricky. Which move order, the finesses, the little details. And it matters that he's spending so much time also because there is no increment until move 41. So he's got 2 hours to start with and needs to make the first 40 moves with that amount of time, or else he loses on time.
Yeah, it's a big investment of time already thus far for Pragg. Yeah, the hedgehog with its prickly spikes, when you curl up into a ball as black, it's actually normally considered a good thing to trade off one set of pieces, one set of minor pieces. It means that black's pieces won't be fighting for squares. And Pragg, I know him from some training sessions, and he loves his bishop pairs. He loves having the bishop pair in any opening, and I think the reason he's paused and the reason he's looking off to the side like that, almost towards the camera there, is because he's a bit annoyed that he's allowed to take d3.
I don't want to overstate it at this point, but I really think this is a brilliant choice by Magnus. This is something you do with experience over time, and it's so odd to now be referring to Magnus as the old dog, right, whenever he throws down. But it's true. He's on the veteran side of his career, right? And you see all these young players coming up. In this event, the two youngest being Pragg and Firouzja, but they're coming, right? The next generation is here. They're not going to be stopped. But when you see Magnus pull out a move order like this, a bit of a sneaky, tricky kind of shuffling, experience is going to pay off, and I would not be surprised if Pragg finds himself in trouble a little bit later in this one.
Yeah,
And it's so key what you mentioned about the pair of bishops and how Praggnanandhaa likes the pair of bishops. We all have our personal preferences in chess, even if objectively one or the other could be better or worse or the same, but we all have the things that we like, what kind of positions, what kind of minor pieces. And in this position, he cannot really avoid his bishop being traded off. If you move the bishop away, then the c4 pawn is hanging. So he's kind of forced into a position that probably he wouldn't have chosen by his personal preferences. What do you think, Danny?
I totally agree. And David,
Ooh.
did you train with Pragg? You know what I'm going to ask?
I read your mind there.
Of course, they're reading
I'm
each
going to
other's
ask it.
minds.
Like, did you have a discussion with Magnus about Pragg's favoritism toward the bishop pair?
I haven't chatted about it with Magnus, actually, but I have run a few kind of group training sessions where we had some really strong grandmasters, Praggnanandhaa, Raunak Sadhwani, Jonas Bieda, Aryan Tari, and in those we were analysing some middle games, and Pragg on several occasions mentioned, he was like, but here you have to give up the bishop pair. It's like, what do you get in return? He mentioned the bishop pair several times, and it was noticeable his preference.
And I wasn't saying you would, do anything. I'm just curious, right? Because if you just dropped a strong grandmaster inside knowledge nugget that you have, that's something you do. You're I don't know if you know this. You're a pretty strong grandmaster. You hang out in those circles. And so it's just interesting. These are things that the top players know about each other stylistically, their preferences. And when you know it's so hard to get an edge in chess, it's so hard these days to out-prepare your opponent and genuinely catch them off guard in a way that actually gives you winning chances, let's be honest, let alone with the black pieces. Yeah. Sometimes it starts small, where you're just looking for something that you know they're going to be annoyed with, and I think Magnus has done that here. So really funny for us sitting here talking like Magnus has already made some achievement. Objectively, White's still a little better. But let's go back to the analysis board, because I want to get to the kind of middle game we're going to get, because I've played a lot of these positions as well as black. Sometimes you can reach these structures out of the Queen's Indian and Nimzo too. Not exactly the move order here, but let's make a few moves in this line where black does get the bishop on d3, completes the development with b6 and bishop b7, and gets castle. I'm just going to let you kind of do it. And just to get a position where I think we can instruct on the fans and set the table of the type of middle game you get. Again, as I said, the eval bar is going to go up for White for a while. This is typical. And this position, though, now becomes one where White has something that looks optically amazing. Look at my space, look at my pieces. But any pawn you try to push leads to more problems, and it slowly opens up Black's bishops. And so Black has all kinds of ways to maneuver. You'll put the rooks on d8 and c8. Sometimes you'll even bring the bishop to f8 and relocate it if you want. And this is just a game that doesn't have any forcing lines, requires a lot of experience to continue to play accurately. And if you get under time pressure, it's one that you can make mistakes in. So I think this is where we're likely headed, is some type of middle game like this, and should be interesting to see how Pragg handles himself there.
I fully agree with you, Danny, on everything you said. And again, just kudos to the former world champion, the world #1, greatest player of all time, arguably. Magnus Carlsen coming up with a move order. It's not even just the opening itself, but the move order he chose and the way he almost tricked Pragg into this position where, again, objectively nothing is happening, but he's doing something that annoys Pragg, and that's the start of something where you can maybe get the psychological edge and later perhaps the positional edge.
Yeah, and Magnus, he's in his comfort zone. He loves these positions. If anyone wants to learn about these hedgehog structures, they should check out Magnus Carlsen, actually with white, playing a hedgehog via the English move order against Abdusatorov. I believe it was from the World Rapid in 2022, where it was just a masterclass, where he actually at some point played a similar idea to Rook G8, G5. So watch out for that happening. I don't think it will here because white's most likely going to play F4, but Magnus, he loves these structures.
So let me ask this, just to kind of complete the circle of what could be going on in the players' heads right now. If we're right that Pragg is a little uncomfortable, clock and time management reflects that we might be, and that Magnus has at least gotten him in a spot where his advantage with white may not be there at all. Are you already thinking about how do I get this game to be a draw if I'm Pragg, right? You're like, all right, I don't know that I like the middle games that are ahead. I want to push this to Armageddon against Magnus, but then knowing, well, let's just bring it up, knowing that Magnus Carlsen is the absolute bleeping GOAT, apparently, at every single format and time control in chess, do you even want to get Magnus in an Armageddon? Let's take a look at those stats.
I mean, it looks like the hardest pairing in the world, playing against Magnus in Armageddon. Look at that. Nearly 84% win rate in Armageddon against world-class opposition. That is incredible. 26 out of 31 here in Norway Chess. Anna, that is...
And those are the only 5 games he's lost, everyone, in case you're wondering what you're looking at. Go ahead, Anna.
It's I'm just like amazed by all these stats, knowing that obviously Magnus Carlsen is an incredible force to meet over the chessboard at any format, any game mode. But it feels like Armageddon is even more in his favor than the traditional formats that we are used to. So that must be very annoying for all the other participants knowing those stats. It's almost better if they don't know it.
It's hard. It's kind of like showing up to the board and hiding your opponent's rating. You're like, I play better when I don't know how good my opponent is. So if Magnus was willing to start playing with a mask on, if Magnus could start playing with a mask and wear some weird like pillows on his body, just hide the whole, like, you don't know it's Magnus, how would people score against him?
That's a good
question. I have no idea.
No, that's a very good question.
One that maybe we'll answer someday with a crazy format. But all right, Pragg still has not moved, but Magnus not resting on his laurels. He's also working hard at the board and trying to. I'm going to make one more observation, then we'll back up to the bird's eye view and check in with the other 2 games in the men's division. Magnus thinking on his opponent's time is important, and a lot of times if your opponent is getting themselves under time pressure, one of the best things you can do is use the clock as a weapon and work hard while they're working hard so that when it's your turn, you move quickly and keep that pressure, because you don't always get an opportunity to squeeze an edge like that this early, but that's a 20-minute time advantage before move 10. And okay, so all right, H3 has been played. David, you get to choose. I say we go to Caruana Dingley Ren, though, even though I just said that, because it's probably the only one we haven't really looked at yet.
Should we just quickly get, David, your thoughts on H3, and did we expect this at all? Because I wasn't looking at the H-pawn. I don't know if you guys expected. I know it's not weird to play H3, but was this one of the main options for Pragg, David?
I'm surprised. I think it's just, again, hinting at his discomfort. He wants to play a move, but F4 is a bit committal. You weaken your light squares eternally. Maybe he just wants to sit on the position, but it's not the type of position where white can just wait and wait forever, because eventually the hedgehog will unfurl itself and come at you. So
you know what it is? It's a high-class waiting move for someone who loves their bishop pair, because by not attacking the knight, he's not forcing Magnus to take it. And there's actually lines here that happen with H3 only, which is where the bishop comes out to G5 in some positions, and now when you have a threat of rook to C1, you can move the bishop from D3 because of tactics. You can also play B3 in some positions and then save the bishop. But it's really funny. I think Pragg is trying to avoid the most forcing ways of losing the bishop here. I think it's anyway. Well, we'll see. Obviously, the position still has a lot left. We're going to go to the really highly theoretical battle between Fabiano Caruana and Dingley Ren. Why is it that I feel like every time Fabiano Caruana and Dingley Ren play each other, we get something that looks like this? This line is on the board all the time with these guys.
Yeah, and I see the attraction for Fabiano. Firstly, look at the clock. He's up 35 minutes. At
Huge
this
time
early
advantage,
stage.
yeah.
Huge, Anna. Basically, Ding, his whole career, he's had one repertoire, or at least since he reached the elite. He's pretty much played e5 against e4. He, against the Italian, loves putting the black pawn on a5, and it often leads to this exact position. So for Fabiano, who loves kind of deep research in the opening, he could have predicted this. I'm pretty sure he studied it. It was on his laptop this morning. Ding, however, despite the fact it's still a well-known position, he's tanked. And I was going to say there's two plans for black. You have the bishop pair. Opening things up would make a lot of sense. So d5, the other option was f5. Very tempting move. That would have led to a lot of theory as well. But yeah, odd. It feels like mind games. Ding, notably in his World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, barely played this his e4, e5 repertoire. He was dallying with the French and all sorts of nonsense.
Nonsense?
Why would you play the French?
Nonsense?
Come on.
What?
Come on. Why would you do that?
But he's back.
Fabi responding so quickly. David, sorry for cutting you off, but I didn't expect him to move immediately. I wanted to ask you on d5 and to show on the board that the e5 pawn was not hanging because f2 is hanging too, but Fabi doesn't care because he is just still so much in his preparation. He's instantly making a response to the pawn push. 4 pawns in the center. It's looking beautiful, that cube of pawns, but what is going on here immediately, the forcing lines, David?
Yeah, maximum tension, I guess. I'll jump in and you can highlight your point, actually. The first variation you mentioned, Anna, just one turn ago. If Fabi wasn't so well prepared, clearly studying with computers here, then he might have been tempted to take this pawn. But talk us through that variation.
Oh, it's just, of course, I'm a pawn grabber, so I always look at the hanging pawns, but this is not hanging exactly because once black takes back on d5, white attempts to capture the pawn twice on e5, but our pawn on f2 will be hanging too because this e2 rook is key in protecting the pawn, so you cannot just wander away and grab a pawn. You will give up your f2 pawn, and the white king is struggling the consequences. Only 2 pawns around the king. The pair of bishops targeting it, it will start looking more in favor of black, clearly, I think.
So fighting for the center instead. Yeah, really important point there. But definitely something to kind of keep an eye on. This diagonal tends to be key in this whole variation for black's pieces. So d4 played. Yeah, I mean, where do we start calculating? Do we take this pawn? Do we take this pawn? Do you keep the tension and just retreat the bishop? I'm inclined to look at captures and the more forcing ones first. So if I were playing this game with a fresh set of eyes, as Ding seems to be doing, then I would want to take this pawn on e4, threaten this knight. I don't think white can take this bishop. It's just going to blow open the white king side after the knight and f3 disappears. So most likely you have to take back with the rook or knight. Any preferences?
I think I'd probably take with the knight, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you were asking me or Anna. I was just letting you guys analyze over there, listening to the private lesson I'm getting from Grandmaster David Howe. But I don't know. This is crazy. Even though this one also has the bishop pair for black, the e4 pawn is a little hard to guard, and the bishop pair likely comes off if I want it. At some point, white can play bishop to e3. Yeah. Although, okay, what happens on queen c2, bishop c4 here? Does that black bishop get its way into d3? I don't know.
That would look terrible if the bishop lands on d3.
I'm not happy about that, indeed.
No.
Maybe you have to step the other direction.
I think you have to go to e1 with the queen, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually not as bad as it looks. And the reason I suggested this, whether it works tactically or not, was that I was trying to leave black strapped with the most pawn weaknesses possible when we look at a5, c6, c7, e4. So I was thinking that maybe this is some plan. But either way, look, if we go back to the live position, we're kind of playing guess the move, and I wanna draw our attention to the main feature of the game is what's off the board, right? Fabiano Caruana has used 0 time here. Okay, he's actually used whatever that is, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. But really nothing, which shows you candidates prep, shows you a level of comfort. And I was kind of joking we've seen this exact position between these two, but these two players do tend to go into theory a lot. They're 2 of the most well-prepared players, and sometimes they just dive right in, and you feel like nobody takes time until the mid-20s. But this time, only one player is still drawing from prep at home, and that's Fabi. And I don't know. So it just makes you really fascinated by what transition is going to happen in the center, because Caruana clearly in control of whatever they brought to the table.
And it's very scary to be facing Caruana's preparation. As you mentioned, it's such a deep preparation. And if you're Ding Liren, who also usually relies on his preparation, it can make you even more uncomfortable. You're not the kind of player that likes to just go improvise and spontaneously come up with something, especially based on how dynamic this position is. There's so many captures, so many ways in which you can go wrong, even with just an inaccuracy. You don't need to make a big mistake or a blunder here to get the worst position. A small inaccuracy and Fabi will be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I mean, I can attest to how stressful it can be sitting where Ding is right now. I remember when I last played Fabi in a classical game in the Grand Swiss in 2021. I'm very similar to Ding. I have a very specific repertoire with black, and he targeted quite deeply. He let me rattle out 20 moves of theory. I was fine with black up to a certain point, like Ding here. He played the first 13 moves very quickly. But then Fabi goes deeper. He looks deeper, and suddenly, as you said, Anna, it hits you, the fear. It's like, what has he got up his sleeve? I've studied this before. I know I'm fine, but what's he aiming for? And just that doubt can make you tank for, 40 minutes now, and it pays off.
Fabi goes deeper, and Fabiano Caruana might have just gone to the confessional booth for the first time in this event. I'm not sure we're going to get to it now. It's a good reminder for anyone watching. Throw us your Prime if you've got it on Twitch. Subscribe no matter where you're watching, YouTube or Twitch. We appreciate the support. We don't get to all the confessional booth plays, so if we do play it at a break, good reason to be a subscriber. But anyway, we've got a Fabiano Caruana confession at some point here. We may get to it soon before the break. And that's the first time he's visited the booth.
It is the first time. This year, the first time for sure, yes.
Yeah, and hopefully not the last. Yeah. But all right, I think we're actually going to hit it right now. So everyone tune in right now to see what Fabiano Caruana had to say, maybe giving us a little bit of an inside track in terms of what his prep was. Let's go there.
I think this is my first time going to confession in like 8 years. But yeah, I played a new idea. It's completely new, and it's in Ding's favorite variation, so the one that he played in like candidates, and he played it a million times, and he knows probably everything about it. But it looks like he's still a bit surprised by what I came up with. And the position is kind of really complex because black can more or less make a move at random, and it might not be so bad. Like you can play knight d7, knight h7, knight h5, rook, any rook move is actually playable. And like the most logical plan to me is bishop b6 followed by c5. So we'll see what Ding comes up with. I'm pretty happy that I got this over the board, although it's not like white's better or anything, but getting the first surprise in can't be too bad. And maybe we'll get a huge fight ahead. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, there you have it. He confirms that he's in prep, and he's surprised that Ding is not in prep anymore. I mean, he pretty much said that, right? And also David directly addressed the point. He's like, look, white's not better here, right? But it does mean that we may get a big fight ahead if I've surprised my opponent. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, firstly, great to see Fabi there. Maybe his luck will now turn, that he's now he's confessed all his sins. But yeah, it shows his confidence, Fabi, in his prep. Yes, he said black has a bunch of options, but I have no doubt Fabiano's played training games in these types of positions. He's analyzed deeply. He's clearly in Ding's mind now, Anna. I mean, Ding, we saw it on the camera, shaking his head, looking up at the screen. He doesn't enjoy this type of position, and he hates being hit by prep like this.
He hates being hit by prep, and I think he hates this time situation too. It's 45 minutes, nearly 45 minutes already of a disadvantage in a time control where there is no increment until move 41. It's still early to call this time scramble, but this is only 14 moves completed by Ding Liren. He has 26 more moves to be done in a very complex position.
Yep.
I think we're all feeling what Fabi was saying about how, yeah, it's objectively it's okay for black, but getting in that initial surprise in the opening against Ding Liren's favorite opening is a start to something that could become bigger. A lot of pressure on the reigning world champion.
Totally agree. And that last point is key, right? It's supposed to be Ding Liren's favorite opening, so something has gone wrong here. And okay, he's obviously a world champion for a reason and world class, despite his form which seems to be off. So, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that Ding Liren is struggling so much right now, I would say, like, hey, sometimes you need an opportunity to, like, dig in and throw off the jacket and go to kind of really find yourself or get lost in calculations and maybe find some good chess on the other side, right? But with Ding Liren, I do get worried about it because given how things have been going and whatever he was doing there to kind of back up and take a peek at the boards above him on the DGT. So, all right, this could be a long day for the world champion who continues to struggle to find his form. Let's back up.
Yeah, and just before we leave this, as we leave it, Danny, I want to mention Ding played the first 12 moves. He never spent more than 20 seconds on a move. Then he suddenly spent 35 minutes on one move.
Oh.
Now he spent 10 minutes on the last move. I mean,
And
clearly
he's
it's
still
confidence. It's just
thinking,
confidence.
yeah, this is not looking good. Now that you put it in the context of how much time was spent on each move, David, it's looking even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, it shows an undeniable truth that he's lost the thread on the position. So, by the way, Pragg continues to think in that one over there against Magnus Carlsen. We now have them on camera, just showing again that the points we made are likely true. Pragg not going to be happy with losing the bishop pair or comfy with the middle game that is ahead. And Magnus has already played b6, the variations we were showing earlier. So I'm open to anything. We've now touched on every single board. We've looked at every game. Viewers, you can go to chess.com/events if you want to pull up all the games yourself. At a certain point, we're going to start dialing in a little more closely to a few battles likely that are giving us fire. We've got Nakamura making his move. That's the one we haven't been to in probably the most amount of time. So I see David nodding his head. That means he agrees. Grandmasters nod their head when they agree with you. It's one of the simplest things they do. You know, the grandmasters in chess do a lot of complicated stuff, weird stuff, but they nod their head when they agree with you. So let's go to Nakamura Firouzja, and go ahead, David.
Yeah, and
take it away.
There's a few things I want to mention here. Firstly, again, a huge clock imbalance. Nakamura down. I mean, he spent 47 minutes already at this point, and Firouzja's barely paused for thought. The Tarrasch has evolved. And I just want to mention, clearly Nakamura has been caught off guard, and he has as well been caught in two minds. Just if we jump in and rewind 2 moves only, just in this position, Nakamura played the move Rook C1. Look at this, it was given a miss because White could have grabbed a pawn. White could have actually taken this pawn on b6, taken a bishop on b6, and then taken the knight on c6. And although the computer thinks this is maybe a slight advantage for White, it has all been worked out. After queen takes d4 here, I believe the known move is rook d8. I think c5 another move. And this endgame, despite the fact that black is a pawn down with a really ruined structure, it's been worked out. It's all been studied to death. Black is going to put a pawn on c5, a bishop on e6. White's knight is on a terrible square. Black's rook will threaten to dive in at any point. You're tied down to a2. This is risk-free. Nakamura could have played this, maybe heading towards Armageddon if Firouzja knew his stuff. But just this one big decision, whether to bail out, go into a safe endgame, it cost him 45 minutes on the clock. And instead, he played the move rook c1. And now a move like h3 doesn't bode well for Naka. I've got to say, even if the black bishop just starts coming out, black's rook will come to the center. Yes, it's an isolated pawn, but really active piece play for black.
Very active pieces. I would start preferring black's position here now that I'm no longer a pawn down, because honestly I was terrified. I always am terrified when I'm a pawn down, but if you can hold on to that pawn, especially after h3, White will no longer be able to capture on c6 and grab the pawn, because the h3 pawn will always be hanging without the bishop on g2. So all of those lines are out of question. And clearly by the choice of moving the rook to c1, Hikaru doesn't even want to go for any of those variations where he needs to give up this beautiful fianchetto bishop on the long diagonal to grab the d4 pawn. So he says it's more important to keep this bishop even if the material is even, but this piece is so strong, and I fully agree with his evaluation of the bishop. That's a monster. It's good in the attack, it's good in the defense, it's what's holding together the king side. So I can see why he didn't want to trade it off, but I am surprised he spent so long on that decision.
Yeah, but I think psychologically it shows where Hikaru's head is at, which is he has a good record against Firouzja in classical, and he knows that he could have gone for that line, right? That's a very worked out and deep theoretical draw, right? Yes, it's an endgame, but it's been worked out. So he's so I'm agreeing with you. He keeps the bishop because he likes it. Yes, he used a bunch of time. Ultimately, a bit regrettable to see a half an hour go away on your clock, but Hikaru did it intentionally. Like he wants blood here today. He wants to get a win in classical. He does well against Firouzja. Stylistically, he still has a little bit of that experience over Alireza. And look, this position is very close to equal. The knight on a4 may not even take on b6 anymore and open the rook. Sometimes in these positions it comes to c5 and then d3. You talk about an isolated queen pawn on d4. Sometimes you blockade it before you remaneuver yourself around. h3 is a key move because it stopped bishop g4, right, where the rook and bishop would have been ganging up on the e2 pawn, which is kind of a typical thing to do once the d4 pawn, isolated d pawn, has advanced. So it's funny. What I would ask David here is, what is Black's plan to keep the edge? There is no real edge, in my opinion. That's one of those that, a little bit for white, a little bit for black is 50-50 to me. But like, what is the fear here if you're white? How is Black going to coordinate and get pressure before you can, let's say, solve the problem of your knights on the edge?
Yeah, great question. I mean, just because I'm a very classical player, I would start developing my pieces. I would want a bishop out, a rook on d8, just to support the pawn. But I actually know this position from something very similar with colors reversed from a Grunfeld defense. It's actually a direct transposition, just white having one extra tempo. I don't know if we'll go the whole way back and show that. But from my experience there, one key idea for the side with the isolated pawn is actually to play h5, h4, and start to just try to soften up white's king side here.
I love that idea. Sorry, this is what IMs do when they've been taught something new by a GM. A GM nods when they agree with you, and IM goes, okay, h5, h4, I love it. Okay, nice idea. Sorry, continue.
And the computer agrees with you, David, by the way. Bishop f5, I thought, is the most natural, but the computer goes h5, best move for black.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, and this might actually force white's hand. Danny, you mentioned another point, so let's jump in and show, for example, h5. If white, say, just makes a neutral move, queen d2, then you could see a scenario where suddenly you start to regret allowing this dark square bishop to live.
Yeah.
It could start jumping into f4. There might be mating patterns along this diagonal. And if you are obliged to, for example, in this position, trade off on b6, then, whoops, you've opened up the black rook into the a2 pawn. And tactically, it seems to be working out in black's favor. So, just
well, you answered the question. I guess I directly said, how does black increase the pressure to maintain whatever that small edge the computer has, right? And h5 seems to be not even there's no theoretical, philosophical answer there. It's a very direct hammer, bringing it on the h file.
And it's Firouzja style, I would say, to play dynamically here. Bishop f5, also nothing wrong with that, just very healthy move. But Anna, he's thinking now, but surely he's happy with the outcome of this opening.
I think he's happy, and I think the fact that he's thinking means that he's looking at options like h5, h4, because bishop f5 is the kind of developing move you can play almost instantly. On any level, obviously, you would double check, is anything hanging? Am I missing something? Firouzja knows he's not missing anything, that nothing is in trouble. But if he's spending a bit of time here, this is already 7 minutes spent on this moment by Firouzja. I think that's a sign that he's looking at h5, h4. Danny, what's your prediction?
Well, he also hasn't had a lot of time at the board yet because Hikaru was in a deep think, right, for the half an hour before this, or a couple moves. He spent about half an hour on over those two. So Firouzja making sure. But as you said, David, this is as soon as you mentioned that Grunfeld, I was remembering that position as well. And this h5, h4 idea, I didn't realize how direct it was, but I'm feeling more and more, skeptical of Hikaru's choice to avoid the mainline theory in the draw. So we'll see if Hikaru has some sort of idea, because I don't think that's crazy to dismiss just yet, given that he took a lot of time making the decision to avoid the endgame, saying he wanted a fight. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's not comfortable with what's ahead. Although I am wondering, how do you handle h5 if you're not going to allow h4? What do you do? What's the response?
Good question.
You can't play h4 yourself, because then the bishop comes to g4 and you're in pain.
Let's jump in and show this.
Let's
h5. This is going to be a battering ram. h4. A lot of pain incoming. Oof, this is already terminal almost for white. What else? I mean, one idea would be to eliminate this bishop and then just play a move like a3, but it costs so much time. You save your a-pawn from the rook, but yeah, at least you've got the dark squared bishop off the board. I don't know if h4 would lose some of its power now. I think I would take black. I don't think black's risking anything at all.
Yeah, agreed.
Still bishop f5, maybe even bishop e4 incoming. And once you trade off that piece you described as fantastic earlier, Anna, once you trade it off, attacking chances for black potentially.
Yeah, I'm starting to like this even more from black's perspective. And I think we saw in the other two games, we said Magnus, great choice in the opening with the black pieces against Praggnanandhaa. Fabi, great choice at preparing Ding in his favorite opening. And here, Firouzja with the black pieces going for a variation that maybe Hikaru didn't expect for today. He managed to surprise a very experienced player, I was going to say, but very experienced streamer.
Well, he's both, actually. There's a Freudian slip right there, right? He's a very experienced streamer and a very experienced player. That's Hikaru, and he's been gone from the board for a little bit, so I have a feeling maybe we're going to get our first Hikaru Nakamura confessional booth at some point soon. We'll see. But let's back up. Let's BEV it up. That is production speak for bird's eye view. Let's zoom out to 30,000 feet and see all 6 games, where they're at, make sure we're not missing any action on the other boards. A lot of games that feel super close to equality, right? I mean, just looking at the computer evaluation snapshot, not to take away the beauty or the complexity on the boards, but by the way, I do want to go back to the Musichuk Vaishali at some point here. It didn't get the sharpest lines that we were hoping for, but I feel like we okay, now Queen C3 has been played. I feel like she's calling our name. Let's go see what the other Anna, because now we have Anna Rudolph up here and Anna Cramling up here. So let's go to and maybe Anna, you get to be first, Anna Musichuk right now. So she's number 1 right now. We're going to go check out her game.
This is going to be so confusing. I just wanted to add quickly before we switch that Firouzja, even though we were rooting for that h5, h4 move, he went for the more traditional, classical approach of a bishop is on the back rank, I need to develop it and connect my rooks. So he goes for a very natural and very human move, bishop f5, which is also good. The rook will come to d8, and it's Hikaru who needs to figure out what to do with the horses there on the queen side, on the edge of the board, and also his lack of space.
Yeah, fully agree. Still not so easy for Hikaru Nakamura, but let's jump into this game as one of the Annas tries to attack, and tournament leader Vaishali tries to fend off what looks like a really scary incoming onslaught against the Black King. Just maybe a quick action replay over the last few moves. We did leave it with Anna. I was going to start calling her AM. She played the move E5. I mean, long think, you might as well. H6 here, blue arrow appears. Definitely the only move to keep the position alive. You need to counterattack due to this pin before it's too late. And bishop takes f6. We actually mentioned this line, or you did, Anna.
Yeah.
And
it was the computer, not me. I just read it out.
Well, it's also, I think, the most human, the most logical, the most rational position that you'll be able to handle. So I'm slightly surprised she didn't take on d4 yet. She first flicked in queen to d2. Asking the Black King to defend that pawn. And,
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Weird little in-between move there. There must be some advantages to inviting the king onto the diagonal, right?
Yeah.
You're creating the future of potential tactics and threats, and if we already see in the lower right corner the live board, perhaps she had this whole idea in mind, because putting the queen on c3 works with a tempo because of that move, queen to d2, right? The king is now on g7, and you're threatening to take on d6 with check, so...
And in that critical moment when she was thinking about pushing e5, we mentioned how Vaishali's clock situation clearly signaled that she's in preparation. But I think Anna took it very well in terms of, I might not be in the line I was expecting for today, but she went with a pragmatic approach. She went for a line that looks all right, but might not have been the most like sacrifice, go for something crazy, because you're playing against the opponent's preparation. So she went for what we thought was the most human approach, and I like it. I think White is doing well, even though she's down on time. She's 50 minutes down on time, nearly 50 minutes at this point. But I think she has figured it out in terms of the opening surprise that she got and how to react to it. What do you think, David?
Yeah, fully agree. She's going for the pragmatic approach against Pragg's sister, Vaishali.
Oh, I missed my chance. I never know these pawns, how to do it.
Yeah, and
Rookie mistake. Sorry.
you'll catch on that.
You'll get there. You've been gone for a little while. We're not going to hold it against you.
But yeah, I think a good time investment. You mentioned it, Anna. Some of the games we've been questioning Ding's clock handling, for example. Here, Anna, she's been hit by a surprise. I mean, talking of Pragg at the candidate showed that he was freestyling with all these different kind of tricky lines, these really quirky lines against the Spanish. Vaishali taking a leaf out of his book now, playing this whole variation, but she's got a position she can handle. Big threat now. E takes d6 would be a discovered check. White's next move might well just be to develop the knight towards the center. She can even just snack on a pawn potentially if she wants to. Yes, black has the bishop pair. We mentioned that Pragg loves the bishop pair, but Vaishali here, all the weaknesses, I'm not sure that the bishop pair alone compensates.
What is the forcing lines here? I'm looking at it. Obviously, Vaishali is now thinking maybe for the first time in the game. As you can see, she's spent just over 4 minutes on this particular move there. The timer above her profile pic, for those who maybe aren't reading everything they see, that timer reflects that she's been thinking for 4 minutes plus. But she must know something that's going on here, David, right? She hadn't used any time up till here. So I'm wondering if this is one of those lines that gets really tricky to like the human commentator, but actually there's a lot of prep that says we're headed towards some sort of forcing draw. And that made me start calculating something with bishop takes f3, allowing e takes d6 with check, and then playing queen to f6. I don't know if we can analyze it.
Let's jump in.
And my thought was that after you take with check, I'm going to play queen f6. I assume that's the only move here for black, right? And my idea was like the queens are coming off, and even if you win the pawn on c7, I'm likely recouping it with a rook to c8 at the end of these lines. So I'm not analyzing it with an engine, just human intuition tells me that maybe this is headed toward an endgame where white's main advantage really just comes down to the fact that the c6 pawn and a6 pawn are separated, which is a positional edge, but it's not huge beyond that, right? And you could argue maybe the bishop is a slightly better minor piece than the knight. So what do you think? I mean, I'm wondering if we're just going to see a very forced endgame here.
Something like this, for example.
Yep.
And yeah, white's pawn up, but Anna, what do you think? Holdable for black, probably.
I like pawn ups, but I would prefer that they are not double isolated pawns. It looks like, unfortunately, the pawn up here doesn't mean much, and black has very active pieces, I agree. Also, white is still lacking development. That queenside corner still needs to get into the game. So I think Vaishali must be considering these very forcing lines. If she doesn't, then she could get into trouble. So the question is this where her preparation ends, or is it just that she's double-checking things?
Or, after bishop takes f3, does Anna actually have to take on d6? Maybe you can take f3 with the queen. We don't have to keep analyzing it, but perhaps if Anna wants to keep the queens on the board and try to take advantage of that open king, there's a different approach to take. But all right, we're gonna take things in a different direction right now with another quick break. I've been told that at the break we will have our first Magnus confessional of the day. So check that out in just a few moments. Day 3 is just getting underway. We still have all 6 games in action. You're going to want to tune in for the rest of the day. It's 2024 Norway Chess, Norway Chess Women. We're just getting going, and we'll be right back.
So obviously pretty risky opening choice today. I think his last move, h3 though, was a little bit soft. He thought for a long time there. I guess he was calculating f4 queen c5, but I don't really think that works for black, so probably that was a little bit of a waste of a move. Apart from that, sometimes h3 could be used for rooks or queens for attack, so I wasn't overly impressed with that one. Yeah, I think as far as hedgehogs go, like if I can develop, I should have a decent position. Not quite sure how to do it yet. Well, definitely fianchettoing my light square bishop, but I'm not quite sure afterwards whether I'll fianchetto the dark square bishop as well. I guess it depends on what he does, but overall, quite happy.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
Welcome back to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's event, the year 2024 from Stavanger, Norway. All 6 games are still in action, as you can see. Beautiful playing hall. Sidelined by the red carpet. Only the rock stars get to walk on the red carpet to their games. And an arbiter. I guess she can go wherever she wants. But welcome back in. Round 3 is just heating up. And speaking of heating up, interesting developments at the break. For those of you who saw Magnus Carlsen's confessional, talked about the opening, talk about the interesting type of maybe risky approach that he knew he was taking. But we've actually had some developments on the board that I think we should dive into pretty quickly here, David, because either the computer is overreacting or maybe Magnus did slip a little bit. What are your thoughts on where we left it and where we are now?
Yeah, maybe a bit of both, Danny. Let's backtrack. Let's talk about the last few moves, because in his confessional, Magnus did highlight Praggnanandhaa playing h3 as a bit of indecision, maybe hinting that he felt Pragg was uncomfortable. We were advocating f4, and you've got to think, why not f4 first? Pragg ultimately did play that. h3 seems like a bit of a lost move, a bit of a wasted tempo there, but ultimately Magnus prioritized developing his queen side. In hindsight, maybe he would have preferred to get his king castled as soon as possible, because as the game progressed, we saw the knight trade itself for the bishop pair gone for Pragg, but f5, and Magnus here very understandably didn't want to commit his pawn. Maybe pushing the pawn forward to e5 was fine, but it would have created a huge hole on the d5 square next to it. So Magnus simply defends the attacked pawn on e6 and question mark. Anna, a natural move, but Magnus, it's unclear at least why this is such a big mistake.
Yeah, it's strange to me that the computer dislikes it so much when the idea behind it is quite clear. Magnus doesn't want to take on f5. That would have ruined his pawn structure. We can just show it for a second. That is an absolute no. You don't take the pawn on f5. That will leave your d6 pawn forever weak. The knight on f5 is beautiful for white. The d5 square is incredibly strong for white's pieces as well. And those are just a few factors to name. So he couldn't take, and he obviously would never do that. Maybe the other option was that he pushes the pawn to e5, and is that what the computer wanted instead of queen to d7?
It looks like this is the move that makes the bar not move, at least. So knight c2, you've got to be really quick here as black. If white gets 1 or 2 more moves, white gets bishop g5, eliminates this knight, white gets another knight forward to the d5 square, then it's positionally lost. Terminal, as they say, Danny, but maybe there was something quick here that black could have tried.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually best defense is a good offense in these positions. I was just about to say, rook to c8, right? That's the normal way for black to play this way. As a Sicilian player who's lived on the edge his whole life, right? You have to find these moves, or you can have positions unravel quickly. Like even playing h6 often is just like too slow and not the best way to slow down. But okay. Either way, this isn't what we saw, and I'm kind of fascinated by the live position. If we back up, queen to d7, I'm more in the camp of trying to figure out what it is about this position that is so tough. I'm a little skeptical that white's advantage is so easy. If black just plays bishop e7 here, and I guess my point is that we've maintained the flexibility in the whatever that structure is, a hedgehog, a Scheveningen structure with the e6, d6 on the Sicilian, and unless there's a clear way to bring pressure to the e6 pawn for white and make black have to choose, right, to push or advance, you're going to get castled next, you're going to play rook to c8, and some of these positions are just evaluated as better for white because the computers just love the space. They love the space advantage for white. And I'm not saying the computer-on-computer action, the PG kind, isn't one where white's going to win. I'm saying that human beings still have a lot to prove in these positions, and I'm just a little skeptical that white's advantage is like anything to write home about. Like, sorry, I'm just like, I don't really know that there's anything that concrete here. Maybe H3 ends up being devious in that white quickly plays G4 and just runs the attack, but I'm kind of a little more in Magnus's camp, and now he plays Bishop E7. I'm like, all right, like, show me the beef, right? Where exactly is white's edge, besides that the computers just love white space?
Yeah, and talking of the computer, Danny, the blue arrow.
Blue arrow's back.
Move. Apparently rook to D1. I would say it's a natural move, but there are other options. It's not the only one that might come to Pragg's mind. Magnus, I like the fact that he played Bishop E7, just from a practical point of view. Good tip for everyone at home. If you've got an obvious move, just play it. Just play it, yeah. Get it down. Save the time for later, especially here in Norway Chess, Anna, where the clocks have played such a big role so far.
Very big role, and mentioning that, this is only move 14, so 26 more moves to be played within the next hour for Praggnanandhaa. And I think what's also a big deal about these like move numbers is that the first couple of moves or first many moves are opening theory. So you usually want to spend less than an hour on the first 20 moves, because from move, let's say 12, 14, 16, whatever move number it is, depending on how long the theoretical line is, my point being, you're on your own. At some point, you're going to be on your own, and every single move is your own decision, and you're going to need that time that you are missing.
Yep. I agree. By the way, Pragg does find what according to the computer was the only way to maintain this level of an advantage. But I'm going to say again, not to continue to play the broken record, but unless there's something concrete here, like is there some threat of E5 exploding in the center and the D file has tactics? If you castle, and maybe there is something weird, right? Where like, let's say black castles here, white has something with E5 not right away, like you back up the knight to C2 or E2, and there's threats because you've got an overloaded D file, right, with E5 coming. Okay, it seems like maybe that's not the best idea, but the point is, unless there's something concrete here, that eval bar slipping almost proves my point, and I'm going to continue to come back to it. There are very few positions in chess where I just will go back to saying I think the computers are still overestimating and or underestimating advantages, but I feel like there's usually common threads to them, and one of them is space, because computers just love space. And again, it's just like interesting to ask, like, where's the concrete approach, David? So unless you have a grandmaster lesson to teach me, I'm kind of like, all right, I think this is fine for black.
Yeah, you found me lacking, Danny. I don't see anything concrete for white. I think Magnus should castle. If he doesn't castle, then there might well be tactics with E5 to blow open the center in the near future. So I think Magnus should castle. And talking of, something direct, you need to be quick. Otherwise there actually are threats like knight takes E4 on the cards for black due to the fact that white's bishop is undefended on G5.
Can we show a line where that would work? I think it's very, very nice to see and very instructive to learn.
Yeah, for example, if white were to take a move out, take a time out, and play a move, something like A3, then I'm already wondering, I'm not sure whether we flick in E5 first, but knight takes E4. And okay, the bar doesn't move that much. It does, it does actually shoot up after knight takes E4. I think we need to flick in E5 first, potentially. Yep. And now after knight to C2, there is at least an idea, maybe not in this exact position, but removing all the defenders at the very end, you take a pawn. You've won a pawn at least, and white has great compensation. There are other options along the way, but at least hanging pieces in the air. I wonder what else to calculate, though. Why not castle for Magnus right now?
Yep. Well, I guess it goes back to what Magnus said in the confessional. Either way, it's a provocative choice, right? That's kind of the point, is that this is edgy. It's definitely objectively taken on.
Edgy and hedgy.
Edgy, hedgy. The advantage for white is there. The computers like it. Again, they love space. I could also just be biased that like the bishop pair and the hedgehog structure is one that I've played a lot of these positions as black, and more often than not, I felt like no matter how bad the space advantage might feel at some point, you are striking with b5 eventually. Your rooks get to the c file. So unless you blunder something tactically while you're struggling to catch up with development, these positions are very playable, despite if the computers like them for the space advantage forever. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see if Magnus comes up with something, and the main weapon that he has is on the clock, right? As long as he maintains an edge there, and if the position becomes complex, Pragg might regret how much time he spent.
What else is he considering here? If castle kingside is not that obvious that he already would have played it like 2 minutes ago, what other moves are his candidate moves, David?
Yeah, I mean, first other move that would come to my mind would be rook c8. It just feels so risky to leave the king in the center now that white's pieces are fully mobilized. I guess rook c8, just to try and keep the white queen tied down to the d3 square, kind of tied down to defending this pawn. I like Danny's kind of mention of b5 as well. Like, if white ever plays b3, there might be ideas of blowing open the center, even as a pawn sacrifice, just to destabilize white's bind. It looked like Magnus was about to move, but no, he settles back down.
Settles back down into his arm there. But yeah, no, the b5 idea is common after b3, as you said, because the rook on c8 hits a now undefended knight on c3. So there's sometimes just tactical ways to kind of justify that breakthrough. Even d5 is sometimes possible there, although it's something you have to be very careful about. Tactics better work. All right, this is going to be a fun one. It's obviously one that has some dynamic things to debate and discuss, and the players get to debate it on the board, and we get to debate it from the comfort of these glorious chairs. And
very
there's some snacks
chairs
over here that no one can see that we get to access. The snack game has leveled up with every round for us. I'm just letting you guys know.
We even have watermelon.
We got
believe
water.
it.
Don't tell them everything we have. I want them to guess.
Oranges, chocolate.
It's so good. All right, back to the 30,000-foot glance. All 6 games are still going. Not a lot of players giving an inch here, right? There's a game in the middle between Cramling and June that we predicted from the very beginning was, for those who don't know, when we went to that game and there was the gray bar still on, that means we are still in opening theory, and there were still, in that particular position, there were thousands of games that have probably led to a draw. And so, not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but that game, I don't even know that we need to go to it. It's just spying the rook and knight versus rook and knight is likely headed toward peace unless we get a blunder from one side. So we'll leave that one where it is.
Can we check in actually with Vaishali's game just to update what happened in that critical moment of the queen c3?
It looks like the line I was kind of saying
yeah,
sort of happened.
I think it's that line, just slightly different, so we could just update our viewers on what was the difference there before we go to another game.
Yep, I want to get back to Fabi and Ding because we've had a little bit of action there, but yeah, go ahead. So when we left it, there was this discovered and devious-looking check on the long dark square diagonal, but as we predicted, black kind of laughs in the face of danger on the check and starts to simplify things.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, Danny, you kind of briefly mentioned queen takes f3, totally viable. That's a very playable move, keeping the tension. Instead, she decided to try and transform white's advantage into something material here. E takes d6 is a check. Black blocks, white's structure slightly compromised. There's a pin on the d file now, trying to regain the material. White says, okay, you'll probably win my pawn, but at least you'll be left with isolated pawns all over the queenside. Rook to b8, blue arrow appears. Vaishali finds the best move, eyeing up the loose pawn on b2, which duly moves, and rook to b5, a swinger. Rook g5, potentially a threat. And white decides, okay, just before any attack starts to brew, the queens have to come off, and I think white is risking absolutely zero here, but the question is whether she can fight for an advantage.
Agreed. All right. Well, I want to back up quickly because even though I like that we caught up, good to know that we paid off the forcing variation, but now we got to pay off the first visit to the confessional booth by the man that we are often always waiting for because he would claim he is a creator and streamer first and chess player second. You now know who I'm talking about. Hikaru Nakamura took his first trip to the confessional booth. Let's see what he had to say about his game versus Alireza Firouzja right now.
Well, welcome back, everyone. So today, I think confessional booth or box or room, or whatever they call this, is worthy. Obviously, I forgot to look at this before the game. It's kind of risky, of course, switching from one first move to another move, especially with everyone coming off the candidates. Of course, I had a game in something very similar to this. I think this exact position, perhaps, against Dubov, I think it was, back in the FIDE Grand Prix in like 2019 before the pandemic hit. I think it was like May, last time I was in Russia, probably last time I'll ever be there, actually. Or no, I played there later in St. Petersburg. But anyway, that's beside the point. So I had this... I had something very similar against Dubov in the FIDE Grand Prix in 2019. I think he didn't play H6 if I remember correctly or something like that, but I've of course used it a lot of time so far. But at this point in the game, I think we're essentially at a very critical moment where either I'm in a lot of trouble potentially or I'm completely fine. I think if Alireza has to trade the bishop for the knight on c5, there should be no danger for me is what I would say, but there's no guarantee that he has to. But I think this is really a critical moment. If he has to trade something or he doesn't have something immediately, then I don't think there's any danger for me at this point. But of course, it's very, very, very hard to judge. But it's definitely not what I wanted because I am down already like a good 25 minutes on the clock with the white pieces. But, you know, on some level, I would say this sort of symbolizes kind of the issue in a way with chess these days, which is that if you're playing with the white pieces and you can't surprise your opponent, I think in many aspects, it's better to be playing with the black pieces because then you get to surprise your opponent. They've spent a lot of time and the onus is always on white to win the game. So just a general musing or observation I have about this. If we look at the other games, Magnus has decided to play something very double edge. He's kind of going all in today, I guess you could say. I think he's either going to win or he's going to lose. Very hard to see that Sicilian position ending in a draw. Of course, Fabiano's come with some very heavy prep in this Italian opening, so I don't know what's going on there either, but I would say, speaking for myself, because I've had to use a lot of time, haven't looked really close at those games, but for me, it's a very critical moment. Either I'm completely fine or I'm much worse. I think most likely I'm completely fine because I don't see anything right off, and Alireza finally is trying to burn his clock, but we'll see what happens. So probably going to be an exciting day, though, I would say, for all the fans.
All right, your streamer, everyone. your streamer giving you breakdowns, not just of his thoughts versus Alireza Firouzja, some really interesting takes on what the struggles are these days to prep and then execute at a high level because of the risks to push too hard. We're going to talk about that in a second. But then he gave a breakdown of all the other games. All right, Alireza is about to move, so we're probably just going to dial into the chess of this particular battle. Right when he mentioned his game versus Dubov, I quickly looked it up. From what I could see, it was a slightly different move order, and Hikaru actually ended up taking on b6 in that line, not knight c5. But we're going to find that game and see if I'm right. Maybe it's a little different, but either way, it is a critical position. Looks like it's not as bad as what we thought it could have been. Perhaps Alireza should have really played your idea, David, with h5. He didn't, and now we're in an interesting position that, according to Hikaru, is similar to one he had against Daniil Dubov. Let's pull it up.
And this is a battle of the chairs, a battle of the suits. No one is at the board.
The battle of the chairs. It looks like a scene from like Empire Strikes Back, like an emperor like gets up and leaves the chair empty, and I don't know. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, Emperor Palpatine. Which one is the Sith Lord? Which one is the Jedi in this game? The reason that, if we backtrack and recover the last moves, the reason that Bishop F5, I mean, it comes with pros and cons, is that simply you leave the B7 pawn unprotected. And Anna earlier mentioned that the white bishop from afar is a bit of a sniper here, and knight into C5, I think a really clever choice of knights. You can eliminate this bishop at will at any moment, but more importantly, you attack on B7, and Firouzja decided, okay, this is too much pressure. You cannot really defend this pawn. I mean, for example, rook to B8, simply knight takes B7 anyway, and computer says it's fine, but this does come at the cost of a pawn. Maybe actually even bishop takes in this position is a double attack, and white wins material. So, instead, knight c5, met by a capture, met by b6. It feels really loose for black temporarily, because this knight only defended by its queen. It's kind of eyed up twice. But, Firouzja's arguing that if he gets one more move, he'll put a rook on c8, black's pieces harmonize, and Anna, do you think this is the moment for Hikaru to try some tactics, to try some flashy moves, or do you think it's like you said in the video, just equal?
I think he summed it up very well, that it's either all just fine or there's something wrong going on. I actually am curious if he said those words a couple of moves before the current position we are seeing, because I feel like after these last few moves of Firouzja, Hikaru is not in danger. I feel like h5, h4 earlier, instead of the bishop development, was the critical way of
I've
testing
pulled up the
white.
game. Just if anyone wants to know, he mentioned the game with Dubov from 2019. Whether or not that's the last time Hikaru goes to Russia or not will remain to be seen, as Hikaru said in the confessional. But he said that this was a game he played. And in that game, if we want to back up real quick to move 12, Dubov played rook to e8, whereas Firouzja played the more forcing move h6 here. So if you want to look up that game, go ahead and do so for yourselves. But instead of rook to e8, or sorry, in this game we had h6, and instead in that game it was rook to e8. And pulling up the game, I'm sorry. Had too many tabs, too many chess tabs. It was rook e8, and then Hikaru took on b6. And after a takes b6, e3 was played. Dubov played d3 here. The game went on for just under 30 moves. Ultimately was a draw. What looked like kind of a forcing draw, so things started petering out. But a very different position, so it's possible Hikaru entered the confessional booth much earlier than we realized, and so he was referring to the position just after bishop g5, or even Hikaru maybe mistook exactly what happened in that game. But either way, as we already saw, h6 was played here by Firouzja, the much more forcing move. And if we go back to the position, though, David, after h6, just to quickly remind everybody that I agree with you that after missing h5, right, if we just get to that position, bishop f6, queen f6, and rook c1, rook e8, h3, but in that line, Firouzja not finding h5 may actually be his last chance to get an edge, because Hikaru responded in the way he did. It's already looking much easier for him to play.
Yes.
And the idea you highlighted might have been key that Firouzja didn't find.
Yeah, and I think in the confessional he did mention that Firouzja should take a knight on c5, so it was just 2 moves ago that we did get that video, but we see Hikaru kind of locked in right now, and I do wonder whether he's going to get really ambitious. I mean,
play something like queen a4 instead of moving the knight, that's what he's thinking?
There's some knight jumps, but also queen a4, as you mentioned, Anna.
Queen a4, I like
really
that move a lot. Yeah.
Let's put this on the board just before we move away from this game, but simply the idea is to fork, double attack the black rooks. This would be a decisive advantage for white. Also, the c5 pawn will collapse. Yes, h3 is hanging, but I don't think that's the most relevant thing in the position right now. This rook is attacked, more importantly. So queen a4, if black cannot take the white knight, I guess black tries to defend on c6, and the question is whether there's a follow-up. If not, then the white queen might be misplaced. You're just hanging the e2 pawn.
Yeah, it might be the case. You still need to move the knight.
There's something like knight b3 here, and now you're unleashing the attack. The knight retreats to its previous square where it attacks d4, and now you've got, well, I might lose e2, but you might lose just as much, right? So this is a fun one, and Hikaru's definitely got to calculate lines like this. So, but I want to back up. I don't want to leave this game just yet, because I want to unpack the other things Hikaru said in the confessional booth. We can go to the live position or not, which is, David, your thoughts on what he said about the difficulties of being white in modern-day top-level classical chess, when the expectation is that you have a win, but it's so hard to prepare positions that actually give you an advantage. It's almost easier to be black, where your opponent either over pushes, it's like, come get me, big fella, and then you get your chances as black. Do you agree with him about that?
I agree, and it's starting to filter down the levels as well. A lot of the viewers at home will have their preferences, white, black, depending on their favorite openings, but at Grandmaster level now, even lower down, as you see players at all levels start to improve in their opening due to resources, books, chessable courses. It's more likely that you'll get hit if you enter a main line when you have the white side than black these days. So I kind of see his point. I would still take white any day of the week. It feels like if you want to steer the game towards a safer path, you can. It still feels like you have the serve a bit, but the advantage of the white piece is less and less. Anna, though, we did see 6 wins for white yesterday.
Yes, I was gonna add to that here
Armageddon
the
doesn't
color.
Totally count, does it? But go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
It's just that there's this extra level, extra meta about the Armageddon. And do you prefer to have the white pieces, more time, but you need to win, or do you prefer less time and draw odds? I think depending on the player, the answer can be very different to that question.
I think that's a great point. I think it literally depends on the player, unless Maybe unless that player is Magnus Carlsen. If you're just tuning in, we showed some startlingly frightening stats of Magnus Carlsen's record in Armageddon. And I'm throwing to Magnus because we spent a lot of time on this. Fascinating thoughts about prep at the high level there from Hikaru. But let's bring it back, David, because we actually had a visit to the confessional booth by Magnus Carlsen while we were analyzing the game between Nakamura and Firouzja. Let's see what Magnus had to say about his current position.
I'm a little bit scared that he's just going to go fe6, and then knight d5 now. The thing is, I'll take the knight, maybe I'll castle queenside, but it looks quite scary. I kind of doubt that it's objectively good for white, although I'm not quite sure. But I feel like in other lines I'm probably quite all right. I'll develop with bishop e7, castles, maybe rook ae8, bishop d8. Sometimes I can also go for moves like b5, e5 or d5. So that should be pretty okay there. But yeah, knight d5 scares me a bit.
First of all, kind of funny he said thank you. Seems like a smile at the end.
Thank you for listening to my confession.
Maybe Magnus continues. Maybe Magnus plans to give us a lot of updates. And thank you for tuning in to the Magnus Carlsen Confession Show. I would subscribe to that podcast. I'm not going to lie. Like, he could just do a daily sub 1 minute
Yeah, I would
confessional, and
definitely
I would
listen
subscribe.
to that. And he streams too. So there's a lot of streamers in the field. Hikaru, Magnus, Firouzja. Fabiano has his own podcast. I mean, they are all content creators.
Okay, I realize, now I know. David, we were sitting there trying to figure out what position was Magnus talking about, because he was describing, I'm just worried he's going to bring the knight in and the knight to c6. He must have been talking about why he didn't play e5. Because so we were watching the video real time, everybody, just break the fourth wall, let you in on it. David and I were wondering, wait, is that the wrong position that we were showing? But actually, I think it was from that right time, and he was describing why he was choosing not to play e5, because he was worried, if we back up, instead of queen d7, he was worried about knight d5. Now that's what I realize. With tempo, and then opening the c file, right?
Right.
This must have been it, and then the knight coming to c6?
But in which position? Because f5 here? Or instead of f5 even, you mean?
As well, right, which is actually a common theme in these positions. I don't know that you can get away with it. That's quite the sacrifice.
I think it might have been here, Danny. Instead of bishop g5, he mentioned f takes e6 first, and then he said knight d5 in this position, and the bar drops, but only slightly. Still saying
so he was scared of this idea that didn't happen.
And he said that he would probably take and castle queenside, but that this is very scary.
Very scary.
He would be up a piece, but white's pieces are so active. And you still need to develop the king side for black. Even once you develop it, there's just very little space for black's pieces. So this would have been absolutely crazy if Pragg had sacrificed a knight on d5, which is a theme the Sicilian. So it wouldn't have been... Maybe it was something he considered. It wouldn't be uncommon that it comes to his mind.
No, especially not in these hedgehogs.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a common theme. But David, I want to back up, because I think you were saying it's not after e5 because there was a queen c5 at the end of my line, right? Was that? I just want to...
Yeah.
So, okay, if we back up. So it wasn't on e5, because here e5, knight d5 does not work, because you can play queen to c5 either right away or after taking, one or the other. Yeah, okay,
probably
so
we take first.
Sorry, I couldn't get it out of my head why you were just... So then I realized that must have been the tactic. Okay, but yeah, so that, first of all, fascinating to see from Magnus. He was looking at this knight d5 sack, which never came to be. Does that mean he's now feeling better about his position as we look at the live board? A little more comfy that he's got the bishop on e7 and rook on c8, but by the way, he might be feeling more comfy. The computer says my advantage is growing as white.
Queen e2, though, the blue arrow saying this is by far the strongest move for white. I understand the move once we see it. The idea for everyone at home after queen to e2 is simply, as Danny mentioned earlier, to threaten e5. Now there's all sorts of hits along the d-file. Rook staring down an enemy queen is always really uncomfortable. For example, if black castles, I wouldn't be surprised if e5 immediately is a bit of a knockout. There we go. And discovered attack.
Just knight takes e6.
Yeah, hitting the queen, hitting the rook. But again, it's hard to see it, but once you've seen it,
You cannot unsee it.
Yeah, it's one of those.
It's like watching a horror movie.
I
It's
know.
like ever since I saw Saw, I've never been the same. Just as a person.
Same
Why
with me
did I
about
watch it?
Ring. I would never watch it again or recommend it to anyone.
Yeah.
I still have nightmares. Anyway, the horror on the board is that if Pragg finds Queen to E2, Magnus Carlsen is in trouble. So can he find it? Will he find it? I think he will.
I think so too. In fact, he played Rook D1 kind of quickly of all the moves he'd been playing, right? He'd already spent a lot of time earlier, but it's a very logical thing to do, right? To retreat the queen, put the rook directly up against the black queen's gaze, and okay, easy for us to say. Perhaps Queen E2 can be met by Queen C. No, but then E6 hangs. But that must be some idea here where black is going to try to defend this the Sicilian way, which is the best defense is a good offense. I think Magnus has to come up with something tricky here, right? That makes it hard for Pragg to solve.
The reason I'm so surprised the bar is this high is because black can just lock things down. Black can play the move E5, at least kind of postponing any immediate disaster, and the white knight will be forced away. I'm assuming the C2 square, where it normally a good square, a flexible square for the white knight, it reroutes into the center. But the fact that this position is almost +2 for white, that is a surprise to me. And yes, it's a positional advantage, I would say, but for the advantage to be this great, this early, that's the one that I feel for the players is going to be the hardest to comprehend. Pragg, though, getting excited. You can see him on the camera.
Yeah.
That's the Pragg shuffle, and we call it now. Every day he's shuffling, but that is a thing he does when he's calculating and feels good. We've seen him sort of reveal his feelings before. And by the way, I mean that position. If we want to show it real quick as to why that's a clear edge, I think there are some logical reasons in that. You know, maybe surprising at first to see the advantage that big for white, but the bishop on g5 is already in place to eliminate that knight, which immediately allows white to bring the knight to e3, and then you get not just a temporary piece on d5, but a permanent pony, as we like to call them. Permanent ponies are on my daughter's wall. Permanent ponies, or they're on d5. That's it. That's a permanent pony. You're not allowed to remove that drawing.
It's a unicorn.
Okay? It's a unicorn. It is a beast, and when that knight gets to d5, this is a freaking nightmare. I mean, seriously, right? Like,
It is a nightmare.
I just want to show, like, yes, it's, you know, maybe surprising, but it's, I mean, that knight gets to d5, and boy, if we start talking about Pragg, you know, pushing this one, surviving the weird opening Magnus threw at him, the one that kind of made him uncomfortable. We were I was applauding Magnus's choice.
Me too.
The old dog, right? Getting the bishop here and making Pragg have to think his way out of the opening. He spent a huge amount of time. But if Pragg gets a position like this and he's the only one who can win when you dominate with a knight on d5 like that, it's just wow. I'd be very impressed.
Yeah, David, can we show it a few more moves so that strategically we get to a good knight versus bad bishop position, just so that it's very clear why a position with equal material can be this much advantage once you get the knight on d5. If we just make a few moves, even if it's just random moves, I thought it's very instructive to point out that once you trade one of the bishops for one of your knights, what remains on the board is absolute horror for Magnus Carlsen, because his bishop is dead. That bishop is locked behind his own pawn chain. Even if you place it on g5, it's shooting into thin air. There's nothing to attack. There's nowhere to go. While the knight on d5 is playing on both flanks and has such a grasp on the center. That's an outpost, a knight outpost for eternity, for the rest of the game. And the d6 pawn is going to be weak for eternity.
Yeah, this is the type of position you see in a simultaneous display where it's a grandmaster against an amateur. I mean, this is a nightmare, as you said, Danny, for any player at any level. But at this level, this is just decisive. I now start to understand the evaluation.
I didn't even realize how much we just punned our way. It was a nightmare. Nightmare. But with it, I mean, we're so good at these puns. Like, we don't even know what we're doing anymore. My God! All right, so
the chat knows. I'm sure that both on YouTube and Twitch, the chat knows
sure
the right spelling.
They caught it. Danya Naroditsky is somewhere rolling in his grave. Like, these guys are amateurs. All right, well, Queen E2's been played, and Pragg is feeling it. You can see it in how he moved. You can see it in the rocking. Again, anyone who's been watching Pragg over the last couple of years, there is a body language. I don't want to call it a tell because this isn't poker, but every player has a certain pose that they get when you can see that they're deep in thought. The focus is no representation in terms of how they feel about the position. They feel good. And Magnus Carlsen, his classical chess struggles could be continuing here in 2024.
Yeah, he's leading the tournament, but that's a lead because of 2 draws in Classical and 2 wins in Armageddon. He is the king of Armageddon, but can he survive this Classical game? He's not going to get into an Armageddon if Pragg continues to put this much pressure on him. And I think it's official that he is in trouble. This position it feels like he is a few moves behind. It feels like a hedgehog where you're lacking a few tempi, that you already should have castled and you already should have brought all your pieces into the game. It feels like it would be okay if he could just make 2-3 moves in a row, but he's not allowed. What a pain.
Yeah, and it's self-inflicted. He kind of prioritized queenside development, which is understandable, but if he had his king safer maybe 2-3 moves ago, yeah, as you say, Anna, he would be totally fine. At the very least, Magnus Carlsen, but huge trouble. Hasn't won a game at Norway Chess for 2 years now, a classical game. Yeah, classical struggles, as you mentioned, Danny, and this is kind of also harking back to what Hikaru said. If you really want to take a risk in classical chess, yes, it's difficult with white, but if you're black and you want to win, you have to play positions like this where you might just get punished right from the start.
And I know we need to check in on the other games, but let's be honest, if Pragg is on the verge of upsetting the world #1 and 5-time world champion, I think the fans are going to be happy that we're focused on this game a bunch. We see Magnus grabbing the pawn, ready for a think, but I don't want to leave it till we go back a little bit, because now my brain is spinning. Where did it first start to go wrong for Magnus? And I think you're right, David, with that subtle hint you just dropped that he prioritized queenside over kingside, and I think it actually started as far back as the move 10b6. I'm just pulling up. It wasn't forced for him to choose that. He could have just played bishop e7 after the slow h3, right, and gotten the king out of dodge, if you will. It's so hard to consider that moves like that as a mistake, but I actually have kind of a theory behind it that because of the tactical themes that exist in these hedgehog structures once you play b6, which is what? The tactics on the c6 square with the knight d5 stuff, that kind of pushed Magnus to want to take the approach he did. So it's like one mistake leads to another. He could have had this position as you're showing. Again, not to say that white doesn't have a small edge, but this is a much more traditional looking hedgehog we thought we were going to get. But instead, we back up, and Magnus didn't prioritize the king safety. He played b6. Pragg flips the script and says, all right, now it's go time. Now I'm going to get aggressive with f4 and f5, and suddenly the light squares are overwhelmed because you've committed to this so early. And it's actually, again, it's high-level chess, but to see even the greatest player of all time, the highest rated player in the event for sure, like maybe make enough of an investment there that he gets himself in trouble. And now, anyway, it's just interesting. I'm like,
very
wow.
interesting. And very good point, Danny. Very good point.
So we'll see. We'll see if Magnus can wiggle his way out of it, but I want to back up to the bird's eye view. We've spent a lot of time on this one. Pragg bringing the pressure, playing very pragmatic right now. Pragg, you know, I don't even know where I'm going with this. You know, Rameshbabu. No, we'll find a pun. We'll find a Pragg pun. Help us out at home, everyone. The notorious. I want to give him like a rapper name. Anyway, we've got a lot of other games still rolling on. We haven't checked in with Fabiano Caruana and Liren in a hot minute. We might want to do that. I think we should, given that Fabiano, his time advantage is not nearly what it once was. It was almost an hour at one point. So Fabi has spent a lot of time on the last couple moves, and I don't know that he really has that big of an advantage to show for it. But maybe I'm missing something. So, what are your thoughts, David?
Yeah, firstly, some tactics in the air. There's quite a lot to calculate. Like you said, Danny, outline of the position, black should be fine. If black gets 1 or 2 more moves, then I think Ding will be extremely happy. Clock situation still leaves something to be desired for Ding. Maybe if we just do a quick backtrack, we were only here actually 4 or 5 moves ago, but the position has exploded. There have been a bunch of exchanges.
It's been an hour, but it's only been 4 or 5 moves.
Exactly.
Go ahead, yeah.
Let's go back from a few moments ago. We saw the central tension, max tension here in the center. It was broken by Ding, first of all. He traded on d4, not the other capture that we mentioned, which was also fine, but this one, perhaps a position he felt he could handle better. Queen to b6, just defending the c6 pawn. And yeah, after a few trades, the black queen drops back. And this is how we reach the live position. First move that comes to my mind, the bishop on d4 is super strong. It's staring down the black king, so I would want to make c5 work here. But you have to calculate, and c5, I do wonder whether there are tactics in the air. Oh, I mean, bishop takes
With a bishop
g7.
sacrifice? Could that work?
I wonder.
Is it possible?
I wonder, because the black king, let's see, the bar
Let's
doesn't
just
move.
do it. I mean, it's announced. Let's go.
It's not our
Come
piece.
on,
We
let's
can just
do
give it
Let's
up,
do
right?
it.
It's not ours.
Take it.
Not sure what next. Maybe
I mean,
a
I
check?
don't know. Let's give a check, maybe. Why not? I think if you play king g6, I have rook takes e6. That's my feeling. Right? Why the bleep not?
Although the
And
black
then,
king is
and then
running.
queen g4. Oh, you're getting out?
Black king is running
Oh my gosh.
for the hills.
Okay, so you can't do that. Fine. The king does get out.
So much to calculate. I mean, there's still checks in the air. There's queen d3. There's maybe just a subtle rook.
I was going to say
just
just rook e3, yeah, and then the queen guards the knight. That probably does the trick.
Although the bar drops says it's level. How can this be level?
I
White's
don't
a piece
know.
down.
I would take white.
Oh my gosh.
Black's not
level.
surviving this.
Yeah, I would take white any day of the week. Yeah, but there are other sacrifices. The black king will be forced to walk a real tightrope on the edge. You can see why Ding's hesitating in this position, because c5, if white retreats, black is at least fine, maybe even better. So pretty much Fabi has said, I'm all in. I'm going to take this pawn. I'm going to chase your king down to its death. So big decision for Ding right now. Critical moment.
And the more I look at it, too, the more we came to the board, if we back up to just knight to g3 had just been played, we see that, there's a lot of things that suggest this could get out of control quickly, right? We have an obstacle bishop position, meaning the dark squares, when they come under fire, the light square bishop on e6 will just be an innocent or not so innocent bystander, just helpless. The knight coming to h5 is actually a direct threat whether you sack or not, because doubling up on that square on g7, you can't defend it. If you play f6, then the bishop hangs, right? We just highlight that the rook is spying the bishop on e6. So knight h5 is a direct threat whether you sacrifice on the next move or not. c5 would force the agenda, right? But even if you don't play c5, this is actually a little crazy. And the thing that goes with it too is that the queen she's kind of lost her way over there, right? She's off wandering at the farm. Needs to come back home.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those positions where the bar is only showing a slight advantage for white, but between two human beings, without the engine supporting their calculations all the way to whether my king is getting checkmated or not when the bishop is sacrificed on g7, without that knowledge, it's extremely hard to make a move like c5. And maybe c5 is the best move for black, because otherwise knight h5 is coming, as you mentioned, Danny. But if he pushes c5, he has to be really sure that the bishop sacrifice is something that he will survive, because you're forcing your opponent's hand. You're forcing Fabi to go for it.
Yeah, and Ding on the camera looks really uncomfortable. He was shifting his position. Now, something's bothering him at least. The problem is I don't see anything other than c5. I'm just struggling, Anna.
Like, if that's the only move for him to even stay in the game, to prevent knight h5, but c5 will be forcing Fabi's hand to be looking at that bishop sacrifice very seriously. This is troublesome.
Yeah,
this is very
I
troublesome.
think it's a lot scarier than it looks. And Fabi used his time well, I guess, after having surprised Ding a little bit. If you missed it earlier, Fabiano Caruana took his first trip, as he said, in, what did he say, 8 years?
He needs to do it more often. It's working.
Yeah, Fabiano
it's
Caruana
working.
trying to break up the rhythm. He's lost 2 heartbreaking Armageddon matches in the first 2 rounds of Norway Chess. So Fabi trying to reverse his fortunes. I also know he had a bit of a late night last night, throwing down with some Avalon.
Avalon.
Yeah.
The thing is, Avalon is such a tradition here at Norway Chess. I don't know how many of our viewers play Avalon or know of Avalon, but Avalon and Norway Chess, they go way back. Even when I was here first time in Norway Chess in like 2018, they were already playing it.
That must have something to do with the break music. I feel like when we're at a break and the music is playing, I feel like it's like the theme song to like right before you're about to start an epic quest, right? A quest for Camelot. And so, but no, Fabiano trying to maybe change his fortunes, break up the rhythm a little bit. Had some fun last night, and maybe it pays off today if he can find a way to get some pressure against Liren.
Yeah, I just want to mention two things. Firstly, accuracy, 99% against 98.9%.
I mean, it's decent.
That's not that bad.
It's decent.
Oh, and Liren doesn't play c5. Will his accuracy drop because of that?
Well,
it dropped a tiny bit.
But he played it for a good reason, right? Let's just show it. We're here. This game's about to heat up. Now knight h5 can be met with f6. So that was just like a directly defensive move to guard the bishop so that if white plays knight h5, you can play f6. You block the diagonal and the bishop's defended. And you can play bishop f7 next. So, as far as a move to play, I don't want to call it a bullet move, David, but if someone played knight g3 and you had only 1 second, you might immediately recognize knight h5 and play rook e8 to guard the bishop. So it's an intuitively natural thing to do.
Yeah, really classy. Another thing I was going to point out after knight to g3, I was trying to calculate there, c5, bishop takes, and this position, I'm assuming black's king cannot wander forward. If it tries to kind of hold its ground, then Fabiano was risking precisely 0 here. I think this is firstly terrifying for Ding, but at the very minimum, Fabiano could have repeated the position. So it's the worst type of kind of defensive task here when you know your opponent can bail out with a draw at any point if you're accurate. I think this was just too scary. So yeah, really nice, classy move from Ding. I was saying I was struggling to find another option to c5, but he's found one, and that's a good sign.
He did, and it's a good practical decision, as you pointed out, David, to not force the bishop sacrifice, but prevent it. I mean, I guess we could still be looking at it, but it's a different picture, isn't it?
It's a different picture here, and due to the fact that the bishop is defended, often any checks that I was pointing out in that type of variation,
f5.
Black can always block with the f-pawn.
Yeah.
And I think a good choice of rook. For viewers at home, you might be wondering why didn't he use the other rook? It's because the rook on f8 might be a useful defensive piece after the pawn has pushed forward to f6 or f5 in some of those variations. So just as many pieces close to home as possible. And yes, the black queen is really far divorced from her king here, but at least the other pieces are doing the work for her.
Yeah, clutch defense by Ding Liren, and we shall see if it's going to be enough. At least it stops the sacrifice, and he's preparing to push f6. I see the computer being excited about pawn to f4, but then also f6, I guess, is the answer. Otherwise, your bishop will be trapped with f5. And I don't know what's the follow-up after f4, f6. I don't think there's anything concrete here, just that white has more space, white's pieces are more active, but nothing immediate. The position is not collapsing.
Agreed. And f4 is a hard move to play if you don't have something concrete. I'd rather play either queen d2 or queen d3. Both those moves sort of improve your diagonal pressure, even if it's just a bluff to the king's side, and they prepare to double the rooks on e1. Of course, the question is black playing c5 at some point, right? So that's probably what Fabiano's calculating, and we're going to let him do that because that's what he has to do. He has to work hard at the board, and we get to have snacks. That's why Norway Chess is awesome. All right. What do we think here? Hikaru's game against Alireza Firouzja rolls on. Interesting stuff there as black is committed to opening the king's side. Interesting stuff here. It feels like a bunch of fans just filed in. It just got real loud in here.
It does feel like
I don't know what's going on
here. I was
here,
trying to act normal, but
there's
I can
all
barely
kinds of live
hear
audiences in this amazing venue here. There's commentary in 3 different spots with TV2 and another global broadcast, and so kind of crazy. All right, let's choose one more game here. I think before we get our next break, what do you think?
There are some interesting endgames, I'm going to say. In the women's section right now, we will, of course, update Nakamura Firouzja a bit later, but still looking roughly in the balance there. Maybe just very briefly an update on Muzichuk against the leader, Vaishali?
Yeah. And on Magnus's game, in the bird's eye view, we can mention that it's what we were talking about, that he had to push the pawn to avoid pawn to e5 by white, so he himself pushes e5, but that creates this massive hole in his position on d5, and he will need to try to prevent the good knight versus bad bishop positions, but I don't think he can.
I think he's in trouble. I think he's in trouble,
Yeah.
and whether Pragg converts or not will remain to be seen. Magnus is one of the most tenacious defenders in history, right? He's not going to go down quietly, but Pragg will be in the driver's seat against Magnus Carlsen, the world number 1. So if you were looking for reasons to reorganize your day on this Wednesday, call in sick, make up an excuse, stick around. We might have an epic result there between Praggnanandhaa and Magnus Carlsen. So, but all right, let's dive in to Muzichuk and Vaishali before we head to a break. Vaishali, as has just been pointed out by our featured chatter, has a 50-minute time advantage. That's kind of a big deal.
It is a big deal, especially when there's no increment, and this is only move 25, so 15 more moves to be played before there's a 10-second increment added per move. David, what happened since we last left it? I think knight to c3 was going to be Anna's last move. We didn't see knight to c3, and then a few more moves happened after.
Yeah, let's do a quick action replay. Knight c3 attacked this black rook, which swung over to the center. Maybe small inaccuracy, nothing major. And here, the biggest surprise for me in this game is that white is still a pawn up, first of all. But also, it's the d pawn, the monster pawn that has survived so long into this game. But ultimately, it was blocked. Only move for black now to block it with her king. Vaishali finding, I think, the best defensive setup for black. And if you could pick up a white rook and put it anywhere on the back rank, anywhere on the 8th rank, it's just game over. But no inroads yet. Black's bishop's actually quite a useful piece here, and white still has a bunch of weak pawns. So this could go in any direction. 3 results still possible.
It's not Bughouse, right? Otherwise you'd be like rook mates, rook mates, knight drop the knight on b7. It's
any piece mates, pretty much.
Any piece
Yeah,
mates.
rook, queen, a bishop would be great on f6, a knight on b7, any piece, no?
It makes us wanna play Bughouse, but we're not here playing Bughouse.
Are you sure?
But it makes me want to take a quick break and remind everybody that they might want to check out our merch. Did you know how awesome and sexy the chess.com merch is? Completely revamped, relaunched merch store available. This stuff is high quality. David, tell them how high quality it is.
Oh, those shirts are soft, Danny.
You're wearing one. You were wearing one this morning.
I was. I've been wearing one all day.
And it looked good on you. And they're soft, right? Also, that mittens merch sells out every time we bring it back. Check it out, and you might want to pick up some of this stuff when you get a chance. It's pretty awesome. So, all right, go to chess.com/merch. Use the command merch. In the meantime, we're going to grab just a quick breather before maybe we get closer to some of our first results of the day. Will we get our first decisive victory in the men's division here in 2020 for Norway Chess? We're going to find out. So much more ahead. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage from Stavanger will return in just a few.
Magnus, do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall, I don't regret it. Yeah, that's the truth.
Okay. Good. Just checking. Regardless of who wins the candidates tournament coming up, do you think Ding will successfully defend his title?
No. He's telling the truth.
Okay, controversial. Magnus, do you ever regret making 2900 a public target?
No. It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Okay, touched a nerve. Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes. That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No. So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care. He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes. He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No. He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes. Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure. He's telling the truth.
Okay. Have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times. He's telling the truth.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013. Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
Oh, I didn't know we were coming back yet. Okay, I'm not ready. Let's throw it to Hikaru in the confessional booth.
All right, you guys, I decided to come back now that Alireza has moved after a long think. I think my position should be completely fine now. I would say there's effectively zero danger. It's more a question of whether it's very equal or whether one of us makes a mistake and then the game gets interesting again. But I would say at least at the moment, it's probably trending much more towards a draw than anything. Of course, the irony is that when I think about this game were a game of the candidates and Alireza were on tilt, I don't think he would have done what he just did against me where he played bishop takes c5. I think he would have gone for one of the much sharper lines, like a knight e5 move, maybe something with a d3 somewhere, or maybe even rook a c8. But here he's being much more practical than he was in the candidates. And I think by taking, I mean, he didn't see anything concrete, and he's not on tilt. So he's just being solid, which of course, perhaps a little bit unfortunate versus the candidates, but nonetheless, I think the good news is I suspect I'm fine here. But if I go back a few moves, just thinking through my head, I think if he played bishop g4 instead of rook e8, I could have been in some trouble there. It just feels a little bit iffy. It'll be interesting to look after the game, of course, and see if my intuition and instincts are right here. But at least here, I should be fine. Maybe even I have some chance if he makes 1 or 2 dubious moves to be better. But it is what it is. Magnus' game, of course, is very sharp. Who knows what's going to happen there. Fabiano's up 30 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's obviously not in prep anymore, but I feel like in general, it's going to be a very tough position for Ding to play. He has a double C pawns. Upon an A5, you could run into some B4 with some threats on the diagonal towards the bishop on C5 and queen on B6. When you combine it with the time, it feels iffy. I think there's a very, very good chance that Fabiano is going to win his game and potentially take the lead in the tournament. So those are probably the men's games. And the women's games, Vaishali against Muzichuk was some kind of really dank prep from Vaishali. Something that, I mean, she was just blitzing every move out to like move 25. It looks like the position's probably equal after all of that. What's the other game? There's also Pia's Cramling's game against Zhu and Jun, and I think Pia was completely fine. Looked like a boring equalish position, but she kind of made a slight blunder, I think, allowing his knight e2 rook and knight before knight d3, and I think it's still maybe okay for white. I'm thinking there might be a rook a6, rook d6, knight a5, knight b2, knight b7, some little trick like this, but it still feels very, very much on the edge here in that game. So should be interesting, but that's just a little update on the games. I don't think there's much else to say, so that's it for now.
First of all, you can eat the green stuff. It's one of the healthiest things you can eat. Vitamin A, really great for your spleen and digestion. I do it all the time. Danny Wrench here at 2024 Norway Chess. We're in the middle of round 3. Anna Rudolph right next to me and David Howell. And we just heard a very, very long update from Hikaru Nakamura, getting his thoughts around the horde. Did he just use the word dank?
He did. Way too dank, in my opinion, his comment. He's missing the chat. He was saying how, it's like streaming when he goes to the confessional booth, except he doesn't see the reaction of you guys. He is missing it. He's missing the interaction. So spam those memes, spam those emotes, and maybe the way too dank one as well. Or any comments on Danny's watermelon
it's a real
eating
thing. It's super healthy. There's a lot of things you can do. A lot of things that go against the conventional grain that are super healthy for you, and I'm into it. I'm into it. All right, so David,
I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna test this because I'm a health freak and I didn't know about this. I'm gonna test it.
All right. Well, we've got action in the Pragg Carlsen game, but it's going right down the road we kind of anticipated, which doesn't spell great news for Magnus Carlsen. Although he's posed some tactical problems, David, right? Mm-hmm. You'd love to just put the knights on d5 safely if you're Pragg, but Magnus figured out a way to pressure both the c4 and the e4 pawns indirectly, which is kind of tricky. So I say we head over there and get an update on Pragg Magnus. It's kind of the biggest game of the round, especially if we are in for an upset, as it would be if the youngest player in the field takes down the world number 1.
Let's do it. Let's do a quick recap, first of all. Only a few moves, but Magnus, as you mentioned, has found a slightly tricky way to ask questions. We left it after the brilliant move, queen to e2. Black obliged to play e5 to stop white from doing the same and blowing open the d-file. And first, Pragg actually traded off on f6. Maybe he didn't need to rush. Maybe this is what gave Magnus a small opportunity. Ultimately, the goal, the end desire is the same. You want to plant a knight on the d5 square, but this allowed Black, just before castling, to hit a pawn, first of all, on c4. This is where we mentioned the idea, the theme earlier, that b3 is often met by b5 due to a pin along the c-file against the white knights. Instead, Pragg defended the pawn with his knight, but that knight now has been nudged. And if Black gets to trade off the bad bishop, the problem child of his position, with bishop takes e3, he might breathe a sigh of relief, Magnus. So this is where, as Danny mentioned, you would love to play the move knight d5. I think you should probably start by looking at that move anyway, even if it does come at the cost of a pawn.
it's key. I mean, let's just show the lines real quick. We're in analysis mode. So if knight c to d5, okay, so you're showing knight e, and then we can. I was going to show that next because I think it's better. But knight c to d5 allows bishop takes e3, and the point is that if you recapture with the queen, then the c4 pawn, I think, can be taken, followed by queen to c5 after knight takes b6. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was trying to defend this position and get to an endgame where it's not as bad as you would think because things are opening up. It's not just a grind of a good knight versus a bad bishop. So, and then of course if the knight e takes d5, or sorry, the knight e goes to d5 instead, we have to look at queen takes c4 immediately and whether you can get away with that.
Yeah, and the big question here is, wow, he hasn't gone for either of these. He's actually moved his king.
He doesn't. Oh gosh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, David, but that surprised me to such extent that I did not see this coming. King to h1. We just wanted to show that probably knight e to d5 was a really strong move. You can give up the c4 pawn and say, I don't care, I'm down a pawn, but look at those beautiful unicorns. Wouldn't that have been the main choice? And what was Pragg worried about, David?
I think he just didn't want to take risks, sacrifice a pawn. Here, after a move like, I hesitate to suggest it, but bishop h6, you cannot yet take on b6 due to some tactics, a double attack, for example. So it would have been a real investment. And instead, let's go back and check out what he played that caused that shock, Anna, I think, among all of us. King h1, given a question mark, it's very slow, it's very tentative. It does allow a knight to be removed, a unicorn to be captured.
Yeah, you don't give up your unicorns.
You don't. It's so rare. You protect them. But all right, it is the idea that he's going to take b6 at the end of the line. But I would imagine if everything just starts being traded here, that somehow that's okay for Magnus. But okay, I mean, it's hard to calculate this. d6 is hanging, b6 is hanging.
And just to explain to everyone at home as well, the idea behind King h1 is, for example, in a position like this. So if black offers a trade of queens, you do not have to say yes. You can dodge. You can duck, dive, all of the Ds here. You hit a pawn, and at some point you do get a knight into d5. Big attack here for white. The king nice and safe on the h1 square. So it is logical. It is understandable. It's a bit like that h3 move earlier by Pragg. It's as if he's playing really slowly, but he's confusing Magnus in the process. And Anna, we can be as critical as we want of this last move, but ultimately still a promising position for white.
That is true. I'm worried about that knight being traded because that's such a dream. At the same time, I understand we have so much assistance here with the evaluation bar, with the computer backing those ideas. It's not our pawn to sacrifice, you know. I don't give up a pawn if it's my game. I give up his pawn, you know, because I don't mind. It's a pawn, you know, take it. As I'm still just like thinking of that position with knight e d5 and queen takes c4. You don't even need to trade. You move the queen away, and then you move the king out to threaten knight b6. But so much easier in hindsight, so much easier for us sitting with the computer and evaluation bar assistance. Very human move by Pragg to move the king out of the diagonal, not allow the queen trade. He does allow the knight being traded, but it's still a very complex position. So I think Magnus is getting out of danger, and he immediately takes that opportunity.
He's not going to miss his chance, and he'd rather be worse in a rook ending, even if he was down a pawn, if he thinks he can hold anything to avoid what we were foreshadowing as a beast of a knight in the middle of the board versus a bad bishop. And the other thing just to note that's just obvious but important to point out, Magnus has gotten rid of the bishop that would have been the bad bishop on the dark squares, right? So now, no matter what happens, whether he takes c4, I just want to point this out, or even if he castles, a big difference from the perspective that when the knight does come to d5, black now has a bishop that can still take it.
Yes.
We were looking at lines where that bishop, the bishop was a dark squared one, and so it was just forever dominated by the pony in the middle of the board. By the way, I don't think you should castle because I think f6 might be a serious problem. Okay, in fact, right on cue, Magnus actually stops f6. But this actually proves my point, is that Magnus has got to be feeling so much better now. He doesn't need to play crazy. When that knight gets to d5, he will find a safe way to move the queen off of c6 and threaten to take the d5 knight with the bishop, where he's going to be worse. Like, for the rest of the game, Magnus is worse here. He's just hoping to get to Armageddon here, right?
Yeah.
But he'd rather be defending a worse major piece ending than an ending where the dominant knight versus a bad bishop. So just Good chess there from Magnus, and or slightly misplayed by Pragg, just enough for Magnus to get rid of that bad bishop.
Yeah, and this is the Magnus effect. Often players do get good kind of promising positions against him, but they hesitate. They just assume he's seen deeper and they don't pull the trigger, and then the chance disappears. And this could be one of those cases. Yeah, Armageddon, or in Magnus' case, Farmageddon, where he just farms all his opponents. I mean, that looks more likely than ever, Anna.
I know. I think this is heading toward an Armageddon, even if, obviously, like, white is still better. We're just so mourning the loss that knight was, and because it was traded for the bad bishop of black. Can we just one more time bring up as a contrast what it would have been like if he was ready to give up the c4 pawn and jump to d5 with the knight, just so that we can compare this position to what it could have been?
Play knight e to d5, give up c4. Queen g4 was what we looked at. Queen g4 for the score. And yet,
even now, just king h1 is
king h1.
You mentioned, Anna.
Yeah, now you're threatening knight takes b6 fork, but even if you don't manage to do it, or even if you don't win the pawn back, the knights are so strong. You can only trade one, and I think this is the point that we should show, as Danny mentioned. Bishop takes d5, yes, you get rid of one knight, but who will get rid of now the second knight that's jumping to d5? No one.
And there's, with the knight on d5, the world is your oyster. There's threats of queen h4 here, by the way, which are just like crazy. Obviously, there's a threat of knight b6 fork, but I was just, queen h4 is there, and it's actually very hard to stop the mate. If you castle, you're losing all kinds of material. So there's problems here, and
very many.
It's understandable, as we said. Again, you feel like you're in a spot. One of the traps that you can fall into when you know you're so much better is to not appreciate, right, that there may be only one path to maintain it, and it happens to chess players of all levels. It's one of the dangers of sometimes the body language when you just know you're better, and like you kind of fall into a trap of, okay, I get to afford a move like king h1. And in hindsight, maybe you couldn't if you really wanted to maintain the best of the advantage. So, all right, Magnus is not fully out of the woods, although we should note you'd love to play b3 here, but then b5 comes in, right? So yeah, it's like it's already not so clear how white is going to maintain a dominant edge here. Okay, I think we'll come back. Hopefully for Pragg, it's not a spot where his time pressure causes him to fully lose a grip on the position.
And the body language, Danny, you were pointing out earlier that you can tell when Pragg is getting excited that his position is better, and this is a very different body language.
Yep.
Head in hands and no longer the swing.
Agreed.
Yeah, there was a frustrated look to the side a moment ago, like kind of widened his eyes as if like, why did I do that? Why did I take a timeout with king h1?
Yep.
And now it's a whole new game. He's going to have to win it all over again from square one.
Well, let's back this thing up all over again and take a look at all the other games in action. There are still 6 of them, 3 in the men's, 3 in the women's. And it feels like all 3 of the game in the women's section are likely headed toward a draw. That doesn't mean we won't check in at some point, but just as we look, the one that's gotten spiciest might actually be Cramling, Zhu Wenjun. It's sort of awkward and interesting with the king on h3 and Zhu Wenjun having found a way to get the rook and knight together on the second rank. Maybe let's jump into that real quick, because we really haven't given that game almost any attention since we first touched on it in the opening. So let's just make sure that isn't one of those positions where the eval bar says, yeah, 50-50, but we dive in and go, wait a second, like, is this actually really hard to play? Maybe not, but what are your thoughts, David, with the awkward white king on h3 and the passed c-pawn for black? Any chances here for Zhu Wenjun?
Again, if she had one move, another move, maybe. You need too many things here in order to really turn this in black's favor. However, you kind of need the black rook on c2 just to support the pawn marching forward. If you could somehow push this pawn and bypass the white knight covering this square, then you just win. But ultimately, it looks like the white rook is just in time to slide behind the black c-pawn. It looks like the white king just about able to fend off any threats of the combined black knight and rook. There is an immediate draw available, I should mention, to Zhu Wenjun, so she's the one holding the cards. If she wants a draw, she gives a check. She kicks the white king. Let's put this on the board very briefly here. She can check again. I don't think the white king wants to mess around too much. It's going to hide out on h3, and the position repeats itself. So we could see the end. It was interesting in Hikaru's confessional. as Zhu Wenjun plays h5. Hikaru said Pia was living on the edge. He said she's missed something, she's lost control, and she's the one fighting for the draw. And ultimately, I think we all have to agree it's white who has to be accurate, but should still be fine.
It's crazy how a position that looks like, oh, there's only a few pieces left, it's equal material, should be close to draw because there's that repetition of moves, but yeah, it is black who can maintain the pressure and white has to be really precise. Luckily for Pia, she has been so precise that I'm looking at the accuracies. White's accuracy 99.6 against black's accuracy 99.7. So I think if this ends in a draw, that's a fair result based on how they have played up to now. But I agree with you, David, that he still needs to find a couple of accurate moves in order to get to that draw and get to that Armageddon. Danny?
Yeah, and I think maybe a good example of it is that so let's say that white plays rook c8 real quick, and then let's say black plays rook c2, just to give the lines of why this can be hard. You'd love to just corral that pawn, right? But if the knight and rook are perfectly placed for white right now because you can't play c4, right? You're guarding it twice. But if you try to attack the pawn, knight a4, well then c4. And then you go back to attack it, well now it goes to c3, and now it's protected twice by the knight and the rook, and now you're in trouble, right? And even more so if we just back up to where the pawn's on c5, black maybe doesn't have intentions that c pawn is ultimately going to be the thing that wins the game and gets a queen, but it's enough of a problem, and you can't really corral it, David. What do we say all the time? That knight endings are the closest to king and pawn endings, right? The knights are slow and a bit clunky, a bit dorky. I know what that's like. You can't quite get the pawn without allowing the pawn to get further up the board, which means after rook c8, rook c2, showing it again, it gives black time to do what Zhu Wenjun just did. Like maybe g5 comes. Look, there's the crazy point that if g5 comes in and we get some sort of weird net around the white king, that's how blunders happen. It's not because objectively the position is losing for white, but these are human beings playing chess, and it's not so simple. Yeah, I'm kind of, the more I see it, the more I'm agreeing with Hikaru that this should be a draw with best play. Apparently easy for us to say, but it's hard.
Yeah, and Danny, I'm already a bit afraid here actually for Pia. For example, that rook c8 move looks fine, but here you have to be a bit careful. A check if you step across. I think Zhu Wenjun's idea with her last move, h5, is to even flick in another check, and if you take this pawn, you might live to regret it. Okay, computer still says it's fine, but
because the computer doesn't have feelings.
Computers don't have feelings. It's true, and no, it's actually, I know you said it in such a funny way, but it's actually true because Pia's looking at this like, man, that is bleeping scary, right? Look at that. Like, no one likes what's about to happen. You're going to lose f3. In your head, you're like, am I losing h2? And obviously, some of the best chess players in the world are there because they find a way to kind of compartmentalize their feelings, stay objective, and stay focused. But yes, humans are not as good at hiding their feelings as computers are. But at least at this point. So
yeah, so a bit scary. I would probably play the move f4 just to stop any g5 nonsense, and in some of those variations, the white king might well just be able to run towards the center. But yeah, Pia, she's so classy, and we should mention she's really good in these types of endgames. Always has been. So I'm pretty sure she'll find a way to safety, but it's very much her answering the questions, and ultimately that opening where we saw 82% draw rate historically, I think that's most likely to be the final result. So it's just, I guess this game gone on a bit longer than we expected.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, David, because I was looking at f4 too, but then I started wondering, is she maybe considering it for so long because she might be worried about rook to d3, attacking the e3 pawn, because now the pawn structure is still flexible, so you could push the e pawn if it's attacked, but after f4 you lose that possibility.
And knight takes f4 is the threat as well.
I missed that, guys.
But it's still equal, so the computer just doesn't care.
Maybe the computer's like, this is still the best idea, and you play something like g3 or something crazy just to stop knight f4, and then you... But okay,
that's not human chess.
Oh, look at that. We're finding all the best engine moves somehow. OMG, we're engines here. But yeah, this is... Okay. This illustrates how tricky this is, right? And if this is the path that maintains equality, don't be surprised if it's harder to find than we first thought. So, all right. Well, Zhu Wenjun, she's the women's world champion for a reason. Plays h5. Maybe hasn't even calculated all these things, but knows that she's creating problems for her opponent. And let's back up and take a look at some of the other problems we have going on. There's 6 of them still going. Not problems. They're They're fun, and where do we want to go? I'm going to say that Humpy Canero, Lei Ting-Jie is off the books to look at for now until they get to Armageddon. Unless we see a blunder happen, we're gonna assume that those two ladies played some super high level equal chess, but Armageddon is in store for that rook ending. Muzichuk versus Vaishali might give us more, but I want to go back at least to touch on Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja, because even though that one's getting closer to a draw, it has opened up in a way that, does Hikaru have anything against Firouzja's open king, or are we just also heading toward Armageddon there as well?
Great question. And a bit like that Cramling against Zhu and June game level, but one side maybe needs to be more careful than the other. And it's definitely Firouzja here who would kind of snap your hand off if you offered Armageddon right now.
And there you go. Hikaru played h4. That's I didn't see it till just then. Yeah, that's what I was wondering is, can we just create some problems against the king? Sometimes the best move is to move a pawn backwards. But don't do it. I've tried. It doesn't work.
Yeah, if Black could pick up the g5 pawn, put it back on g7.
Chess.com has not fixed that bug. It's been so frustrating.
Still not.
I try to move it back. It's all the time. I just put the pawn on g7, Chess.com. Anyway, yeah, no, this is still okay for Black, but, you know, there's some practical chances whenever the king gets open.
Yeah, no direct threats, but we should mention h4. It's kind of chipping away, eroding slightly Black's pawns, but also king to g2, rook to h1. White could shift the attack over to the oncoming open H file, and yeah, I would hate to be Black right now. If you defend really accurately, you draw, but no guarantees. And Black's rook on d8, struggling defending the d pawn passively. This kind of follows the narrative of some of their games where Hikaru has historically had the upper hand against Firouzja in classical, where he's just a bit better. Firouzja gets low on time and then cracks.
Yeah, and he has a really good head-to-head score against Firouzja. You mentioned how the type of position is also similar to those games, so I think he's feeling confident. Maybe he's heading toward the confessional to update us on the current position and the rest of the games, because he's our on-site reporter. He tells us about every single game and also what's happening in the back room, if Magnus is eating, not eating, is there a pepperoni pizza or not.
Noodles.
Yeah, noodles, salad. Thank you, Hikaru, in advance again for the upcoming report, because I have a feeling that he's confident, he's feeling good. He's got maybe not so much time, but it's also not really a complex position where you need that much time for all the craziness and calculations. So good chances for Hikaru. And I think Firouzja's problem is this is a position that you need to be defending passively. There is no active plan for Black here other than holding everything protected, guarded, defended. Or do you see any plans, Danny, that he could try?
No, I think you're right. But good news for Firouzja, like you said, he's got more time, and it's also hard to see what you do after h4. The more you look at it, like, where's the next way to gang up? I mean, are you really going to play f4? Right, I don't know. So if Black is just sitting tight here, rook's doubled on the d file. You can also play tickle with the e file too. If like there's chances to make a trade, you take the d pawn, I take the e pawn at some point. Not right now. So it feels like Black should be fine. But yeah, I mean, if you took all the time off the clock and we were still in this position, you'd be singing a different tune, because in time pressure, the open king, and then ideas like trading the d for the e pawn are scary because White's rook can come can come down and swing over. So you have to be careful. But I think we'll let these guys be, because I want to back up and show that we were right to say that we were going to leave Canero and Lei Ting-Jie right where they were, because guess what? We're going to have our first Armageddon in about 10 to 15 minutes. Yay! This is the part of the day where we just like black out, and 2 hours later, we've been commentating nonstop for Armageddon because we had 0 breaks, and it just rolls through. The Armageddon shall commence in about 10 to 15, everybody. Your first battle of the day. All right, but I want to go to Caruana's game with Ding Liren. I think that's the right decision.
Fully agreed.
Yeah, let's go there and see the last couple of moves.
Yeah, the world champion has won a pawn. Black is a pawn to the good, but it looks a bit scary. All of White's pieces have mobilized here, Anna.
Yeah, can we roll it back to the moment where we were discussing how we were looking at c5 from Black's perspective, but then there was this bishop sacrifice on g7, so Ding Liren found instead a really, really strong defensive idea, rook to e8, and that's the a rook coming to e8, because you were gonna need that f8 rook for the defense, as awkward as it's looking. But the idea was that after knight h5, he can push f6, and the bishop is not hanging. other than that, I think this is where we left it. Or
This is. And
what happened after?
just to recap, queen to d2, one of the moves Danny mentioned, one of the most natural. c5, the blue arrow appearing just before white's able to strike. Sacrifices here do not really work. Black has too many defensive pieces around the king, so Fabi had to first retreat. But now this sacrifice on h6 looks more appealing if the white queen can follow in and enter the black camp. So black defended that. King h7, I think by far the most natural move. Not approved of by the engines, but Ding defending really nicely here. Doubled rooks. And after queen to c6, okay, bishop to f4 from Fabiano, a sacrifice. And
hold on, you got to back up. What in the absolute belief is b4 is the best move from this? Like, what in the fuck? Like,
it's logical, Danny. You want the d4
what do you
square
mean
for
it's
your
logical?
bishop.
Explain how logical that is.
Explain yourself.
Okay, you want the d4 square. Is that actually it? There's no way that's it. What is the idea?
I think it must be, right? Like b4, the blue arrow. I mean,
show me. What was the idea
B4,
here?
simple chess. We all would play it in our own games.
I just want this square, no matter what you do. I guess d4, I just move the bishop, but or maybe there's something. Oh wait, there's a check. Oh, this is clever. There's a check, and if the king moves, now I take on d4.
Oh, you pick up the pawn because of the
it's
pin on
pinned.
the c
Okay.
file.
Wow. Okay, back up. I still don't believe it. All right, hold on, back up. I just want to be educated here. And if I play c4, I guess you just have two connected passers. You play b5. Like, that's got to be just, like, hold the pawns. Okay.
And then I park the bishop on a beautiful
Amazing.
outpost.
And back up. And if I take b4, you're just playing bishop to d4?
Maybe. I'm not sure I even take on b4. Yeah, and now knight h5 is still in the air. Especially queen takes a4. I mean, now, due to the fact I've kind of double attacked your bishop almost, you can no longer play f6. And
That is
scary.
That is so amazing. Like, we have to. So now that sometimes the computers throw crazy shots, and after the shock wears off, and you go through the 5 stages of grief, you come back to acceptance, which is that they are better than us, and now we can explain why. Like, that's such a fascinating point to appreciate. That d4 is so key to the overall position, that all of white's abilities to access the king side start with that diagonal, and that Fabi, as to your point, David, renewed the threat by doubling rooks on the e-file. The whole idea of f6 not being possible is there now. And so I for one, love those moments, because when the computer suggests a move that is like, what? Like, but it's actually sort of principled in that if white can unlock the coordination needed to get the attack going again on the king side, it all makes sense. And Fabi didn't see it. He plays bishop f4. Not to say he's not on, I mean, we already see the live position. He might be on road to a crazy attack, but super instructive to see there. Wild.
Very instructive. It
And
did
now
not
knight
happen.
f5. Just
but
crazy.
yeah, I was just going to say it didn't happen, but he is still going for a crazy cool idea, giving up that pawn, and the knight seems like it's hanging. It's not quite because of the pin on the e5. The rook would be hanging on e8 if this knight is captured. And there's so much pressure on the king's side. Ding has to be extremely careful here.
It's crazy. By the way, speaking of crazy, we now will have 2 Armageddon starting in the next 10 minutes. Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja have officially drawn their game.
Oh.
We are headed to double Armageddon, double the fun. Don't go anywhere. That action's going to kick off in about 15 minutes. So like I said, it's been a bit of a low energy day. Now it's all coming back. Maybe the chocolate's finally kicking in along with the watermelon rinds. But okay, if you're going to be lost at sea, you might as well have some good snacks, good material. That's what Queen A4 is all about, right? Ding Liren is like, well, I might as well take a pawn because my queen is helpless when it comes to defending the king side. But I've got a feeling that this is going to get really dangerous for Ding Liren before it's all said and done.
Look at him in the camera as well. He
Yeah.
looked right at us, Anna, and he looked
He
despondent.
did. I felt like he's listening.
Yeah, he heard us. He knows this is difficult. And talking of difficult, I mean, knight f5 is difficult, but findable and really clever from Fabi. He spotted this from afar. That's why I guess he was so tempted with bishop f4. But in terms of findable, Anna, rook g8, if that's the only move,
Only move, rook g8?
good luck.
If you don't play it, you're in immediate danger. Like, it's again one of those moves that once you are told that that's the move, you can see why, that you need more defenders around the black king because knight takes g7 or a sacrifice on h6 or both are on the cards. So you can then see the reason, but to come up with that without any assistance, no evaluation, no engine, no arrows on the board, and to know that that's what you have to play when there's like so many other options.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just going to say, maybe that's the thing that saves him is, as hard as it is to appreciate at first, like, what are the other options, right? We're threatening, if we're white, like, we're threatening knight takes g7 and bishop takes h6. He may find it out of necessity here, because he's not going to take f5. I guess we've shown this to the fans. We're pointing the obvious out, that you lose the rook on e8. The bishop is pinned to the double rooks. Moving the queen is helpless. So, I mean, he may find rook g8, because I don't know what else... right? Sometimes you find an only move because everything else loses in one move. So you're like, well, I found the best move because it was my only option.
And on that note, Danny, out of curiosity, I checked what the second best move was. The second best move, it looks like a blunder. It's queen c4, walking into knight d6.
No
and just
way.
a fork. Third best move?
No way.
Third best move? Rook h8. So, good luck to Ding.
Although that's an interesting move. I think rook h8 might be one. That's a human move, right? Because you're like, well, it's the floodgates are opening for white on the king side. Maybe I'm going to rush my king out. I'm not saying rook h8 is a pretty move, but I'm wondering what you do when the board has been cut in half. All of white's pieces are jumping in on the king side. The queen is helpless on a4, and yeah, Ding Liren is feeling the heat.
The thing is, I feel like, yes, he might play rook g8 or might play rook h8, but even then, he doesn't have the reassurance that this position is actually still survivable, if that's a word of the day, maybe. Because
survivable?
Is that a
Is
word?
survivable a word?
Survivable?
We need a word of
You
the day
might
at
just
some point.
given us a word of the day. That's our...
Like, he doesn't know. He could very well think that this is already losing.
Right.
Because you look at this and you see all the threats and you don't see a defense. Because rook g8 and rook h8 are, even if you play those moves, I wouldn't think, I mean, I know I'm not Ding Liren, but just like to emphasize that without the computer assuring you that you are not checkmated, I don't think it's that obvious, David, is it?
I mean, I would need hours at the board. He's only got 25 minutes pretty much for the rest of the game, plus a few seconds increment if he makes it to move 40. A big if at this moment, and he doesn't find it. He
Queen
drops
C6.
back his queen.
Ooh, that looks... Okay, so now we have to analyze, are we taking g7 or h6? Knight takes g7 looks like the most forcing.
Yeah.
So let's do it. Knight takes g7.
Let's jump in.
Let's
check
jump
it out.
in. We have a knight. It's not even our knight, and we get to sacrifice it. This is the glorious day. It's a glorious day. Let's sacrifice. King takes. Bishop takes h6.
Check. And I have to sidestep to the h file.
And now, the only question now is, am I getting material and then keeping the pressure, or am I playing queen g5 and sliding over to h4 and keeping the attack alive that way, right? So, and h5, right? h4 and h5 are both super dangerous. Instinctively, I feel like you shouldn't take the rook, and you should bring the queen in, and keep the attack going. But this kind of just proves how scary this is for Ding. That probably white can't take the rook and then keep an attack going. But you don't want to do that. Let's go with queen f4, queen g5.
Queen g5 forces rook to g8. I guess black's actually
queen h5.
Yeah, there's no good discovered checks though. All of black's pieces are on white squares.
The point. Okay, so perhaps Ding has calculated this, and white should actually just take the material and then keep the attack going.
Okay, so take the rook. And I'm assuming knight takes because knight on f8 there is no mate, as we know. The knight will try and come and defend its king. But yeah, still scary, like rook e5 sliding across, the white queen coming in to follow up. I mean, you're not even material down as white, and you've got an attack.
All right.
This is looking terrifying.
Well, not even material down, and the attack is going. We don't even have more than a few minutes before Armageddon commences, so we are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, 2 Armageddon battles are about to get started. We have... I'm sorry, I lost my focus there. We have Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja. We have Lei Qingjie
against Humpy Conero.
Against Humpy Conero. I'm sorry, my brain got spaced out there. But we have more action. The Armageddon chess is only just about to begin here in round 3, 2024. Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues after the break.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I have the privilege of being joined by world number 6, the youngest ever player to cross 2800 ELO, playing in his second candidates tournament, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, my man, first of all, good to meet you. How's Toronto treating you this time around?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. It's a very beautiful city, so I'm very excited to be here.
Let's start not with chess first. You made a very big mistake a couple of years ago of doing an interview and saying you were into fashion, because now every interview, somebody has to ask you about fashion. So I want you to rate how I'm looking today, 1 to 10.
It's very nice suit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My man. Thank you. I like what you're wearing too. Can you take us through the glasses, the outfit a little bit, or?
This is Louis Vuitton glasses. This is Ralph Lauren. This is Valentino. The socks, I don't know what it is.
Anyway, we're gonna talk about chess. I don't want to bring up bad memories, but obviously 2022, the candidates was supposed to kind of be the moment where in the beginning of the year you crossed 2800, youngest one, you broke Magnus's record. Then Magnus was giving all these interviews like he's not gonna defend unless you win the candidates. So as an outsider, I was thinking there's kind of a lot of pressure on you to win, and then you'll be playing for the World Championship. So what was the tournament in 2022 like for you? The preparation leading up, obviously going into it, you probably wanted to win, if not win, then finish in the top 2, top 3. Can you take me back to 2022? What went wrong, and then what's going to be better this time around?
Yeah, I think I was just too young for the candidates. I know they're on the same age or younger even than me here also, but I think physically it's very difficult when you're 18 years old to play candidates. 14 rounds is very energy taking, and for 18 years old I was just trying to get experience, but the outside things came into the game. But it was cool because I was getting advertised so much, so whenever they talk about me on internet I like it, so even if it's negative.
And for this time around, what has changed? Obviously you're older, but that's not the only difference, right? So is the training camp the same? Is it a slightly different approach? Because this is a weird candidates. There's a lot of young players. I don't know where the young cutoff is, but let's say 2021. So half the field is young. We have players that are playing in their first candidates, like Vidit, who's almost 30, Abbasov is almost 30. How's this training camp been a little bit different than 2022, than preparation leading up?
Did a lot of sport to be in good shape because it's a very long tournament, so this was my own main focus kind of, because the chess part is very close always, and we have to see what will happen, but I tried at least physically to be in good shape.
Cardio, weightlifting?
Not weightlifting.
No weightlifting? Cardio
mostly, yeah.
You jogging a lot, you cycling,
Yeah.
swimming?
Yeah.
Is that generally what it is? What about like chess specific? What percentage of it is openings?
Nowadays it's probably more than 70-80% openings, I think. Basically, out of opening you could understand the game will toward to draw or who will put pressure the whole game. This is the chess we play nowadays. Yeah, it's interesting. Whoever works more gets the results. So.
Welcome back to round 3 here. 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess women. We're about to get Armageddon underway here. 2 Armageddon matchups will be starting right at the top of the hour. First, we'll have Humpy Canero versus Lei Ting-Jie, followed by Nakamura versus Firouzja. But first, reverse order, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Anna Rudolph, Danny Wrench right here. Awesome day so far. Awesome games ahead. I can't wait to dive in. Reminder real quick, Armageddon is what happens in Norway if you draw. We do not let anyone go unless we have blood on the board. Again, the metaphor, proverbially speaking, there will hopefully not actually be any blood on the board, though it actually has happened, by the way. Shout out to Wesley. So, chess is a physical sport. But back to the Armageddon format. 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. The extra time goes for white, but they have to win. Black has draw odds, and 1 second is added back onto the clock with every move, starting with move 41. But 1 second is not a lot of time. This isn't online chess where an increment allows you to add time to the clock. That increment is just enough to make sure that you don't physically lose on time, and even that is sometimes not enough. If you win, it's 1.5 points. A loss is 1 point. And we are going to have liftoff here in T-minus just a few seconds. It's Humpy Canero versus Lei Ting-Jie. And both of these players heading into to yet another Armageddon battle. They've been here before, Anna. Both of them have had at least one. Humpy Canero has actually only had one because she lost yesterday in classical to Vaishali.
Yeah,
she did. But yeah.
And Lei Ting-Jie is one of the 2 players right behind Vaishali in the standings who drew 2 classical games and won both of her Armageddon games. So she is definitely more confident about this game than Humpy. But nevertheless, the Armageddon is always crazy with black's draws but less time. At the same time, I think if we could also have on our screen maybe Magnus Carlsen's board, because things are heating up in Magnus's game, and we
see
want
chat
to
calling
up.
for that. We're going to get to it in just a second, everybody. We're going to make sure that we have our eye on Magnus's game. Praggnanandhaa pushing again against Magnus. What's going to happen over there? And reminder, again, David, we just talked a little bit about maybe who's feeling more comfy here between these two, maybe Lei Ting-Jie. Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja about to throw down an Armageddon. Curious what you think about who's going to be more comfy there.
Oof. Hikaru is a speed demon. Alireza is a speed demon. Hikaru spoke about how it's actually more comfortable to be black sometimes. But yesterday was a white day. Anna, I'm dodging the question. I think it's a 50-50.
Could be a 50-50, but I think Hikaru will take it. Okay. I'm going with Hikaru for my prediction.
I mean, Firouzja had the magic yesterday, though, right? He stole a victory away from Fabiano after being in big trouble. But okay, this is our first Armageddon battle. For Nakamura and Firouzja will kick off in about 3 minutes. Should we back out real quick and just touch real quick? There's a lot of changes happening in Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus Carlsen, and I know people are on the edge of their seat there wondering whether the young Indian star, the youngest player in the field, is going to find a way to get a victory. And there we go. We've got our double view so that we won't lose a moment of the fastest affair happening between Humpy Canero and Lei Ting-Jie. David, what are the updates on the left side?
Essentially, Magnus is still in trouble. It's hard to estimate whether it's more trouble than he earlier faced. He's still a pawn up, at least, for now, with black, so something to suffer for Magnus. However, he's essentially playing a rook down here, Anna. Black's rook in the corner on h8, stuck. Black's king, not entirely safe. It's only major pieces on the board, but Praggnanandhaa, don't think he's risking much, and still an attack ongoing.
Yeah, I'm looking at all sorts of ways in which maybe the rooks could have even more open files, because as you said, the h8 rook of black is as if it wasn't on the board. It's not contributing at all. So if only we could take on c4 to then bring the rook to b3. I'm guessing Magnus always has some kind of a way to defend. If I guess we can't make moves, so I'm just gonna say
if we take on c4 too, I think black has queen b1 check at least immediately, and maybe e4 falls. So we have to be. I think that's kind of the point Magnus has right now, is the full coordination that could happen with rooks on open files isn't quite possible with black's threats.
But is that scary if then the d6 pawn falls and my rook will get to d7? I feel like you just need one rook to get in. You know, one rook, either the d rook or a rook on the b file. But just if you manage to get into black's camp, it's game over, right? The question is, can you force a line where the rook gets in?
One rook to rule them all. If
Yes.
one rook gets in, it does spell huge danger for Magnus. That's his task, Magnus, to keep white's pieces out.
But by the way, look at what happened. Liren didn't take on f8 with the knight. You said it, David. Knight on f8, there is no mate. He took with the rook. And that one's about to be over.
gosh.
Fabiano plays queen g5.
Fabiano's winning, completely winning.
The king is completely trapped, and the rooks are coming in. This is maybe going to be our first classical victory in the men's division. We have not had a win yet in classical chess. Fabiano Caruana, despite the struggles, what did we say at the start of the day? We said a win.
Anyone can lead this tournament.
Anyone
he
can
started
lead the
last.
tournament.
He started last, and he's gonna leapfrog everybody if he wins this game in the classical format. 3 points for a classical win.
Yeah, Magnus started first. Magnus in huge trouble.
Yeah.
Fabi started last. Fabi maybe
They're
leapfrogging.
just gonna
How
swap.
wild would that be, right? Although
They're gonna
if Pragg
swap.
if Pragg wins, he's right there as well, right? And
True.
and okay, by the way, Anna, you're right. Pragg says he can take on c4, inviting this queen to b1 check from Magnus. And okay, this is going to be hard. There are so many exciting games. We want to cover all of them, but I think staying in this view will make our viewers unhappy. You'd rather us at least choose and dive into one. I'm open to wherever we want to go. We're seeing rapid play over there. Praggnanandhaa worried about his time pressure, speeding up against Magnus. And Nakamura and Firouzja is officially underway as well.
Should we just check in with the Pragg-Magnus game and show whether Magnus is in immediate trouble, or
Yeah.
does he have anything now with rook b4, rook c3? What's going to happen if a rook is on the c file? David, just to address
I
the
do, but I also don't
immediate
want to
one.
miss checkmate with Fabiano. I don't know
I
where to
know.
go.
We need to
All right,
jump
go for it. Let's do this one.
Very quickly from one to the other.
Quick recap then. In this position, Pragg has actually followed your advice, Anna. He's trying to infiltrate with a rook. Any rook check will be disastrous for black on the back rank. Two options. You either block this attack with the black rook, or you slide back with the black queen. Maybe keeping the door closed by going back with the black queen is best in this position, just to put it on the board briefly, because you cover all squares. The queen covers any infiltration points. Rook b4, I would be a bit scared of here, just because you're trading off your most active piece. I'm not sure what the follow-up is. You cannot move the white rook because black will actually be the first to land a check. Maybe you just drop back, kind of come the long way around and argue that the black king forever is going to be blocking its rook on h8. The bar doesn't drop. This looks like a huge advantage for Pragg, but he still needs to stay calm. And Magnus, he still needs to defend accurately. It looks great for white.
Hey, how is he going to defend with a rook down? It's a virtual rook down.
The rook on h8 is not playing, and I think one of the key points in that rook b4, rook d3 line might be that Magnus has rook to b5, by the way, backing up the rook to some sort of square that protects the b file. But okay, again, Magnus is going to have to figure this out. We're going to have to figure out where we want to go throughout the rest of the day. By the way, we're focused on these two games in classical, as we should be. They might be moments away from delivering our first victory for the men in the classical affair, but guess what? There are two Armageddon games going. Nakamura is playing Firouzja right now, and Humpy Canero is taking on Lei Ting Jie. So should we bring up the Fabiano board in full screen just to show why death is imminent over there for black?
Yeah, I think Ding's actually miscalculated a key line, a key variation. He's just missed a tactic that Fabiano's spotted and calculated really nicely. You see Ding suffering on the camera there.
Yeah.
Let's jump in. Just a quick backtrack for everyone at home. We were expecting, just 2 moves ago, black's knight to take on f8, and the game goes on. The black knight will park itself in front of its king and defend, even if the position is difficult. But rook takes f8. Fabi pounces on this mistake with queen to g5. We see the bar shoot up, and Ding clearly was relying on the move rook to g8 here, just to try to kind of create a barrier, put the rook on g6, hide the king behind it. But I think what he's missed is that after queen h4 check, the black king has nowhere good to go. If you step forward, you simply get tracked down, hunted down. The white rook will step up and across. If you step to the side, now sacrifice, blow open the black king, and
wow.
In this position, the black king has to choose its own poison here. If you step back, if you step forward, you get forked. If you step back, a hit on the black queen and checkmate incoming.
I think you're right. He just straight up probably missed this sacrifice right here that you have on the board. The rook takes e6 shot. I'm sure that he didn't plan on meeting the check with the queen by bringing the king forward to g6. I'm sure the plan was king g7, and then rook takes e6 would just simply end the game on the spot. And
I think what he's missed, Danny, sorry, here's rook takes e6 doesn't work immediately because now there's a rook block. So you need to force the king to g7 first and then into the corner. Yeah, this is, classic Fabi to calculate this so accurately, but Ding, this is a sign of his form, unfortunately.
It's a very sad story for the reigning world champion. Great news for Fabiano Caruana, who started this round at the bottom of the standings. But as we mentioned, with a classical win, is rewarded with 3 points. So he could actually be leading the tournament if things go well for him on the other boards as well. But so far, it seems like this game, I don't see how he could spoil it. Yesterday he spoiled his game against Firouzja because it was an Armageddon and time scramble, but this is a classical game with Fabiano on 35 minutes. He's going to win this in the next few moves.
I think you're right. I think he will. I don't think Fabi lets fish like this off the hook. Not the Ding Lirenza fish. I'm talking about the position. I think Fabiano will reel this one in, and I want to back up and now dial into the Armageddon battles. We've got two of them going. Humpy Canero's game with Liren J is moving along. And as we can see there, Hikaru Nakamura, the bar shooting up a little bit. Apparently the computer doesn't like the very aggressive and risky decision by Firouzja to castle short. Is it just rush the H-pawn and let's get an attack going? What is it, or is there something better on the queen side to keep the C-pawn alive? So, interesting position. By the way, remember, black wins on a draw, but so far Hikaru has maintained what looks like a pretty good time advantage.
Yeah, still 2 minutes up on the clock, Hikaru, but key moments ahead. We talk about strategies in Armageddon. Either you curl up and you stay solid as black, just try to hunker down and get that draw, or you take risks and go aggressive like this. Alireza definitely choosing the latter strategy there. I'm slightly bemused as to why this was given a question mark. I guess black could have taken back a pawn on c5 on the last turn. It is a sacrifice. He's now down 2 pawns temporarily for Firouzja. Hikaru maybe missing something even stronger. Maybe pawn to c6 first, and only later backing it up by taking this pawn with the bishop. But it's such a crazy position. It's going to be hard to be accurate, and that's what Firouzja's kind of angling for here.
He's angling for it, but I am starting to be worried about his position and the time ticking. As we know, there is no increment until move 40, and even then it's only a 1 second increment. So if he's going to have this pressure both on the board and on the clock, because of the Armageddon format, I think it's going to be really tough for him. At the same time, he's speeding up now. He calculated a long line.
They both are. And I was going to say, from a practical perspective, okay, Hikaru is like, no, there's no practical perspective here. I've already calculated it all. It's concrete. But I was going to say, from a practical perspective, whenever all the moves are becoming about the side of the board where the enemy king is, you're happy. Even if you sometimes lose a pawn, because especially in blitz, you're getting pressure, and human beings tend to make blunders when their king is attacked. But Hikaru had calculated all of this. Now he'll probably take on e6 unless he has another way to defend the d-pawn. Okay, no, he does. And so in the end, Hikaru's up a healthy pawn, and maybe Firouzja's pressure is really just non-existent. This is a good move too, by the way. Get the queens off the board. There will be no checkmate attack, and then Hikaru can happily convert the extra queen side.
Yeah, it's all about timing. If black got one more move in that last position, if black's f8 rook were able to kind of hop over to b8, so both rooks bearing down against the white king, then great compensation. Just no time. There's small margins at this top level, but that's why, as you say, Danny, great move. Hikaru playing tempo by tempo, bullying black with the idea of trades. And rook c6, a self-pin, and the blue arrow makes an appearance. White,
and it's the move that's human too. Hikaru doesn't even need a lot.
For it.
He just
immediately going for it.
It's such a great point that how much the time makes a big difference there, right? If the black rook had been on b8, the other rook had been on b8, there would have been no queen to e4 for Hikaru because of checkmate on b2, which would have meant a completely different type of game where Firouzja has all the practical pressure you would need to justify the pawn sack, but you don't have that time. Now Hikaru is up 3 minutes again, speaking of time, on the clock. And I guess Anna called it. Hikaru was the favorite in Armageddon. Looks to be completely in control of this one. It would take a big blunder, I think, to change that.
And you know who else is seemingly fully in control of what's going on? His name is Praggnanandhaa, and he's playing against the greatest chess player of all time. World number one Magnus Carlsen is in deep trouble. We only have missed the last 1 or 2 moves, but it's only getting worse for Magnus. He traded off the rook, giving up the b file. If we can just bring back later, maybe the... Oh, sorry, I forgot that we have another Armageddon that we need to catch up with. There's so much going on, I'm getting too excited.
There's only 2 minutes on the other Armageddon battle, too. We're going to have time to get back over there to Pragg versus Magnus. And Liren J looks like No, it looks pretty equal. I think she's done her job, I guess, as black to keep things level. A draw would win this for her, and time scramble will be mutual. Both sides now under 2 minutes. So, okay, we've got 2 Armageddon battles. Probably one of them is clear for Hikaru Nakamura. What can we say real quick about the position on the right here, David?
It's just very blocked, very level, really stodgy positional play here. Lei Ting-Jie, I love what she's done. Yes, she's got a slightly weak H-pawn as black on the right board over here, but she's got everything under control. That's what you need. Ultimately, though, I think the clock will decide. It's the faster player, the trickier player. Humpy needs to be quite creative, I think, in order to win this one. But yesterday, her Achilles heel was the clock, even in classical, against Vaishali. So
yeah.
In terms of blitz, I feel like Lei Ting-Jie might be the sharper player, and right now still under control.
Under control, but wait a second. She's now down 20 seconds, so I don't know. I mean, it's starting to get a little bit different. I'm liking Humpy Canero's position the further it goes. And Lei Ting-Jie getting under time pressure here. That actually looks like a really bad transition that happened there because the H5 pawn is super weak. White's pieces are perfectly coordinated. I'm liking Humpy's chances more and more. By the way, Hikaru...
Ooh, she's just dropped a pawn. Knight takes F7. Sorry that.
Just straight up.
Lei Ting-Jie hangs a pawn and not spotted.
Humpy didn't see it.
Wow, this is what happens. Armageddon.
Armageddon. Welcome to Blitz Chess, except it's even harder because it's more complicated.
And yeah, talking of pawns, Hikaru just a clear pawn up. He's trying to open up some Anastasia checkmate ideas against Firouzja's king. Firouzja, yeah, he's really up against it. No time on the clock. Pawn down, Anna.
And we...
Yeah.
We are moments away from going back. You're right, Anna. The Pragg game versus
I'm just on the edge of my
Magnus
seat because there's so much going on everywhere.
There's so much going on everywhere. Again, you should go to chess.com, pull up all the games yourself. If you're still watching this on Twitch or YouTube or even worse, TikTok. Oh my gosh, wherever you're watching it. No, just kidding. We do appreciate our communities wherever you choose to tune in. But you might want to go to chess.com. We got all 6 games up again. Because we have 2 in Armageddon, there are still 6 battles going. Canero and Lei Ting-Jie drew their classical game. That's why they're battling there under time pressure. Hikaru and Firouzja was the same. But, wow, Pragg brings the queen back, and he's moments away. I mean, this is such a nightmare for Magnus.
Yeah.
He's setting up a winning pattern on the b file. Once the queen gets to b1, he's threatening rook b8 check, rook b7 winning the queen. So he's threatening a very immediate win. And what can Magnus do about it?
It's unstoppable. You can see Magnus's body language. He's almost given up. Huge win, potentially, by Pragg.
If you play h6, you don't have time to get the king out?
Ooh... H6, Queen D5, maybe.
That's the problem. Queen D5.
Although there will be some checks on the back rank, on the first rank.
No, but I think that's it. Queen D5 is the threat I didn't see. Okay, so, all right, take a look, everybody. This is Norway Chess. There's just, it's wild. We've got Armageddon insanity, along with classical chess upsets, with Praggnanandhaa moments away from beating the hometown hero. The Norwegian world champion, Magnus Carlsen, his classical chess struggles, as we've said, continue here.
Yeah, classical chess, a struggle for Magnus. In the meantime, Armageddon, a struggle for Firouzja. Pawn down, 30 seconds now left on his clock, and he hasn't yet reached move 40. 7 moves to make in 30 seconds, and he's a pawn down, and he's facing one of the greatest technicians of our time, Hikaru Nakamura.
And I think that's going to be a wrap. You're right. I think Hikaru is going to take this one. By the way, Humpy Canero won her battle versus Lei Ting-Jie. So shout out to Humpy Canero there. Lei Ting-Jie loses her first Armageddon game. She had won 2 to this point. She was tied for second with Zhu Wenjun coming in, both of them chasing the youngest player in the field, Vaishali. But Humpy Canero goes from last place to right in the thick of it with that Armageddon victory.
Congrats to her. And in the meantime, yeah, I mean, where to look? There's so much action all over the place. Hikaru's slowed down. 3 minutes now. But
such a time advantage. He can do this. He can invest a bit more time here just to make sure that he's playing the most precise continuation. Extra pawn, very active pieces, more time on the clock. He's got everything he needs to win this Armageddon game with the white pieces.
Look at the control, just putting his pieces, parking them on protected outposts. Hikaru's taking zero risk here. He's going to activate the white rooks, activate the white king even. If all the rooks disappear from the board, white simply wins. Just like Danny said earlier, knight endgames are similar to pawn endgames. Pawn up simply for Nakamura outside pass pawn material. And here we go. Open file domination from Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus, though, on the camera looks almost ready to resign.
Yeah,
I know. I was going to
like,
say the same. He's
okay,
looking at the score sheet like, where did I go wrong? Kind of look on his face, isn't it?
I agree, and I thought he had just moved, but you're right. He was looking at the score sheet. Just I don't know what. It doesn't matter what he's thinking about now. What he knows, he's thinking about how to save this game, and he's struggling to find answers.
Alireza in 1 second, and he needs to make 2 more moves to get increment.
Alireza
2 more moves with 1 second on over the board chess.
Okay, he plays 1. He's got 1 more move to make.
He played it so casually as well.
Play King of 8 like it was no big deal. Does he realize that like a single move by Hikaru and he loses on time?
And
okay.
He loses on time.
He lost.
He does lose on time. Okay. That was so funny. All right, well, to be fair, Hikaru was also winning on the board.
Yeah,
and
even if he survived to make it to the increment, the position
and
was
I think that was
lost.
partly why Firouzja's body language was slightly dejected, slightly disinterested, because he's like, all right, I'm busted, and I'm going to lose on the clock to go with it. So, all right, Hikaru Nakamura gets it done in Armageddon, and Alireza Firouzja loses his second Armageddon battle of the event.
Magnus Carlsen has made a move instead of resigning. Good news to all the fans of Magnus. He's trying to get out of this by pushing g6.
And in the meantime, Ding looking up at the screen. We see that on the camera. Maybe he's just thinking, at least my position isn't as bad as Magnus's. But maybe it is.
The former world champion and the reigning world champion both are in deep trouble here in round 3 of Norway Chess.
We went from not having a single classical victory just yet to likely about to get 2, not intending to jinx either player, potentially on the verge of winning. And talking about the Pragg game, so what is Pragg's approach now? G6 prepares to run the king out and finally get that H8 rook in the game. Is queen to D5 possible? Or, okay, well, we're going to find out. Pragg's about to move, and we're going to see queen to B1.
Yeah.
Looks very strong, setting up rook b8, check rook b7 to win the queen in 2 moves.
And actually, that was the much more accurate approach to G6. H6, that would have been the wrong idea, because then the king could run to G8, and there's no 7th rank. But here, there is no king G7, because rook to B7 pins and wins the queen. And Praggnanandhaa, this guy.
Wow.
It's crazy. He already had really good chances. Like just the fact that he made it to the World Cup finals to play Magnus in the finals and then hold him to 2 draws. Magnus praised him so much, but now this is going to be more than praise. This is going to be resignation soon. How can he get out of this, Magnus Carlsen?
He needs a miracle. And I think one of the reasons he was looking at his score sheet was to ponder where the mistake came. It was actually early in the game. But also he was checking when the increment kicks in, and Pragg just simply has too much time. 11 minutes, the moves are automatic. He's done the hard work, Pragg. I mean, even if there's no immediate knockout, you just park the white rook on the 7th rank and say, okay, I'm closing the cage around your king. Magnus, this is the last few minutes, last few moments. He's going to resign.
I think this is yet another classical chess game that doesn't go Magnus Carlsen's way here in Norway. It is officially a thing now. And
but last year it was that he went winless. This time he is not only winless so far in classical, he's gonna lose a game in classical chess. It's not looking good for the world number 1. He's trying still, of course he's trying, he needs to. He plays queen to c5.
He's relying on a sneaky trick here.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to pull it up quickly. We might as well, because I don't think Fabiano Caruana is about to move, just to show the very resourceful and sneaky draw trick that Magnus just tried to lay, the trap that he's trying to set. Go ahead and show it, David.
Yeah, let's pull that board up. And yeah, here is a case of looking at forcing moves, and in this time rejecting them. Pragg's about to move. There we go. He covers the 7th rank
instead.
Yeah, this is a really good way to cage the black king and not allow any counterplay. Instead, forcing moves, a check would have forced the black king to defend its rook. Another check would have actually kicked the black king away from the defense of its rook. But now, if you get greedy and take, yes, it's a free rook, but whoops, there's a check, and you've left your own king bare. and there's no way to actually evade all of the oncoming checks. If you drop your king back, you simply continue to get hit. If you block with a pawn, then yeah, you continue to get checked for eternity and a draw. So greed not being good here. Pragg instead keeping control, really classy. Watch out for queen b3 ideas. Watch out for white to even just capture and swing the queen back the other way, preventing counterplay and still a rook up.
It is a virtual rook up because the rook on h8 is not doing anything other than occupying a spot where maybe the king could run to. It's not a piece that you would want in any of your games. Oh, look at that. Was that you, David? I thought you threw an emoji. Maybe it's just
there we go.
Just a...
That's an emoji for you.
I was gonna say, it's
now we are talking.
The rook is well. Did it ever move? No, it never moved.
Never
moved the
and
whole
may
game.
never move in this game ever.
This is
ever.
where your abusive chess coach comes by the board and just takes it off the board. It's like, well, you're not going to use it. I'm going to keep it. No one else had one of those abusive chess coaches. No, okay, just me. All right. Well, this is tough. This is bad for Magnus, and bad news for the hometown fans. Does it set the stage for Magnus to wake up, so to speak, in terms of his classical chess performance in Norway here over the last couple of years and turn things around for the rest of the event? Or is it a bad sign of things to come? Either way, speaking of a sign of things to come, you're looking at him right there on the left side. That's Praggnanandhaa, and this guy is he's the future. And right now he's covered by a board slightly. But
I think I'm board removing a second.
There we go. Okay.
Pragg leaned into the board. That's how he's thinking.
That's how he's thinking. He's literally become the Matrix. It's like that scene where Neo just like jumped into the code. Still don't know exactly what happened there, but we're gonna move on.
Magnus Carlsen takes on f5. David, is there any chance he's getting away with this? And what is it that Pragg should play in this position after the pawn capture?
Yeah, there is a dilemma. If you give black one more move, black will play rook to g8 and start getting that rook out. Maybe I was too soon to call that rook being totally dead. If black can get the rook out of the back rank, then surprise, surprise, he might actually survive this game. I'm looking at kind of basic threats like rook to d7, trying to get the white queen in, just trying to get the rook out the way.
Looks very logical.
Yeah,
as well.
that actually looks like a big problem.
Looks like a good idea to threaten checkmate in two.
Yeah. But rook d7, maybe black drops the queen back to c8.
Okay,
look at that. We have a result.
Fabiano Caruana defeats Ding Liren, gets his first win of the event in Classical, and as of right now, Fabiano just went from last place to first place. Welcome to Norway Chess.
That is insane, and that's how the format is so exciting. 3 points for winning in classical chess, so it doesn't matter that he wasn't doing well in Armageddon. He lost twice his Armageddon games. Now he's the leader of the tournament. And I just wanted to say, if we go back to Magnus's game, that the computer, so brutal, spots a winning move for Praggnanandhaa that I'm really curious if he found it. He found it! He played King H2. Do I see that correctly? He played the winning move! I'm sorry, I'm screaming, but that move is winning! It's winning! Because now all the threats that David showed, the check on b8 and then check on b7, now it's gonna win the rook. There's no more check with the black queen going for the draw.
The queen to b3 is also threatened now too, because before you couldn't do it because of queen c1 check. So you're right, Anna. Rook b8, queen b7, queen b3. Every single threat is back on the books, and you saw Magnus just give a bit of an exasperated kind of. Well, that's a tough one to follow.
What a move! King to h2, cool as a cucumber, winning move, moving the king one square up.
I love it.
That is so classy. That's prophylaxis, dodging checks in advance. That's great calculation, spotting that black simply has no way to untangle now. And according to our featured chat here, at least, apparently it was the only move to win directly on the spot.
The only way to win in one move. King h2 might be a move that forces resignation. Somehow I doubt it. I think we'll get one more, but I wouldn't be surprised. That's why the hype was real. It was a star. A star is born. King h2, and Praggnanandhaa is an absolute star. What a find. And yeah,
What a game this has been from start to finish. And we were praising Magnus Carlsen for his opening choice because he did find a way to make Pragg somewhat uncomfortable in the opening. We were talking about the pair of bishops, how Pragg prefers to play with the pair of bishops, and this was a line where the bishop would be traded. All those things did not matter. He didn't care. He said, okay, it's not what I prefer normally, but I can still play extremely well. And Magnus was too slow. He didn't castle. He went for queenside development, and that led to all the problems with the tactical patterns opening up the position. And now he needs to resign. Can he set up any traps? Is there any further tricks? Some last resource, David?
I don't see it.
David, you're on the spot. Find it. No, I agree.
Find the inexistent move to save the game.
I mean, first of all, incredible accuracy by Pragg. I saw a graph a moment ago showing White's advantage. That was really actually emblematic of how smooth he's been, how consistent he's been. Look at that. White's been better throughout, and it's only grown the advantage. What I would try, I think, if I were Magnus, just to try and prolong the fight 1 or 2 moves longer, Anna, I would ask one last question. Maybe play the move Queen C6 to rule out one of your threats, just to stop Rook B8 followed by Queen B7. I cover the B7 square. But, I mean...
Queen B3.
Queen B3.
That's the other move that was coming. And
threatening checkmate in 1 is also pretty cool.
I have to block.
Queen E8 loses the queen, so if you block, I assume you just take D5 and keep marching forward.
Yeah.
You can check on B4 or A3.
Like your check, Anna, and just jump
check
in.
Check and get into E7.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Even more efficient. The position is completely falling apart at the seams. And look at that game graph. That is a dominating performance start to finish. We call that a wire-to-wire victory. And again, full kudos and shout-out to Pragg. I mean, anyone who saw the beginning of the show, I thought that Magnus's approach was kind of brilliant. As someone who's been in a spot where an experienced player just out transpositions you end up overthinking things and getting yourself in trouble. Pragg was using a ton of time on the clock, clearly looked uncomfortable. I think Magnus even had said himself in his first confessional visit that he kind of liked what he had gotten out of the opening, but he also acknowledged it was a provocative choice, it was an edgy choice, and when Pragg found it, he never looked back, as you could see. This has been absolutely incredible. Praggnanandhaa is... he's also just comfy there. He works hard at the board, but feels like he has a presence that he knows this is no longer a surprising result for him. He expects to get the job done when he has White against anybody, even if it's Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and it feels like if we didn't know who his opponent was, you would think that he's playing against someone that maybe has less experience or lower rated. From the way he dominated this game, it's crazy to know that this is Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus Carlsen. This is an 18-year-old chess rock star taking down the #1 player in the world with a move like king to h2. I would not be surprised if this becomes the move of the day, by the way. King to h2, move of the day. That would be my candidate.
Move of the day. He's 18. By the way, didn't Gukesh turn 18 like today? Today. So the couple,
happy birthday.
Some 18-year-olds out there. Happy birthday to Gukesh, perhaps from your countryman Praggnanandhaa, getting a dub for you.
What a present. What a present to India as well.
What a present to India, a present for Gukesh. Pragg is on the verge of delivering, beating the tournament leader, and I don't think Magnus Carlsen has much more in the tank here. You asked a question earlier, Anna, whether this position was survivable.
Survivable. Word of the day.
Survivable.
Survivable for Pragg.
Is the position survivable? Well, guess what? They looked it up, and it is a word of an accident or ordeal able to be survived, not fatal. So,
is it survivable?
We're batting 3 for 3. We have not made up any words yet. Survivable. No, this position is not survivable. It is not able to be survived for Magnus Carlsen. It is fatal.
Yeah, and one thing I'll point out, and I shouldn't be mentioning this because he's one of my best friends out there, Magnus, but the only way to beat him, attack. Players respect him too much, swap off queens, try to play for a draw. You never ever see Magnus lose an endgame. You never see him get outplayed positionally. It's just king safety. He didn't castle his king. He gets mated. And this does happen from time to time. The kind of classical losses, rapid losses, blitz losses he has, they're only ever due to king safety issues. So keeping the queens on, by Pragg. Inspired decision, going for the attack, and the way he executed it. Not many people capable of that, of course, but impressive stuff.
Does it mean, David, then, in your opinion, that sometimes you kind of need to not respect how strong, how experienced your opponent is, that you're playing the world number one, the man that has ruled the chess world for over a decade by now? You somehow need to forget all those titles and just go and play always one move at a time. Is that the recipe? As much easier said than done, of course.
I told you, if Magnus could just show up in a mask and they didn't know they were playing him, maybe they would launch more attacks. No, but David, I agree. It's easier said than done, of course, but you have to be aggressive against Magnus Carlsen.
It's the only way.
And it's paying off for Pragg. He has he's known one speed in this game. And that speed, I believe, was like 178 miles per hour. It was speeding. It was illegal how fast he was going, and Pragg has kept his foot pedal to the metal all game. And
3,000 miles an hour, this one. I'm actually just remembering, I was going to mention Qatar Masters, where Magnus lost to a far lower rated player. He got attacked, checkmated pretty much. That was also a hedgehog. So Magnus, maybe the hedgehog isn't his favorite animal after all. This opening coming back to bite him.
Interesting.
And we really praised him so much for the opening choice, and we thought that Pragg was going to be uncomfortable, but he proved us all wrong. He proved us that it didn't matter, that it's not the kind of opening he wanted or that he prepared for. He was ready for the fight no matter what. I love that they are so disrespectful in a way, that they go for it. These youngsters, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, they're showing that it's the best approach against the experienced top players of the world, that you just... Oh, I thought that was resignation for a second.
Rook to g8.
The king almost fell, but it's rook to g8.
It does lose the rook, I believe, so I'm not sure what the trick is. David, you spot something?
You cannot check. I thought it lost the rook as well, but if you check, the black king hides g7, h8 into the corner.
Ah, okay, yeah.
That's
okay,
clever.
so it doesn't lose the rook.
Yet.
It doesn't lose the rook yet.
What about our other threat? Our other attempt was queen b3.
Queen to b3.
B3.
And there's no rook takes g2. That was my first thought. Is there a sacrifice by the rook and some sort of renegade perpetual check by Magnus? But I don't think so.
Pragg is about to play queen to b3.
Yep.
Yeah, and queen b3 has another idea as well. If, for example, black blocks with d5, then you give the check. And if king g7, then you slide the white queen across to g3.
Oh, nice.
So there's actually
very pretty that the g5 will be then crucial. Queen to g3, picking up the rook on g8. This is, I think, just the last attempt by Magnus Carlsen, whether Pragg will play the winning move, and he does. Queen to b3, threatening checkmate on f7, and there is no defense for the world number one. This is it. Game over. I think he might play one move more, perhaps, or not even. What do you think, David? d5 and then see what happens, and then resign.
d5, but now, as we mentioned, this check is decisive. The black king cannot snake its way into the corner. If the black king tries to enter the g file, there will be another check, a second check from a new angle, and game over. Magnus is trying to keep his poker face. Normally we see more head shakes from Magnus, but I think he respects how much Pragg, how accurate Pragg has been today.
Yes, he definitely respects him a lot. And
wow,
takes h7.
Pragg takes the pawn on h7 instead of the check that we were expecting.
No, but this is great. Threatens checkmate in 2.
It's perhaps even stronger.
With queen to b8 check.
There were multiple ways of winning.
Multiple ways of winning. Magnus maybe plays queen d6, maybe resigns. Queen d6 is met by queen to b7, because then there will be no more rook sacrifices on g2. And there you go. Magnus Carlsen has resigned. Praggnanandhaa has beaten the world number one, the former world champion, but greatest player of all time, arguably, Praggnanandhaa. The future is bright. And currently, the stars are shining here in Norway. The youngest player in the field gets it done, beats the tournament leader. They're discussing something about the variation, but either way, India is discussing whatever party they're going to throw now.
For Gugesh's birthday, for Praggnanandhaa's win over Magnus Carlsen, Vaishali leading the women's event. There's so many reasons that they need to celebrate.
Absolutely wild. Praggnanandhaa and his sister, by the way, getting it done here. Vaishali is leading the women's event, if you didn't know that. She was the first to get a victory in classical chess yesterday over Humpy Canero. Pragg, not the first to get a victory here in classical. Fabiano beat Ding Liren earlier in this round, but joins Fabi, getting a 3-point score on the board. That is what a victory in classical chess is worth. Magnus Carlsen's classical chess struggles continue here in Norway.
Yeah, and with this, Praggnanandhaa will be the sole leader because Fabi was half a point behind the rest of the field. So the 18-year-old youngest participant of the entire field is the sole leader after 3 rounds. Obviously, we still have a few games underway, but to win at classical chess against the greatest player of all time is quite a feat. David, how did you see the game?
Yeah, just I'm running out of superlatives for Praggnanandhaa. Just incredible stuff. I mean, if Vaishali is able to continue her lead as well, what a day for the family. But yeah, Magnus, maybe a bit of a wake-up call. He needs to start motoring in the classical portion. Armageddon wins, as many as there are for Magnus here in Norway Chess. They're not enough. This is the format.
They're not enough to keep the pace if people are getting it done in classical. As you said, 3 points for the victory takes Magnus Carlsen from first to second to last, just like that, ahead of only the current world champion, Ding Liren, whose struggles do continue, of course. Wow, this is just, it's been wild, because the other thing just to call out is that the men's division is now done. The women's division still has 2 games going in classical as we speak. We probably have 2 more Armageddon battles ahead here, and the men's competition is already closed up for the day.
It happened so fast with the Armageddons at the same time as Magnus was playing. It didn't even occurred to me that that was it. The standings we saw is the standings. The only 2 games are in Norway Chess Women, so it is official. Praggnanandhaa is our sole leader. The reigning world champion is last at the moment, and the world number 1 is penultimate on the standings. They are not doing well. It wasn't their day today. They both lost their games in classical chess.
Yeah, the big question for me is, when will we ever see a black win? Yesterday, White won everything. Today, White has also won everything in classical or Armageddon. And now it's up to Vaishali or Zhu Wenjun to break that trend. Hikaru jinxed it. He said, with White, it's difficult these days. You've got to be creative. But the players are finding a way. And these are the 2 positions we're left with.
Do you think he was just setting it up so that it would unjinx what we caused here in the booth?
Quite possibly. Maybe trying to take the pressure off himself.
Kind of like somebody else who wore a shirt for a reason to jinx and ensure that there would be no openings of the opening on his shirt, and it worked out. Hikaru Nakamura claims that it's harder to play White at the highest level, and all White does is get victories today. Yeah, you can zoom in there. I mean, if I won't let you do it. The point is we had no French openings. That's the point of the shirt. We can move on. All right.
Well, wait a second. Your point is that there were no French defenses and White is winning all the games. So maybe they are regretting not playing the French defense.
Okay, we have a lot more to discuss on this topic. But we have 2 more games still going, which means we have a lot more chess ahead. I'm not sure that either of those games are going to get a victory in classical, which means we might have more Armageddon. It's going to be tough, but okay, we have analysis of these games coming when we return. We also have interviews when we return. We're going to take a very quick break. Crazy stuff today. Praggnanandhaa beats Magnus Carlsen. What a victory there for the youngest player in the field. Now the sole leader in the men's division. Will his sister stay there as well as she continues to try to squeeze something as black here against Anna Muzichuk? So much more ahead here in round 3, 2024. Norway Chess coverage continues here when we return.
It does seem you're getting a good Armageddon feel right now, Hikaru.
Well, I've had decent positions in all 3 games. Yeah, I mean, yesterday, of course, the critical moments, I didn't find the right moves. Today, I think, much like the previous two games, though, it was much easier for me to play than for my opponent, and he just couldn't find the right attacking moves. I think if he had played this bishop f6 move instead of taking the pawn on e6, maybe it would have gotten kind of interesting, but once he allowed queen e4, knight e5, I don't think Alireza had a chance. So, yeah, it's quite nice to get a second Armageddon win.
I don't know if you've been following it at all, but it's Pragg who's worked up pretty much a winning position against Magnus. You think that's going to change the dynamics of this tournament?
Well, I mean, I wish Magnus would take these chances against me or against, like, Fabi. It seems like, I have this theory that when Magnus is playing the younger kids specifically, he wants to sort of prove a point. He wants to go after them and try to beat them. He takes far more risks than he does against us old folks. So, yeah, I'm not surprised, but actually, in between the games, like when I was upstairs, Alireza and Ivan Cheparinov were there too, and we were very, very impressed by his queen h5 and rook f3. I know there were other ways for white to be better, but we all thought that it was very machine-like, and he's just played a great game, it looks like, and yeah, he's going to win. He played queen b1, so he's going to win the game, I think.
Thank you, Hikaru.
Sure, no problem.
Fabiano, I think we can safely say that you found a good day to go to the confessional for the very first time.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy with the opening. I got him in my preparation, and yeah, that's why I decided to go, and it worked out. So,
after your confessional, I was also speaking to Miguel about how it is to actually try to find these kind of novelties in today's modern chess with all the computer evaluations and everything that's going on. How good does it feel when you have a plan like that? And sure, you're not getting a winning position, but you're actually getting play in his favorite line.
Yeah, this was an idea we had before the candidates, and then last night we were discussing it with Miguel, and he actually suggested this. I didn't have it before, this knight d7 d5 plan. So this wasn't something that the computer showed, that black could play knight d7 d5, but it was a very sort of natural human approach. So when we were analyzing over the board, Miguel suggested it, and I didn't know how to proceed. And then we checked with the engine, and it showed that d4 is quite, okay, it's about equal, but it's very, very double-edged. And then I realized that this is something which maybe could happen. It's, of course, a small chance that we predict exactly where he goes, but it could happen, and it could also be very dangerous for black. And more or less that's what happened, although I think that maybe I wasn't playing so accurately, and I always kept some edge, but I felt like maybe it was slipping away a bit. But he was definitely under pressure. I could feel that he wasn't so comfortable with how the game was going.
After you play a novelty like that, do you kind of hold your breath for a couple of seconds to see his reaction, to see if this is something he has prepped for?
Well, this one I really thought that he wouldn't know, because it's really hidden. So it's an idea which one of my seconds, Grigori Oparin, found, and it's a really, really hidden idea. So I had a feeling that he wouldn't know about it, and I think I even said as much in the confessional that it seems like he was kind of surprised. But still, it's hard to say if it'll work out, because it's an equal position objectively. So it's very possible for a player of Ding's caliber to still find the best, or one of the best paths to an equal position. So it's not like, you get this idea over the board and you kill your opponent. Still, it's a tough fight.
You won today, and Pragg looks like he's going to beat Magnus. How does that change the whole feel of the tournament and how people play tomorrow?
I don't think it changes the tournament so much, because it's still only 3 games. It's a long event, and Magnus, even with the loss, is still okay. He had 2 Armageddon wins, so it's not like a disastrous result. But for me, it's very good. I'm very happy, of course, to get a win in Classical, especially after some kind of negative emotions, in especially yesterday. But I was still kind of feeling good about my Classical play. Okay, Armageddon was a disaster twice, but Classical was doing okay. I mean, I was playing reasonably at a reasonably high level, and this makes me feel good about how I'm playing. And hopefully, if we get some more Armageddons, I'll actually score some points there as well.
We look forward to the continuation. Thank you, Fabiano.
Thank you.
Var det en Pragg som spilte et fantastisk parti I dag, rett og slett?
Jeg vet ikke. Jeg synes han spilte bra mye, men jeg følte jeg hadde kommet meg unna, og så trodde jeg egentlig at jeg stod best. Men jeg hadde jo oversett trikset hans eller triks da, men ideen med dronning D1 til B1, og så plutselig skjønte jeg at I stedet for å stå en bonde over og tenke at jeg kunne spille på vinst, så taper jeg bare med en gang. Så. Ja, det hadde han åpenbart sett bedre enn meg, men sånn, ellers så var jeg synes jeg over så mye, det var et dårlig parti, men ja. Han så åpenbart taktiksene bedre enn meg I dag, så det var fair nok at han vant.
Blir de 2 Armageddon-seierne du har fra før ekstra viktige når du går på en dagsmiddag?
Jeg håper jeg kan spille litt bedre fremover i hvert fall. I dag var ikke bra nok.
Hikaru mener at du tar flere sjanser mot unggutta enn du gjør mot de der gamle revene, sånn som han selv. Er du enig i det?
Kanskje, men jeg tenkte det var fint å fighte i dag, og jeg synes ikke jeg fikk noen dårlig stilling fra åpningen heller, selv om jeg spilte feil senere.
Takk for at du har det tid, Magnus. Vi gleder oss til i morgen.
Jo, takk.
Welcome back to Norway Chess here in 2024. It's one of the biggest events of the year. This has been, I think, unarguably the biggest round of the event so far. And we are now joined by a very special guest who gets, fair to call it, one of the biggest victories of your career, maybe the biggest to date. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I didn't really think too much about it before the game. That just wanted to play my best. I wasn't really happy with my game yesterday. I felt, it could be hard, but I felt it was one of my worst games in last 1 year. I mean, it doesn't seem like that when you look at it, but I was missing it so much. And today I thought I was playing quite well till some point, and then I misplayed again.
Yeah, well, classic top chess player. You just had one of the biggest victories of your career, and all you can talk about is the tough game you had yesterday. But I'm saying it jokingly that obviously you came in with a mindset to kind of right the ship. Whatever you felt got away from you yesterday. When did you feel like you might have a chance to get a victory against Magnus today?
When I got this F5, I thought it's getting tricky for him. I mean, maybe it's still fine, like Queen D7, Bishop G5. I don't know how Black should continue. What he played, I thought was very logical, and that's what I was also expecting, but I don't know. Computer says Queen D7 is wrong, so I guess there's something else here.
It likes the way you played it. Apparently, Black needed to play E5.
For F5. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a very risky decision. I don't know. I go knight c2 and get my knight to d5. It's sad for Black, but maybe that's what you should do.
Yep.
Were you surprised, sorry, Daniel, I was just curious, were you surprised that he went for the queenside development sooner than bishop e7 and castle, that he didn't play it very safe at this stage of the game?
Yeah, actually, I was surprised with b6, but I was expecting bishop d7. And I thought that was critical, and then I wanted bishop d2, because I need to get b3, and if I go b3 directly, there is b5. So I need to protect c3 before going b3. So bishop d2, rook c8, b3, and I thought it's pleasant for white. I was actually happy to find this h3 move, because there was a lot of lines where he was getting knight of g4, and it was quite annoying.
I'm glad you took us back to this moment, because I'm going to bring you into the commentary booth here. When Magnus played knight e5, you went into a really long think. And full disclosure, guilty as charged, we were like, okay, like Magnus has sort of gotten Pragg in an uncomfortable spot. He doesn't like that he's losing his bishop pair. I think you spent nearly a half an hour on the clock, or close to it. You were about a half an hour behind.
Yeah.
And so all the signs were pointing to a direction where the more experienced player had kind of taken you off guard, and that this might be a game that you struggled in. So how were you feeling? Take us through that, because you seem like you obviously won the game, and how were you seeing what was happening in the opening?
Yeah, I didn't like how it went, because you don't really like to get surprised. And I was also playing quite fast till here, and I just wanted to play something normal here, and I started with trying to do the same plan, I don't know, f4 or something, but there is queen b6 trick, and again this bishop e3, knight g4 thing always hits. And let's say if I play instead of f4, I was thinking maybe I can just go king h1 and then go f4, but I didn't like something here.
Yeah, Magnus actually entered the confessional, and he was surprised at your h3. He said, the fact that he didn't play f4 means Pragg's maybe feeling a bit hesitant, unsure. He did actually mention that queen c5 didn't work, but queen b6, very interesting here. But it felt like you started to outplay him after that, so h3 may be a good
maybe
decision.
f4 is a critical move. Probably knew the line well, but I wasn't sure how to continue. f4, queen b6, the lines were very complicated, and I thought I could easily get a worse position there without this bishop on dark square bishop. I thought h3 kind of keeps the position as it is, and he doesn't get any immediate break. So I was kind of happy with that.
Where did you start to feel really confident it had turned in your favor?
When I went queen e2. But around the point when I went rook ad1, I thought it's kind of very tricky, because the lines started to... I couldn't see anything direct for him. Like h6, there is fe, e5, getting this queen g6 in. And if he goes... nice. Instead of h6, if short castle, there is queen g3, which works. Again, I have e5 threat, bishop h6, and it's also he can't move the rook on f8. There are many problems in this position.
Tough stuff for Magnus, but you acknowledged, I guess it's kind of funny, so we weren't wrong to think that you were feeling uncomfortable, right? But you kept your composure even after playing h3 and kind of knowing that, you weren't so sure about the move orders. But it almost makes it even more impressive that you were sort of taken off guard, a little bit surprised, feeling uncomfortable, yet you never lost your composure. You've now leveled your score in classical chess against the greatest player of all time. Are you thinking that you expect to win these games now at this point? Are you just comfortable at this stage? Or because we talk about you as the youngest player, the rising star. When does that stop? Do you feel like, hey, I expect to win these games?
Yeah, I kind of feel that I have enough experience at this level, and I can beat these players, but I have to play my best for that, and that's what I'm trying to do. So that's kind of the mindset. It's not like
you seem to be doing it pretty often, right?
Yeah, not so often as I would like to, but it's still at a decent level.
No intention to jinx you. I'm just congratulating you on a victory. You do seem to have your composure, and you look like you belong there. I can tell you that from watching it from here.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
It does seem to be working very well for you and Gukesh. We were just saying, if we are correct, it's his birthday today, and we were even saying this is your present to him for his birthday, beating Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I remember 8 years back, I became my international master on this day, and we were playing the same tournament in India, and yeah, we were celebrating by both there. We were having. I mean, he was giving me some cakes.
So apparently, some players struggle on their birthday, but apparently Gukesh's birthday is good luck for you.
Yeah, maybe I should play more on May 29th.
Did you wish him happy birthday yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, I already did. On what? You want to wish him happy birthday?
Yeah, yeah. Happy birthday to Gukesh.
Happy birthday to Gukesh.
Happy
I'm just trying to help
birthday,
you out there.
Gukesh.
But all right, man. Well, you are currently the clear leader in 2024 Norway Chess. We know that there's a long way to go here, and no intentions to jinx you. So congratulations on your chess so far. Thanks for entertaining us today, and we appreciate your time and hope to catch up with you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. And I think David has... and actually, I also have more questions. There were so many cool moments. Can we ask more questions about the chessboard? David.
I've also been told we had crazy blunders in another game and more, and we've got Vaishali going on. So I was trying to give you your time. But if you want to stick around more, let's go.
Yeah, I was going to ask what you think of your sister's
let's
position,
do it. Let's
if
dive
that's
in.
okay.
Yeah, looks like a draw. I don't even know who's playing for win. I guess black. But with this time control, you never know. I mean, they are playing rapid now, so anything can happen.
Playing bullet now, pretty much.
They haven't reached move 40?
Yeah, but only a 10-second increment, I guess.
Yeah, so they are playing rapid, kind of.
Yeah. Have you spoken to her about the tournament? I mean, she must have been feeling great after yesterday.
Yeah. Again, like, there is lot of rounds left, and yeah, we don't really think too much about the previous game. Try to forget about it. I mean, even if it's a loss or a win, you have this emotion which will affect the next game. So the quicker you forget about it, it's better.
Very wise words, and I think a lot of us wish we could do it as well as you do it after yesterday's game.
Yeah, I also struggle with it. Yeah, sometimes I do.
It doesn't seem like that much of a struggle for you when you come back with a win against the world number one. Is it okay to ask a few more questions about the game, actually? Because I forgot how many crazy more positions were there. For instance, the moment when Magnus had his bishop on g5 and he was threatening to capture your knight on e3. And we were wondering if you were considering to jump to d5.
So bad.
So that was maybe the one mistake in the game, right? Not maybe sensing the opportunity to go knight e to d5 here. What did you calculate on knight e to d5?
No, it's just I was already looking at this position when I went queen e2, and I had already planned king h1, and I thought when I had this position on the board, I started with king h1, and then I thought bishop e3, queen e3, f6 it's not clear. Then I was thinking about knight d5. Again, I couldn't come to a conclusion, and I also wanted to play fast. Then I checked king h1 for 30 seconds or something, and I couldn't find a problem. I forgot about bishop e3, f6. And after I played king h1, I realized what did I do with this? And yeah, maybe there is still something here, which
still felt like you played really well, really precisely from this moment. But Anna, you also said maybe move of the day was a bit later.
Yeah, I'm in love with that king h2 move. I think that was clearly the move of the day, at least in my opinion. I don't know what my colleagues think about it, but it's such a beautiful way of finishing off the world number one, just moving your king one square up to set up all the tactical patterns that didn't work because of the king getting checks on the back rank. I know for you, it's probably easy. Yeah. You could find this in your sleep. But I think for the rest
probably
of us,
not.
I have so much faith in you.
By the way, your sister has just drawn her game, so she will be headed to Armageddon. Just to keep you informed there.
Yeah, but apparently king h2 was the only move to win on the spot. Everything else, black can survive for a while. So
no, but before that, I'm just wondering if I was better throughout.
You were. It was the definition of a wire-to-wire victory, and
I thought it was equal actually.
No, you maintained an edge the entire time. It was.
I should go and check.
So
both thought it was equal.
Keep your expectations low. It's a good mindset. It seems to be working, but at the same time, we can confer that it was a clean victory, an impressive one, and this time we are going to let you go. We know you have to make more rounds. There's another studio waiting for you as well, and we're going to get set for another couple Armageddon games starting here. So, best of luck. Congratulations today.
Congratulations
I'm sure
again.
we're going to be seeing you again here.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the Armageddon.
Thank you. We'll be rooting for your sister, and thank you for joining us.
All right. Well, we do have 2 more Armageddon games. I mean, just take your time. Whatever you want to do. Whatever you got to do.
You can stay with us too if you prefer. We don't mind.
It's live TV. No, he has another studio to get to, so we're going to let him be kind to our partners downstairs who are also broadcasting to some sort of global television network. Hey, everyone down there. Tell them we said hi.
Yeah.
All right. See you, man.
Yeah, see you.
Well, one thing I want to do before the Armageddons get going. So much happened while we were talking to Pragg. So awesome. His mindset, you can tell just how dialed in he is, and I want to talk more about the mindset of a champion here in a little bit, because you can see the future as the force is strong with that one. But we got to go to this final position that happened between Pia Cramling and Zhu Wenjun, because it's a highly unfortunate one. We are heading to Armageddon, but what happened in the final seconds as we were getting set for the interview was a missed opportunity for Pia that she might ever get back. You see what happens when an eval bar game mark shows you that there was a one-move way to win, and it was just for one move. Knight takes e3 was played, and the draw was agreed after the trade of rooks. Pia completely missed knight to f5 check, which would have been just winning on the spot. Game over. And go ahead and show why, David.
Yeah, that's why they say always look for checks, captures, and threats first. It's pretty much a deflection tactic. The black king is hit, so either has to move or you take this white knight. Once you take the white knight, however, the black rook is no longer protected. This is exchange up. Due to the presence of the white pawn, due to the fact it's a passed pawn, white is simply winning this endgame. The rook will overpower the knight. If you don't take the knight, however, if you move the king instead, knight takes knight, not only wins a piece, but defends the white rook in the process. One move miss.
That is a painful miss. At the same time, I feel like when you are on the defensive side of a game, and Pia was in a really tough spot in that endgame. It looked a lot simpler looking at the engine evaluation than what it was. It was tricky. She had to be very precise to hold it. Sometimes it happens that when you are on the defensive, that you don't sense that you have an opportunity to turn the tables in one move because you're kind of not even expecting it.
Well, we saw it yesterday with Humpy Canero in that she had been winning all game, and so didn't really sense when the time had come for her to now play for a draw, and she missed an opportunity to switch gears against Vaishali. Here, Pia had been defending all game, and so when an opportunity is there, sometimes it's hard when your mindset is just not even looking for it, right?
Yeah.
It really is a very, very common tale. So still fascinating that a single move before this game ended, Pia Cramling had a chance to end it with a victory in Classical, but instead she will go to Armageddon with the white pieces versus the reigning world champion, Zhu Wenjun. So, all right, we have a few minutes before the Armageddon starts, so let's just chat a little bit and hang out and talk about that interview with Pragg. Praggnanandhaa gets the victory over Magnus Carlsen. If you're just tuning in, he is the clear leader in the Norway Chess Open Division. What can you say also? You saw the answers. I asked him about how he feels about the victory, and he spends the first 3 minutes telling me about his bad game yesterday, right? And then you try to talk to him about his wire-to-wire performance, and he's like, I'm sure it was equal at some point. And I do think there's actually something to that the ability to keep himself calm, focused, dialed in, allows you to deal with the ups and downs in a very rational and objective manner, which is what you need to beat a guy like Magnus.
I fully agree. I was impressed. I thought, you can tell that he's very calm and his composure and how he did find it uncomfortable in the opening what happened, and Magnus's choice of opening made him uncomfortable. But it didn't matter because he kept his cool. He kept playing one good move at a time until there were just these crazy beautiful moves, tactical patterns, and King H2 finishing off Magnus Carlsen, because it was Magnus who perhaps was taking too much of a risk, going for a slightly dubious approach in the hedgehog, developing on the queen side, and never castling. He never castled in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Pragg, he beat me when he was 12, so now I feel a bit better about it. Of course, he was a grandmaster already at the time, but yeah, I mean, it's as if these kids, they've spoken to sports psychologists or something. They're just so
I know.
kind of, they've got the balance, just constantly.
It's so true. Like that is sports psychology right there. That it doesn't. Frankly, it's human psychology, right? The ability to stay level during the ups and downs and highs and lows of life is like the key in many ways, right? And the ability to keep yourself level-headed, not just from a bad loss, but just as importantly from a huge victory. The faster you can let go of it, as he said, the better chess you're going to play. And if Praggnanandhaa's mindset stays that way, and he acknowledged, he's like, yeah, it's easier said than done, but sometimes being young, you don't know any better to develop all the bad psychological habits. So if you start the good ones early, it's just so fun to see what he's going to be capable of. And of course, again, tough day for Magnus Carlsen, but you can't not just be celebrating the victories of the next generation right now and being excited about what's to come here. And
and chess in India has been booming already for a while, but now it's like it's full on next level, with Gukesh being the challenger of the world champion, and Praggnanandhaa taking down Magnus Carlsen today. We have an Armageddon just about to start, if the clocks also start. Rewind.
We get a rewind,
and we are off. Okay, some help there. Players helping each other to get the clock dialed in. Looks like this is a repeat of the opening they had. I think it was a Queen's Gambit declined, if I remember earlier. They are blitzing out moves. You can tell how much the players value the time on the clock, right? When you have no increment and it's Armageddon, every second matters. So, Pia Cramling taking on Zhu Wenjun. Am I wrong that there's also another Armageddon game about to start? So it hasn't started yet. My apologies.
Yes, Vaishali's game will start in a few minutes against Anna Musicek, so we can fully focus on Pia Cramling versus Zhu Wenjun. Now, knight e4. Why is it getting a question mark, David?
I'm not sure. I guess because it's a pawn sacrifice, Black can now just protect her pawn. I was going to say
b5.
Yeah, b5 would have held on to this pawn. Pia, I will mention, first to launch a surprise. She put her queen on d2. That's not what she tried last game. That opening we saw, 82% draw rate historically. So Pia has done a bit of prep in the break. I really hope nobody showed her that missed opportunity in the break.
I'm so glad you said that, because we focused on the interview with Pragg, rightfully so, really the biggest game, biggest moment of the day. But if you're in Pia's group, do you tell her she missed a win, or you just like don't even say anything?
Definitely not tell her.
I think so,
no,
right? I think
no
if
way.
you were in her camp, the last thing you would do is say, hey, you literally just missed a win on the last move of the game. Like that, nothing would drop your heart more. But she will surely see it when she does have time to get back to the hotel. Glad we weren't watching Anna Cramling's stream, who's covering her mom's games in real time, because I'm sure she saw it, and I'm sure it was.
And she wouldn't tell her mom.
I'm sure it was drama over there in that chat. But okay.
Either way, this opening has not gone in Pia's favor. She's still got 3-minute time advantage, so that's 1+, but she's raced to a position where Black is totally fine. Black actually has the bishop pair. Yes, White has more space in the center, but two tempting options. One is to just already try to chip away at that kind of stronghold on d4, open up the Black dark square bishop, or go for this, more ambitiously, changing the structure, asking Pia now, do you want to trade off on c5 and go for an equal position? That doesn't work in Armageddon when you have White, or do you take risks, step forward? But look at this, a quick exchange. Zhu Wenjun's queen is coming out, the knight is coming out. I mean, the White king a bit open here.
You can't, there's basic tactics there. If the queen takes c3, Black wins the d5 pawn because you can't capture back. There's a queen g5 double check, so you have to take with the pawn, which is not ideal. Here comes Zhu Wenjun. By the way, sad story, apparently confirmation that Pia herself realized that she had missed it right after it happened. We were in the interview, but and so that's probably not the best mindset to start an Armageddon battle with. And it's really funny because Has any player had more chances in Classical than Pia Cramling so far?
She has had chances every single
in the Norway
day.
Chess women?
Every day.
Every single
day. I feel so
day.
bad for her.
She could easily be on 2.5 out of 3.
She could easily be 2.5 out of 3 in Classical.
Which is so many more points with the point system here. And now she's down on material, is that?
Yeah,
Or
she's down a pawn.
Down a pawn.
Oh god. She needs to win with the white pieces. This is Armageddon. White has to win. Black has draw odds, so it's not enough to like somehow make a draw out of this pawn down endgame. She needs to win it.
If the pawn were to disappear, the weak black d5 pawn, then chances with bishop versus knight. Pawns on all sides of the board, but unfortunately Zhu Wenjun, she's so good at just controlling games, and here she's just protecting everything as black. Oh, the bar creeps up though. Maybe time to create a open file for the white rook. She's going to jump in.
She's doing it. She's taking on b6, and the rook will infiltrate the position with rook a7.
At this point, this is a position where I would almost just very quickly pre-move my rook, and just white's pieces are almost kind of ideal where they're at. I would just like play fast and try to get as much time off of Zhu Wenjun's clock as I could. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. Okay, this is obviously a plan that is good, improving the position. You're putting your eye on the pawn. But what if Zhu Wenjun plays rook to d7? You either have to trade or you have to take a perpetual, right? So yeah, that's why I was saying I almost wish Pia had just dominated the A file and just said, all right, I'm gonna try to get her down on time and not allow more exchanges. But now she has to because of that move.
And she cannot repeat moves, so she couldn't go back to b7 with the rook.
Yeah, that's the thing with Armageddon, but also when you're a pawn up, you can bully the opponent with all these exchanges and pawns disappearing, rooks disappearing. Yes, maybe white can hold due to active pieces and active rook now on the A file, but yeah, Armageddon, it is brutal. White really needs to play h4 sooner rather than later before black plays g5, but she doesn't take that opportunity. Feels like pawns are disappearing. Black's freeing herself up.
Oh no, and g5 is on the board. As you mentioned, David, it probably was a good idea to try to prevent it.
Ultimately, all roads seem to lead to Rome right now. Zhu Wenjun. Armageddon's, she's just so impressive.
It's tough because when you're calculating these positions as white and you're much worse, your human brain, the chess human brain you've been working with for your entire professional career, is trying to calculate the ways to hold a draw because you're worse. And so you're like, okay, and so you have to like trick yourself into like, how do I create tricks? How do I set a trap? Right? How do I just maintain it but play fast, right? And do something that borderline looks silly, but you're just physically trying to move, right? Like Hikaru would do, right? Just physically try to move faster than your opponent. And so it's kind of tough because nothing she's doing is wrong, but it's also not a path to victory for white, right? And that's how hard it is to be in a spot when you've been given a worse position as white in Armageddon.
Yeah, it's just the opening. The opening's fault in this game, unfortunately. And she's actually played really, really well since she lost the pawn Pia. But chances ahead, that's the big question. She's still 3 minutes up on the clock, though. Speed, it feels like Pia every day she's picking up. She's getting quicker, she's getting faster. But yeah, it's so frustrating not cashing in on these big opportunities. Pawn's disappearing, though, Anna.
Yeah, and the more trades happen, the less likely that there can be a miracle comeback where white will have winning chances. Remember, it's not enough for her to hold this with a pawn down. She needs to win. Draw or loss for white is the same result.
Setting up some tricks. Some tricks, potentially. I mean, it's not a direct threat. Black can just drop the king back, but at least forcing Zhu Wenjun to burn even more time. She's still alive.
That's the key.
Yep, she's
Every
still alive.
single move, just get the clock to tick.
Zhu Wenjun doesn't look entirely comfortable. It looks like she's eager to just get it over, get it done, and that's the one thing that does trip players up in Armageddon when they get impatient, as we saw yesterday with Fabiano. So knight to c4. Checks now. The black rook is nicely defended by its knight. So safety first move there from Zhu Wenjun.
Safety first. I like to say safety third.
And the bar is agreeing with Pia's play that it has been really, really good, the defense in this pawn down endgame, but she needs more than the draw, unfortunately. That is the big problem with this. current situation for her. She is maintaining her time advantage, but they're also very close to reaching move 40 when Ju and Jun will start receiving, and Pia as well, of course. The 1 second increment per move starts on move 41.
Yeah, but a lot easier for Ju and Jun, as you said. That's why you mentioned her first, because of a much bigger deal for Ju and Jun. The moment the clock is no longer impending doom, it's even easier to play a position where you're winning. Great comment there from FM Lucas. The #1 rated player from 1984 versus the women's world champion right now. Kind of cool to see that coming together here in Norway. But yeah.
That's crazy. 1984 against 2024, pretty much.
Yeah,
the
40 years apart between the peak of Pia Cramling and the peak of Ju and Jun. And Pia is still in the top 30. So it's not only that she was world #1 in 1984. She has maintained being in the top of the women's ranking for over 4 decades. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Crazy, amazing, astounding. Insert another adjective. It's been a phenomenal career for Pia Cramling. And again, because of the scoring system here, even now, like, she's gotten points every day. She's lost both of her Armageddon matches, but played great. She's played better chess, it feels, than the score ultimately shows. But you have to convert, right? And Ju and Jun looks like she's the one who's on her way to converting here. That time advantage is disappearing for Pia Cramling right now. Running out of ways to make tricks, right? Yeah. And by the way, we're running out of time before we're going to be switching to the 2-board scene here. The next Armageddon battle will be starting in just a moment. That move is not ideal, I think, because now you lose either the E-pawn or the H-pawn.
Here we go. The black rook does swing across indeed, and Pia now running out of ammunition. The other game has started. Liftoff. Muzichuk against Vaishali, and another Spanish, this time with a twist. Spanish exchange. Not regarded for its winning chances here. Its aggressive intentions.
Interesting choice by Anna Muzichuk for what you mentioned. It wouldn't be the most aggressive opening choice, but she clearly has an idea why she chose this against Vaishali, and I think we'll soon see what her point is.
It's usually when you're the one, what are the strategies for white? You keep mentioning strategies for black in Armageddon, David, are to either, make it messy quickly, even going for something dubious to try to level the time advantage because your opponent tries to think through the complications, or play a bunch of theory and kind of buckle down, try to play solid, right? So here for white, usually white wants to get positions that are a little bit more challenging. I guess that's the point, right? This is a line where usually the queens are traded soon and just a little bit everybody in these open Spanish exchange variations. And by the way, I think Ju and Jun is
on the brink.
Again, the evaluation to the computer not getting that much bigger for black, but the position seems to be getting more clear and easy for a human to play. Plus, Pia Cramling's time advantage is completely gone.
Pia up against it. In the meantime, Anna Muzichuk has eliminated black's bishop pair, a set of pieces off the board. The pawn structure reminiscent of Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura yesterday from the classical portion.
Very much, except there's no pawn on c3, but the knight on c3. It's better for Anna that way.
Good news. Good news for Anna Muzichuk, but a level position nonetheless, and one that's heavily theoretical, one that's well known. So both players spending a bit of time, maybe nerves at the beginning of that Armageddon. Still a long way to go. Okay, Ju and Jun has slowed down now slightly.
Yeah. Slowed down slightly, and by the way, there's suddenly some weird tricks on the board with the rook and bishop lined up on the f5 square. You have to be a little careful if you get sloppy. Okay, like knight f2 would lose a piece, right? Rook f5 check wins the knight. And even if you check on d2 and the white king gets active into b5, it's actually suddenly becoming a weird... Yeah, that's why the knight goes to d6 to keep the king out, and it guards f5. But just pointing out that Pia has created some tricks. A little bit of a mess.
She's doing what she needs to do, but ideally for Pia, it needs to be a scramble with 20 seconds each in this type of position, so the opponent doesn't have time to kind of keep control. But only 2 pawns remaining as well for white. Oh, it's looking forlorn here. A check. 2 endgames now. It feels like in the women's section today, at least,
it's
queens off the board as early as possible.
All endgames, from the very early start.
I think Magnus Carlsen wishes he had an endgame today and not his king getting checkmated.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Liren probably could say the same against Fabiano.
The only classical game that was boring, if you want to use those words, was between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. In hindsight, neither player got anything from that Tirash, but Hikaru did get the job done in Armageddon. If you're just tuning in, like I say, where have you been? Where have you been? You are in trouble. It's been a wild day here. Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu beat Magnus Carlsen and is the clear leader in the Norway Chess men's division. And boy, do we have an exciting event ahead here.
Definitely. And Pia Cramling, she's still fighting. The longer that goes on, the more optimistic she might be getting, the more optimistic the other Anna might be getting. Anna Cramling, also in the building, but in the meantime...
Where is the other Anna streaming from?
Thought we'd be able to hear her.
I know.
Getting excited.
She's loud, and, that's just the truth. It's okay. Anna Cramling is loud. You can hear her from far away. Not as loud as Andrea Botez, I'm going to be honest. It's just, let's just call it like it is. But she's loud.
Okay, and Pia, the noise isn't over. She's still fighting. Rook F2, she gives a check, but just moving around at this point. It's just the clocks. I think that's her only remaining hope, but Pia not known for her speed necessarily. The other game, Anna Muzichuk, I don't think has obtained any opening advantage at all.
Vaishali, I feel like she's the clear leader in the Norway Chess women's section, and we didn't get as much time on her classical game today, but if she gets the job done here, winning an Armageddon, we have a sibling duo leading here in Norway Chess, Praggnanandhaa and Vaishali, and wow. That would be wild.
Yeah.
The knight jumping to e3, by the way, with Ju and Jun. Knights are so tricky, and in time trouble, I think this is the worst thing to have, that there's so many knight forks, threats here and there, and so Pia has to spend more time trying to parry those threats and trying to avoid somehow the repetition of moves.
Trying, but again, it almost takes the wind out of your sails. It just feels like an impossible task. At this point, I wonder if Ju and Jun is a moment away from just forcing a perpetual, the net that will be cast with the rook and knight working together over there on the queen side.
Threatening a fork on d1, and the bishop was going to be loose on e4, so Pia comes back to c2.
But now you could even just head to the rook ending, and that's what she does. That's going to be the easiest way to ensure that it's at least a draw for black. Only black can win this rook ending. And we're gonna get the final moments here, but
here we go. Pawns off the board. Pia's last pawn disappears, drops. I don't think she's going to try and flag Ju and Jun here.
Yep.
And draw agreed.
Draw agreed. Ju and Jun wins in Armageddon again. Pia Cramling loses in Armageddon here today, despite winning on the second to last move of the classical battle. What a difficult day there for Pia. She'll have to forget this one and really find a way to shake it off, because the rumor is she found out she was winning just after she had missed it. Your heart goes out. We've all been there. That is a difficult one to forget, and ultimately she couldn't, and she goes down in Armageddon.
Very tough one for Pia. At the same time, kudos to the way she was defending in that endgame. That wasn't easy at all to hold. So until that penultimate move where she had her chance to even win the game, she was the one that had to play really, really precisely to earn the draw. Anna Muzichuk with the white pieces also is in a must-win situation, but Vaishali seems to have everything under control.
The time is ticking too. Vaishali only down 90 seconds now, having started out with 3 minutes. And again, also just comfy and composed. The youngest player in the Norway Chess women, currently leading coming into this round. If she manages to get it done in Armageddon, she will maintain the lead and be the clear leader. Ju and Jun, again done. She wins her third match in Armageddon. So Ju and Jun is right on her heels, but you've got the youngest player in the field against the world champion. So wouldn't it be fun if it came down to a 2-horse race between those two as well?
Yeah, Traumageddon for Pia Cramling, unfortunately, in that one. But in the meantime, yeah, this position, beautiful for black. Knight on e5, entrenched on a beautiful outpost. Rook on d4, so annoying. How do you ever get rid of that piece without allowing black to connect the structure, fork the white knights, and b5 is coming. b4 would be a threat, kicking away the white knight from protecting its pawns. This is one-way traffic. I think in a classical game, she would be a huge favorite to even win this one, Vaishali. A draw is all that's needed.
It's like a great Berlin in that white's 4-on-3 is completely stuck, cemented. It's not even an advantage because of the dominant knight that you highlighted on e5. And that rook on d4 is uncapturable, really, because it fixes black's structure and then immediately creates chances for a passed pawn if you take. So, okay, she gets really aggressive here with h5. Computer didn't like it, but I still like black's position.
Yeah, the first sign of maybe a strategic error. She's playing on the side of the board that she's weaker, Vaishali. Normally, classical chess wisdom, if you've got a pawn minority, you don't really want to push forward unless you can guarantee you isolate your opponent's pawns. Now it's going to be easier for white to create counterplay. Watch out for the white rook to swing across and come up the h-file a bit later on, maybe not right now. So g5, she tries to completely lock down that flank. Anna, she's built a barrier. She's created a fortress. Maybe she just wants to play safety first again.
It seems to be the case that she's trying to lock everything down. Anna takes with en passant, or en croissant, as we like to refer to, and after bishop takes g6, at least the position is a little bit more open. At the same time, it's just so hard to see what could Anna do. Her pawn on e4 is really weak. She defends it with king to f4, so at least the white king is more active than the black king.
Ideas of g5 to destabilize the black knight in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not over. Anna, the other Anna, is fighting hard right now. And Vaishali, can she keep control? That's the key.
But it's tough, because even if she gets g5, unless it comes with a blunder for Vaishali, it's, you know, it's not creating that many chances, right, for Anna. And you just, unless time becomes a factor for Vaishali, she's en route to increasing her success, in at least very recent success, over Anna Muzychuk. You said she went 1.5 out of 2 against her.
In classical chess,
in classical chess at the candidates. She drew earlier today, obviously, or we wouldn't be here in Armageddon. So Vaishali, 2 out of 3 against a player who's been at the top of women's chess for the last decade in Anna Muzychuk. And again, these youngsters, they don't know any better. When will they learn to respect their
don't
elders?
respect their opponents, and that's what makes them so successful. No respect.
No
Pragg
respect.
did not have respect for Magnus. And Vaishali is leading the Norway Chess Women event because she also is showing no respect toward her opponents, and that's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
All right, the trade, David, does this help Anna at all, or are we just getting closer to a draw here?
Yeah, white's corrected her pawn structure. White's pawns are no longer isolated, but still one big blockader. And how do you ever bypass that black knight? Look at this, a check drives the white king away. She's happy to repeat the position now.
Yeah.
And yeah, black's queenside pawns could start marching forward. Vaishali, I think, could be the more ambitious of the two if she wanted or needed to be. Even a rook trade, I mean, maybe that's what white needs right now for Vaishali to get itchy fingers and to capture on white's terms. But the rook on d4 just so strong. It's time to start pushing.
Yeah, you can play b5, and then you can play a5. You're highlighting it as I say it. You could trade rooks and play c4, and black is objectively, like, fine, right? I mean, but I think you made a good point. When you've kind of created a grip, right, especially when you're playing with draw odds, literally a bird in hand, it doesn't make sense from a practical point of view to make a major exchange, right? I think that's actually a good lesson, because it would be often a sign of inexperience, right, to give up your grip, to give up your hold, instead of making your opponent prove it. So I like her patience here.
But now she's found an even better way of doing it, because, like you said, if she does trade rooks, now it would be justified, because c4 would force even more pawns off the board, create a path for the black king.
Yeah.
But no, she drops back. Yeah, really mature.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're right, trading in c4 there. Black could maybe play for a win, because the king is coming to c5, but she's showing, look at this. This check has already been proven. There's no way for Anna to break down the rook on d4. So she's like, what do you got? Like, I'm playing with house money here. Knight g4 check. Now I can bring my king back to d6. She'll do it. And there's just no way for White to get in. I'm sorry for Team Anna today, but this is not great for Team Anna.
The thing is, I'm on both teams. I am so rooting for both of these ladies, and it has been a great story today for Praggnanandhaa, and I think it's continuing in the family. Today is a great day for Praggnanandhaa and Vaishali. I'm hoping not to jinx it, but I think she's holding this, and all she needs is a draw.
Although the white rook now could start trying to cause some nuisance from the side, I think she has to try something.
No choice.
No choice.
In fact, as we're celebrating, one thing we didn't realize is potentially the reason to get more forcing was because of the time that was ticking, and somehow Vaishali let that get away from her. She's under a minute. They are moments away from move 40, though, so at least she has that. She's about to start getting 1 second added back with every move from here on out. So still in a very good spot is Vaishali, but not so clear. Here goes Anna's chance.
But now I think this last move from Anna, a bit impatient. She's checked. If she hadn't traded rooks, Black's king was running, sprinting over to the queen side. And yeah, the rooks disappear. Black's knight superior to White's knight. I think winning chances minimal now.
It would take a big mistake by Vaishali to spoil this, I feel like, because of what you already mentioned, that she's controlling everything, and by pushing c4 she's getting rid of the last thing that was somewhat of a problem in her position, the doubled c-pawns.
Yeah, it feels like Anna Muzychuk with her strategy this whole Armageddon game. She's trying to put Vaishali in a position where no dynamics. It's purely strategic. Can you handle it? You're younger than me. I'm more experienced, but ultimately, that's not Anna's strength, the Anna Muzychuk here.
Yeah.
She prefers more dynamic positions too. So, yeah, perhaps trying to avoid opening theory and all of that, but opening choice, just she never really got a chance in this game.
She never got a chance, and we're already talking about it like it's over because it feels that way. It feels maybe not wire to wire in the same clean fashion that Pragg's victory over Magnus was, but this feels like a wire to wire, pretty solid performance from Vaishali. She held quite easily with Black. And because, as you were pointing out when we were analyzing the classical game, Anna, she at one point had like an hour and 50 minutes on move 20-something. Like, she clearly brought great prep. She executed, drew with ease, and now is looking like one of the most experienced players in the field. And Pia Cramling's playing. I mean, Vaishali is...
Vaishali is the youngest, but she feels like she's so
like,
experienced. Her play, exactly.
Doesn't miss a beat, gives a check every time and repeats. Yes, that rhymed. You can check, back it up. And this is... Okay, now 25 seconds, though.
25 seconds. I think she should actually try to trade off more pawns. Pawn to b5. Play on the side she's stronger.
Simplify. Okay, now we're getting nervous. All right, she does find that move. Anna Muzychuk did what she was supposed to do, at least. She made this get down to the wire in terms of the clock.
Yeah, but the Black Knight holds the door here, just controlling, defending everything. Oh, Anna Muzychuk, she has to land one last trick. She has to try and test Vaishali as soon as she's down under 5-10 seconds, which she's getting close to now. I don't see any tests in store here, Anna.
Very difficult. I think that the biggest test is the clock situation. Vaishali down to 8 seconds, and there's only a 1 second increment.
Great move. And now, okay, I thought she was going to play c4 and maybe create the passed a pawn. She doesn't.
She gets her king in instead. White's knight is actually on a really poor circuit right now.
Yeah.
Black's knight has a quick path towards White's isolated a pawn. Yeah, this one is over. Barring a miracle on the clock. 7 seconds, that's the only hope now.
She only has 7 seconds, though. It is kind of a big deal. You got to get rid of the pawn. She's got 4 seconds. You have to physically move.
Knights are bad against a pawns.
Yeah, this is not... Like, I'm not exactly sure what happened here. Okay, she's running back to that side of the board, which is actually perfect timing.
Just in time.
That's perfect. Just in time, and she is going to get the hold with this, assuming she doesn't lose on time. Oh, my gosh. You have to get rid of the pawn or you can lose.
It's so much harder to make a move in 1 second on over the board
she
chess.
Advances.
Oh, man.
It's all about the clock. Watch that clock, everyone at home.
That pawn on a5 is hard to get rid of. This is not over. She has to move. As long as Anna doesn't allow that pawn on a5 to be taken, there are chances. Knight b4. Play knight b4 and play knight c6, and it's going to make her think.
She's
knight b4.
Something.
Okay, same thing. Here we go. Knight c6.
She goes the other way.
a6.
2 seconds.
Oh, she does it.
She's
And
gonna
that's
capture
it.
the pawn.
Vaishali gets rid of the pawn and with it secures the draw and the Armageddon victory. OMG, she's probably like, her heart rate's probably like, 120 easy, like not high at all,
It's probably 70.
I think my one was higher.
I'm like over here,
Oh my gosh.
freaking out. Vaishali Rameshbabu wins an Armageddon, maintains her lead in Norway Chess Women, and it is a clear lead over Zhu and Jun, who got the job done in Armageddon as well. But what can you say right now? It's early. We still got a long way to go. We got 7 more rounds, 8 more. We got a lot of chess ahead. But the point is, right now we have a sibling duo. These are not superstars of the future. These are superstars of right now. Pick your favorite performance of the day, Pragg or Vaishali?
I mean, it's really the family that's here in true force in Norway. I think Vaishali, super impressive that she was already taking the lead yesterday with a classical win and today maintaining the lead ahead of the reigning women's world champion. But Pragg, we gotta highlight how his game of dominating from the opening onwards throughout the entire game, wire to wire, as you mentioned, he couldn't even believe it. The guy is so humble, he couldn't believe. He completely destroyed Magnus Carlsen on the chessboard. Hopefully not in chess boxing, but just, chessboard.
on the
Kind of
chessboard.
destroying, yeah.
I agree. It's hard not to take Pragg for winning against the GOAT. But David, your thoughts on Vaishali's nerves there under pressure?
Vaishali the destroyer, Pragg the destroyer today. Just incredible nerves. Keep it in the family, this winning habit. It feels like they're just so calm, so balanced, so centered all the time. Just nothing throws them off. Even setbacks, they move on. They get the job done.
All right, well, let's go back to those results in the open division. We were talking and celebrating the sibling duo of Pragg and Vaishali and didn't give you the full breakdown that you deserve, fans. Let's just remind you of what every result was. You saw it. A couple of 3 points, crooked numbers being put up on the board by Praggnanandhaa and Fabiano Caruana over a world champion, a former world champion, a world number 1. I don't know, but they got the job done. Hikaru Nakamura also won his second Armageddon match of the event over Alireza Firouzja. Vaishali Rameshbabu, as you just saw, holds it down with black today, both in classical and then in the Armageddon. A draw was good enough for a win. Remember the Armageddon format. Zhu and Jun, right on her heels, beats Pia Cramling, and Hopi Canero rebounds from a loss yesterday to her countrywoman in Vaishali, beating Lei Ting-jae. So, all right, those were the results overall. Let's actually go to the standings in the Open. We've already mentioned it. Pragg is the clear leader, but Fabi, you called it at the start of the day, Anna, could go from last to first. He almost did just that.
He almost did it. The man that stopped him from it is Praggnanandhaa, because he also won his classical game. But yeah, this is how the system is so exciting here. The format, 3 points if you win in classical chess and only 1.5 points if you draw in classical and then win in Armageddon. So there's a huge incentive on the classical games. Yet it's not easy to do what both Fabi and Pragg achieved today, especially Pragg. I know I should be praising Fabi a lot, but he's the world number 2. You kind of almost expect him to get something with the white pieces, but Pragg, 18-year-old superstar.
You're excited.
I'm just so excited.
You're freaking out.
I cannot highlight how huge. It's the biggest win of his career. And the guy's talking about yesterday's game, how he didn't do very well yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how modest he is.
And by the way, he didn't deny that it was the biggest win of his career, but then casually started talking about his bad day the day before. I said, is this the biggest win of your career? And he's like, yeah, but I didn't play well yesterday.
And how big of a deal it is that he knows yesterday he wasn't in great shape. He had to shake it off and then beat Magnus Carlsen casually.
Yeah, some players never beat a world number 1 in classical chess in their lifetimes, even world-class grandmasters. He's just achieved it today. I mean, in terms of the tournament as a whole, though, it feels like yesterday players woke up. They saw Vaishali get a classical win. Classical wins are a premium, of course, and suddenly Pragg, suddenly Fabiano, 2 classical wins today. Maybe tomorrow we'll see 3, 4. It feels like the tournament's just heating up.
All right, well, we didn't get a classical win in the women's division today, but we should check out the standings in terms of where people are at. We already told you Vaishali Rameshbabu is the clear leader. It is a full point lead over the world champion Zhu Wenjun. Lei Qingjie went down in Armageddon, but is in clear third, and then we have a three-way tie for fourth place there with Pia, Humpy, and Anna all there together. So right now it feels like we have the makings of a two-horse race. Obviously, you can't really say that because you just pointed out, Anna, that if you win and you're in last place, you can quickly turn your fortunes around. So, but Vaishali and Zhu Wenjun have been very impressive through 3 rounds. Who will be impressive in round 4 before the first rest day? Fabiano Caruana takes on Magnus Carlsen. Those guys have played a lot of classical chess, and you see a lot of draws there, 12 of them from the World Chess Championship in 2018. We're going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow with that one. Hikaru with a 1-0 classical historical edge over Praggnanandhaa, but we saw that Pragg leveled the score against Magnus today in a similar situation. We'll see what happens tomorrow in that one. Alireza Firouzja with a 2-0 classical lead over Liren. Then we have Pia. Maybe the oldest player in the field can slow down the youngest player in the field. That'll be a good one. Humpy Canero taking on Anna Muzichuk. They've played each other more than a few times. And Lei Qingjie against Zhu Wenjun. Speaking of players who know each other extremely well, both players from China. Should be a lot of fun. All right, well, I'm excited for round 4. I want to ask one more thought about the day, but I already know your thought about the day. We're very excited about Pragg.
King H2, Pragg.
King H2 and Pragg stole the show. He's a star, no longer in the making. It's here. He's arrived, and I think that between the two of them, we're going to have a lot to talk about over the next coming couple of weeks. So. Yeah. But anyone can add more thoughts. I was teasing you, but
I was just going to say, all eyes on those two players tomorrow.
Yeah.
The family. Pragg against Hikaru. Pragg beat Hikaru in the World Cup, knocked him out there. Vaishali, oldest against youngest. She's playing Pia Cramling tomorrow. That's going to be fun to watch. It's all about those two right now. Yep. Story of Norway chess so far.
It is, and on the sideline we have the world number 1 against the world number 2. You know, it's not a bad day to watch chess on YouTube and Twitch, because that's where we're going to be tomorrow. Same time, same place.
That's right, and it's also Magnus Carlsen's second game in a row with black after a tough loss today. Of course, we're focused on the positive side of that game, the victory for Praggnanandhaa. But Magnus Carlsen has some things to figure out right now in terms of classical chess and how things are going in Norway. So with his second black in a row against a guy who's been tough. It's tough for anyone in Magnus's career in classical. Fabiano has been, so that'll be one that we will be watching closely, along with all the other battles we know that you'll be watching closely. And we're going to let you get some rest before you do so. Shout out to everyone here for the team, crushing it behind the scenes, making it happen, the entire crew. And of course, as I've been saying, thank you on behalf of the players. Thank you to fans for watching. On behalf of the team, David, Anna, I'm Danny. This has been round 3 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We will see you tomorrow for round 4.